The world around him is a desolate landscape of decay, marked by an old, crumbling brick wall and wooden furniture that looks ready to splinter at any moment. Through a metal grate, the faint buzzing of a small insect can be heard, as bugs occasionally fly in from outside through the ventilator. A quiet thought escapes Unsu's lips. He envies them. His gaze fixes on one of those tiny creatures, and he reaches out a hand, gently cupping the small bug in his palm. He pauses, his hands clenching, a bitter thought escaping him as he reflects on a life spent entirely within these confines. His grip loosens, the stark reality of his basement prison pressing in. Only 2 days remain, the single bulb above casting a harsh light on his isolation. Trapped, and without even a name to call his own. He considers how most people begin. Their self-introduction with a name, a simple act denied to him. He still doesn't know his own name, a fact that gnaws at him, because he was never called by one. A name he feels he should have. He was separated from his mother shortly after birth, yet he can still tell from a faded picture that she was holding him as a baby. A memory that brings a flicker of hope to his otherwise bleak existence. He must have been loved, he thinks, but the older man standing before him cuts through the thought with a chilling declaration: she's dead. The man's hand gestures dismissively as he clarifies, your mom, that is. Chains rattling around his wrists, Unsu's eyes widen in shock and anger, demanding, what do you mean? The older man's smile widens, a cruel glint in his eyes as he delivers the final blow, by jumping off a bridge. Unsu trembles, his eyes wide with horror as the man's chilling laughter echoes through the confined space. Unsu's face contorts into a manic grin, his hands raised as if in triumph. As he recalls the moment his restraints were removed, a surge of unfamiliar excitement washing over him. He stares through the cold bars at the man beyond, a man he identifies as his father, yet also the deranged captor who imprisoned him, questioning the identity of this figure, both parent and tormentor. Every exit, from the heavy door to the small window, is secured, ensuring his complete inability to escape. The long, desolate corridor stretches before him, leading only to a door fortified with multiple, intricate locks. All the keys to his confinement, a heavy, jangling bunch. They rest securely within his father's grasp. A chilling smile spreads across his father's face as he reassures Unsu. Don't worry, I will never send you outside. Standing before the chained Unsu, his father continues, his voice laced with cruel intent. Haven't I told you the reason why your mother chose to die by jumping off? The words strike Unsu with devastating force, his face contorting in shock as his chained hand trembles uncontrollably. His father's words echo, conjuring images of a past fear, a small, trembling hand holding a cookie, as if even simple comforts couldn't soothe the terror. He remembers the fear in her eyes, the very world she inhabited, a place of constant dread. This profound fear, a burden as heavy as the entire earth, was something she carried alone. She knew, deep down, that an apocalypse was coming. The father's hand gestures, as if to emphasize the point, that this impending doom was inevitable. He then looks down at Unsu, his voice dripping with false concern, insisting he isn't denying his mother's suicide, but rather, it was because he loved him. Unsu, his face contorted in anguish, finally speaks, his voice trembling as he declares he cannot watch his own son commit suicide. His father's expression hardens, a cruel smirk playing on his lips as he retorts, accusing Unsu of lying and questioning if his mother truly believed he was the cause of the apocalypse. He screams, demanding his father stop talking about his mother that way, but his father's gaze is unwavering, filled with a chilling disbelief. His father calmly continues, stating it doesn't matter if Unsu believes him or not, as he holds a book in his hand. This self-introduction, this truth, should never have seen the light of day. Unsu cries out in alarm, seeing his father ignite a lighter. With a flick, his father sets a stack of papers ablaze. The flames consume the documents, reducing them to ash within a metal basin. Curled on the floor, Unsu hears his father's voice, a cruel echo. Someone like you doesn't have the right to be unhappy, huh? His father's mocking smile confirms he heard Unsu's earlier despair. Unsu's teal eyes glow with a desperate intensity as his father commands him to follow, for it is time. He walks through a dimly lit, industrial corridor. It's the same path, the same hour, every day, a monotonous routine he shares with his father. In this confined space, there are no sounds of other life forms, only the oppressive silence. He reflects that they are the sole inhabitants of this vast, desolate basement. The rhythmic tap of his footsteps echoes through the emptiness, marking the continuation of their unchanging routine as his father observes him. Even the lectures are the same, a constant repetition of familiar words. Yet, a flicker of defiance ignites within him, his teal eyes glowing faintly, as he acknowledges the one thing that allows him to endure. It's the escape from this boring daily life. In the brief moments of freedom granted by his routine, he finds solace in the books from the basement library. Though confined to his underground world, Unsu finds solace in the vast library, immersing himself in countless stories. He is particularly drawn to tales of the world above. He imagines the warmth of the sun, a stark contrast to the cold, subterranean existence he knows. A deep yearning fills him, as he wishes to experience a peaceful, ordinary life and witness the world's beauty. He pictures himself running freely through sun-drenched fields and longs for human connection, hoping to find friends in that vibrant, unknown world. But above all else, he yearns for the simple, shared moments he observes in his books. The intensity of his longing becomes almost unbearable, a silent scream of frustration escaping him as he clenches his fist. Meanwhile, his father discovers a book, one that speaks of the very outside world Unsu dreams of. He grins, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "Kiki, how pathetic," he sneers, his voice dripping with disdain. "Do you still have a lingering attachment to the outside?" Standing over the kneeling boy, he reiterates, "I've told you that you can't ever go up outside." His eyes widen behind his glasses as he continues his grim prophecy. When the apocalypse comes, the world will be filled with suffering and blood. And only Absolute will spare the end, he declares, looking down at Unsu. "It seems you still haven't realized that this basement is the only place you're safe." Again, the same lie, Unsu thinks, his teal eyes wide with a mixture of despair and defiance. All that talk about the apocalypse coming, or whatever, he reflects, because of that absurd reason, he's locked me in here for the entirety of my life, and continued to torment me through physical abuse, until I forgot this world, and what? But a faint hope flickers as his bare foot touches something small and broken on the cold floor. His father, ever the manipulator, continues his twisted narrative, asserting that the apocalypse is not yet over, and that the time for their escape has not yet come. Unsu, however, looks up with a glint of defiance, knowing he must simply bide his time and wait for the opportune moment. The father's words hang heavy in the air, a constant reminder of his control, especially when he drops his guard, a moment Unsu keenly observes. It is then, when his guard is down, that he becomes utterly defenseless. A faint sound echoes through the sterile environment. As Unsu finds himself chained, his body racked with effort, a vibrant green aura flaring around him as he struggles against his bonds. His father watches, his voice laced with condescension, asking if he's already tired, reminding him that he won't survive the apocalypse if he can't even endure this. Despite the torment, Unsu continues his grueling training, pushing through exhaustion with heavy weights pressing down on his back. His father observes the aftermath of the brutal training, a heavy thud echoing through the room. Unsu lies on the cold floor, utterly spent, a pained groan escaping his lips. His hand weakly extends, seeking something, anything, to grasp. As he looks up, a hand reaches down towards him. It is his father, standing impassively above him, a set of keys clutched in his hand. Unsu stares, bewildered, as his father's hand remains extended, prompting him to question why he would offer assistance now. The keys clatter to the ground, a small, metallic sound echoing in the silence. Before he can react, his father grabs his arm, pulling him forcefully upright. Unsu's legs dangle uselessly as he is hoisted to his feet, the stark reality of his father's help settling in. He endures another grueling training session, his father's voice echoing with a chilling lesson about human nature. He warns that if someone extends a hand, one should never trust them. Unsu stands hunched and defeated, as his father continues, emphasizing that humans are the most dangerous. He explains that in the apocalypse, this is why he has trained Unsu, teaching him combat. Holding a set of keys, his father states that when Unsu inevitably encounters another human, he must be able to protect himself. Unsu lies exhausted on the ground, the keys now seeming like a cruel mockery as his father concludes that he will always be alone. His father reaches down, asking if Unsu believes he is finished for the day, while Unsu's inner voice desperately hopes for an end to the torment. Unsu's eye snaps open, wide with a mixture of fear and profound exhaustion. He is then roughly pulled to his feet, his father's final, damning word echoing through the desolate room. Carelessness. He tumbles through the air, a consequence of his father's relentless assault, as the man thinks to himself. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Another impact sends him reeling, his body absorbing the blows. As his feet finally touch the ground, he realizes this is his chance, thinking, when my dad drops his guard entirely, he'll kill him in his careless lapse. Then he'll grab the keys and escape from here. His eyes glowing with a fierce, emerald light, he realizes his plan worked. A blur of motion and a glint of steel as a small knife flashes towards his target. The father's eyes widen in shock as the blade stops just shy of his neck, a sudden, unexpected reversal. The man, now restrained, seems to bear the weight of his son, Unsu, who stands behind him like a silent shadow. A single tear escapes his eye as a chilling realization dawns upon him. There was one mistake in this plan. His hands, bound by heavy chains, hang limply. He reflects on his own meticulous nature, acknowledging that his dad was someone who never dropped his guard at all, yet the cold steel of a knife at his throat proves him wrong, a stark testament to his son's unexpected cunning. A fleeting glimpse of a system interface, skills, stats, level-ups, flickers through his mind, before his memory settles on a single, stark command echoing from the past: never leave the basement. He remembers sitting across from his father, who would always insist, always rest here, a simple instruction among the few rules he had been given. But one rule stood above all others, the absolute truth of their existence. Rule number 1 of surviving the apocalypse: never leave the basement. His father's voice, stern and unwavering, reinforced the command, warning that there would be no world left for him to return to. Yet, as the gears of memory turned, a different thought emerged, a quiet lament. He had believed his father was different, the only one who could save him. His father, gazing out at the desolate landscape, had spoken of trying to find a safe place to rest, but all he saw was the inevitable end he had always known. So the command was absolute, a final, desperate plea. He must never leave the basement, never. But then, the memory shifts, and he finds himself on hands and knees, the world spinning as he slowly regains consciousness. He looks up to see his father's retreating form, realizing with a jolt that his dad had disappeared, leaving him behind. He remembers his father's disappearance, the only time such a thing had ever happened before. His father's stern voice echoes in his mind, a warning to never stray, and he knew instinctively that something was wrong. From the repetitive lifestyle of his confinement in the basement, to the current situation he couldn't understand, he knew instinctively that something huge was about to begin, and listening to his father's words was a good idea. Suddenly, a sharp sound cuts through his thoughts, and he reacts with a startled, wide-eyed, "Huh?" The sharp click of a lock echoes as a heavy door slowly swings inward, revealing a long, empty corridor. Eun-soo's eyes widen in disbelief, his bare feet planted firmly on the cold floor. Realizing this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he doesn't hesitate, sprinting down the hallway, knowing his father would have stopped him from escaping. But he's not here, and the city lights beckon from beyond the window, driving him forward with desperate resolve, the rhythmic thud of his bare feet pounding against the ground as he gasps for air. He continues his desperate flight, his body glowing faintly as he sprints through the narrow, metallic passage. Ahead, a tall ladder stretches upwards, disappearing into the darkness above. Reaching its base, he looks up, a surge of hope filling him as he realizes, I found it. With renewed determination, he begins to ascend, his hands gripping the cold rungs with a rhythmic thud, each step a struggle against exhaustion. As he climbs higher, a blinding light appears above, and he pleads, "Please, let that light be sunlight." He finally reaches the top, gazing up at the overwhelming brilliance, a circular opening to the world above. With a grunt of effort, he pulls himself through the narrow aperture, his body straining with a guttural cry. His bare feet land on a tiled surface with a soft thud, the cool ground a stark contrast to the confined space he just escaped. His face, illuminated by the intense light, turns upwards, taking in the vast, open sky. He bursts forth, the words escaping him in a gasp, "I made it out." Falling from a great height, he plunges into a world of blinding light and towering structures. The city sprawls beneath him, a dizzying expanse of glass and steel. With a series of muffled thuds, he lands amidst the blare of car horns and the rush of traffic. Disoriented, he takes in the unfamiliar sights and sounds, a cacophony of modern life. Suddenly, a man steps out of a white car, demanding to know, "What do you think you're doing in the road?" Eun-soo can only stare in confusion, while the driver mutters to himself, "It's an actual road. What's with this guy?" He's shaking his head at everything. He isn't sure if he's dreaming, having waited for this moment his entire life, yet still questioning if it's real. With a surge of adrenaline, he sprints forward. His only thought is to get as far away from the basement as possible, the city rushing past him. The sound of his own footsteps echoes his conviction. This freedom is what he's dreamed of his entire life. He can finally be free, and for the first time, truly experience it. Yet, the reality of it is something he couldn't have imagined, even if the door had simply opened. A sudden wave of confusion washes over him, leaving him with a single, pressing question. His legs continue to carry him forward, until he stops abruptly, wondering, why? He stands before the open door, a question echoing in his mind. How did it open? Was it merely a malfunction in the safety system? He wonders, before dismissing the thought entirely. The door wouldn't have opened due to a simple glitch, not with his father's meticulous nature. He wouldn't make such a mistake. A chilling realization begins to dawn on him, a terrifying what-if forming in his mind. The opening of the basement door was no accident. It was a deliberate act. His father's intent? No, that's impossible, he thinks, his face contorted in disbelief. The one who made the rule to never leave the basement was his father himself. He flinches at the thought, then a dark, almost manic laugh escapes him, a new resolve hardening his expression. Meanwhile, in a world far removed from his confinement, teenagers gather, their laughter echoing through a bustling common area. He sees children playing, their laughter echoing in the distance, a bright red balloon bobbing freely in the sky. As two boys race down a city street, their faces alight with joy. A group of teenagers gathers outside a shop, their casual chatter a stark contrast to his own isolated existence. And Eun-soo's expression hardens with the dawning realization that this is the world he was denied. He remembers the simple happiness of a boy with a red balloon, a girl by his side. A hand reaches out, almost grasping the string, but the red balloon drifts higher, slipping away. And the truth settles in his mind with chilling clarity. Everything his father had ever told him was a lie. The red balloon continues its ascent, a symbol of the peaceful, open world outside the basement, where other children gaze up at it with innocent wonder. A determined glint enters Unsu's eyes, a silent acknowledgement of the deception. The sun shines brightly in a clear blue sky, but a crimson orb hangs ominously in the distance, a silent harbinger. As if an apocalypse is approaching, the red orb grows larger, closer, yet the very idea just doesn't make sense. In stark contrast, the mundane world continues. More smiles, more casual conversation, a picture of everyday normalcy that Unsu was denied. Then, a sudden, violent blur of chaos erupts, figures falling and scattering in a terrifying, indistinct disaster. It is the end, a complete and utter collapse. A primal scream tears through the silence, a warning that finds them without any warning. Birds scatter from a dark, encroaching mass, fleeing an unseen terror. Yet, in another moment, two young people walk casually down a street, smiling, as if nothing has changed, as if the world is perfectly normal. He observes a schoolgirl, her hand clutching a cookie, a stark contrast to the very world she inhabits, as birds soar over a bustling city. Suddenly, above, a colossal red orb hangs ominously in the sky. It floats near a distant celestial body, tethered by an unseen force. Another planet emerges, bathed in the light of a rising sun. He and the driver look up, their faces etched with growing concern. His eyes widen in terror, reflecting the unfolding cosmic horror. A solitary planet drifts in the vast, dark expanse of space. On its surface, a strange, glowing structure emanates light into the darkness. The vision culminates in a swirling vortex of fiery, chaotic energy. As the vision deepens, he perceives a colossal, organic structure, resembling intertwined roots or tendrils. Its intricate form filling the void. Before it seems to twist and writhe against a pale sky, a low, guttural sound echoing through the ethereal space. Back in the car, Unsu's father lets out a pained groan, while the driver urges them to escape. But Unsu, staring wide-eyed, can only question the nature of the horrifying sight before him, his father's thoughts already turning to the inevitable. His father's mind drifts to the moon, a chilling thought that Unsu vehemently questions, demanding to know what he means. The vision then erupts into a blinding, chaotic light, as his father's voice echoes in his mind, asking if he can see it, and Unsu can only gasp in terror. The intense, radiant energy consumes everything, before coalescing into the horrifying visage of a monstrous, fanged maw, its single, glowing eye burning with malevolent intent. Unsu's eye, wide with sheer terror, reflects the monstrous image, the horror of the vision fully imprinted upon his mind. The monstrous entity from the vision continued to solidify, its fanged maw and glowing eyes emerging from the chaotic organic mass. A colossal, root-like body stretching into the unseen depths. The vision then dissolved into a maelstrom of swirling, organic structures, culminating in a blinding vortex of chaotic light. As the terrifying images faded, a new, equally unsettling reality came into view, a modern city, overshadowed by the impossible scale of a colossal, tree-like organic structure that pierced the clouds. Elsewhere, a man with multiple ear piercings stared intently at a stark warning etched into a wall, repeating the words aloud, "Never leave the basement." The full text of the rule was clear. This is a basic rule that best guarantees survival. Yet, a thoughtful expression crossed his face as he considered a crucial addendum. However, there is an exception. Meanwhile, a dark-furred dog, seemingly aware of this exception, peered curiously into an open manhole. A colossal, root-like structure, pulsing with an ominous red glow, erupts from the earth. Its tendrils, charged with raw power, tear through the surroundings with a deafening crash. The impact sends debris scattering into the air, as the destructive force continues its relentless assault. One thick tendril descends, reaching into the depths below. Meanwhile, a stark warning on a dusty blackboard declares that the old rule, "Never leave the basement," no longer applies. A security system confirms a remote command. The door is locked. Deep within the darkness, a warning blares. External life form detected, as grotesque figures with glowing eyes begin to stir. One of them lets out a guttural roar, its terrifying cry echoing through the confined space. Outside, a man, a woman, and a child look on with abject terror, their faces pale with fear. The colossal organic structure continues its terrifying ascent, glowing with an eerie light as it tears through the city's foundations and pierces the sky. Its intricate, root-like masses spread outward, dwarfing the distant figures who can only gaze up in horrified awe. Every glowing tendril and organic detail hints at an alien, terrifying power, a living nightmare made manifest. Below, the city descends into chaos, people scattering in every direction, their lives upended by the sudden, monstrous invasion. Amidst the panic, groups of civilians huddle together, their faces etched with pure terror, one woman letting out a choked cry of disbelief. Suddenly, dark, hair-like tendrils rustle into view, beginning to envelop a man whose eyes are wide with abject horror. He lets out a guttural scream, his mouth agape as the tendrils tighten their grip around him. Helpless, he collapses to the ground, completely overwhelmed as the monstrous tendrils consume him. The tendrils coalesce, forming a grotesque, gaping maw with glowing red eyes, swallowing him whole with a sickening gulp. A group of onlookers stares upward, their expressions a mix of concern and confusion as something unseen unfolds above them. Suddenly, a car mirror shatters and falls, signaling a violent disturbance. Then, a head, or perhaps a hairpiece, is violently torn, splattering blood across the scene. The impact sends debris and blood scattering, hitting the ground with a sickening force. A severed head rolls to a stop near someone's feet, a chilling testament to the sudden brutality. Two men stare in wide-eyed horror, their faces reflecting utter disbelief at the gruesome sight. Their shock quickly gives way to raw terror, mouths agape and silent screams as the reality of the situation sinks in. The realization dawns on the wider crowd, and a wave of panicked screams erupts as they scramble to escape the unseen threat. The civilians flee in a desperate rush, their cries of "What is that thing?" echoing through the chaos, urging each other to move aside. The screams of the fleeing populace echo through the streets, a desperate chorus of terror. Unaware of the unfolding disaster, Eun-soo walks through the chaos, lost in the rhythm of his music. Around him, the stampede of panicked citizens intensifies, their faces contorted in fear as they rush past. Finally, a flicker of confusion crosses his face as he glances back, then looks up, sensing the true scale of the disturbance. Suddenly, a colossal organic mass slams into the ground with devastating force, sending bodies and debris flying in every direction. The impact shatters the very earth, cracking the pavement and sending shockwaves through the street. The monstrous entity hunches over its point of impact, its rocky exterior grinding with an ominous sound. Then, with terrifying speed, it lunges forward, a blur of destructive power. The remaining civilians, including Eun-soo, scatter in sheer terror, their desperate screams swallowed by the growing chaos. He stares, his teal eyes wide with dawning horror, as the very world he knew begins to crumble around him. The monstrous, organic mass continues its relentless advance, a terrifying blur of spiky flesh. It whips through the air, a whirlwind of destruction. With each impact, bodies are flung into the sky, mere ragdolls against its immense power. Another figure is sent hurtling through the air, as the creature's single, glowing yellow eye watches the chaos unfold. Amidst the carnage, a desperate voice cries out, pleading for someone to call the police. The sheer terror is etched onto every face, a silent scream of disbelief. Eun-soo is swept up in the mass hysteria, the collective screams of the crowd echoing his own fear. He fumbles for his phone, desperate for a connection, but the lines are dead, the world cut off. He stares upward, a dark, ominous mass hanging in the sky above the city. A gasp escapes him, his face etched with disbelief and fear. The world outside his window is bathed in an unnatural, hazy light, as if signaling the end. A chilling voice then echoes, when the apocalypse comes. Continuing the grim prophecy, only heaps of ashes will be left behind. Below, a crowd of people gather, their gazes fixed on the sky, some pointing in terror. The ground is littered with destruction, a monstrous limb tearing through the remnants of life. His eye widens, reflecting the sheer horror of the unfolding catastrophe. The colossal, organic entity looms, its dark form a harbinger of utter devastation. He watches, helpless, as the very world around him begins to unravel, the ominous declaration of the apocalypse echoing through the air, as he and another figure gaze up at the unfolding horror. A piercing scream rips through the chaos, a woman's face contorted in pure terror. The world he knew is gone, replaced by a desolate, ruined landscape. A cataclysmic force radiates outwards, obliterating everything in its path. The destruction has already begun. A colossal, organic entity looming over the crumbling remnants of civilization, its immense form a harbinger of doom. Buildings collapse with deafening roars, the city dissolving into dust and rubble. The very fabric of reality seems to tear apart, as the world is consumed by the cataclysm. A colossal, gnarled structure, resembling an immense root or vine, pierces the sky, dominating the desolate landscape of a ruined city. Its organic mass intertwines with the skeletal remains of buildings, a stark testament to a world irrevocably changed. On the ground below, Eun-soo looks up at the devastation, a chilling realization dawning on him. His father had been right when he spoke of the coming apocalypse. He hunches over, the weight of that truth settling heavily, understanding what that would truly mean. As he watches a terrified crowd flee in the distance, a new, horrifying thought surfaces. Was his father right about that too? Their screams echo as a monstrous, tentacled creature lashes out, tearing through the panicked civilians. Eun-soo stands frozen, witnessing the brutal reality of the new world unfold before him. The world around him erupted in a cacophony of destruction, unseen forces tearing through the urban landscape. Buildings crumbled and figures were thrown through the air, the ground itself seeming to buckle under the relentless assault. Amidst the terror, a fleeting image of a hand offering a simple cookie flashed through his mind, a stark contrast to the brutal reality of the world she once inhabited. Back in the present, Eun-soo recoiled, a choked gasp escaping him as the full horror of the situation crashed down. Nearby, an older man with glasses reached out desperately, his face etched with alarm as he tried to pull someone to safety. Unsu's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind struggling to comprehend how such a catastrophe could unfold. From above, the street was a tableau of terror. Bodies lay strewn across the pavement, while the living screamed and scattered in every direction. The older man's voice cut through the din, a desperate plea for everyone to keep moving, to run for their lives. Driven by sheer terror, Unsu turned and fled, his face a mask of primal fear as he joined the desperate scramble for survival. Still reeling from the sudden chaos, he sprints through the streets, a desperate scream tearing from his throat. Suddenly, a grotesque, multi-limbed creature with glowing red eyes lunges from the shadows. It's Mangarecap. The sight sends a fresh wave of terror through him, and he redoubles his efforts, his frantic cries echoing. He glances back, his heart pounding, the monstrous threat still looming. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, he pushes onward, his gaze darting over his shoulder. The devastation around him grows, shattered buildings and smoke-filled air revealing the true scale of the catastrophe. Just as he rounds a corner, an older man shoves him violently, shouting, "Over here!" The unexpected push sends him tumbling over the edge of a broken walkway. He plummets downward, a final, desperate plea for help escaping his lips. The city was a maelstrom of terror, civilians scattering in every direction, their screams echoing through the ruined streets. Amidst the devastation, a colossal, multi-limbed monster stood as a grim monument to the destruction. Meanwhile, Unsu plummeted through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. He looked up, catching a final glimpse of the old man who had pushed him, a chilling command to hurry up, still ringing in his ears. A primal scream tore from his throat, the sheer terror of the fall overwhelming his senses. Debris rained down around him, a chaotic symphony of destruction. The city stretched out below, a vast, broken landscape, as he continued his uncontrolled descent. He hurtled past the skeletal structure of a bridge, the wind whistling past his ears. His eyes wide with unadulterated fear, he braced for the inevitable impact. The monstrous entity continues its relentless advance, a colossal mass of destruction tearing through the city, reducing buildings to rubble with a deafening rumble. Caught in its path, a civilian screams in terror as they are mercilessly crushed beneath the overwhelming force. Amidst the chaos, Unsu and another man sprint through the crumbling streets, the man urging him to run, knowing their situation is dire. An aerial view reveals the grim reality. A distant bridge is the sole remaining path to escape the city's destruction. The monstrous mass continues its inexorable crawl, a living tide of destruction engulfing everything in its path. More buildings crumble, adding to the growing mountain of debris as the entity expands its reach. Unsu pushes himself harder, his legs burning as he tries to outrun the encroaching horror, the crushing sounds echoing behind him. The monstrous mass grinds forward, its grotesque texture visible as it devours the city block by block. With a pained grunt, Unsu and his companion continue their desperate flight, exhaustion and fear etched onto their faces as the city collapses around them. He and his companion continue their desperate sprint, but the monstrous pursuers are gaining, their terrifying forms closing in on the distant bridge. The massive entity looms, its grotesque features a harbinger of destruction. And with a thunderous impact, a colossal limb slams into the ground, sending tremors through the very earth. The force of the blow nearly catches him, a sharp cry escaping his lips as he barely avoids a direct hit. A guttural groan of pain rips from his throat, the shockwave rattling his entire body. He knows he can't keep running, a fierce determination hardening his gaze as he realizes he must confront the threat head-on. Turning to face the behemoth, he raises a large, round object, preparing for an unexpected counterattack. The monster continues its relentless advance, its massive form scraping and tearing at the ruined ground. Another sweeping claw lashes out, aimed directly at him as the bridge remains tantalizingly close in the distance. The unnamed companion, still reeling from the monster's relentless pursuit, curses under his breath, his legs trembling with exhaustion and fear as he continues to flee. His face contorts in a mask of pure terror, the weight of the chase pressing down on him. Behind them, the monstrous entity closes the distance, its immense mass causing the very ground to shudder with each heavy impact. The tremors intensify, a rhythmic pounding that signals its unstoppable advance. From above, the creature appears as a dark, organic torrent, consuming the path as it barrels forward. Meanwhile, Unsu, having made his decision, clutches the oversized cookie, a grim determination setting on his features as he realizes he must act quickly. He grimaces, acknowledging the instinct to run, but knowing that further escape is futile as the monster's shadow looms large over the abandoned vehicles. Ahead, the imposing structure of a bridge stretches into the night, a stark reminder that the more he runs, the more he understands the inescapable truth of his situation. Clutching a large cookie, Unsu feels the very world he inhabits shrinking around him, a desperate thought echoing in his mind. No matter how much he runs, he simply cannot escape them. Curled on the ground, defeated, he remembers a voice from his past. The stern gaze of an older man with glasses looking down at him. The memory shifts to them walking together, the man urging him to go, while Unsu's younger self insists he cannot run. The man's words echo clearly. He will be able to run away by himself. The memory fuels his current flight. A renewed determination hardening his expression as he realizes, that's right. He continues to run, the man's final instruction still ringing in his ears. Just run. You. He clutches the cookie, his mind reeling with the bitter thought that he was always ignored anyway. His face, streaked with dirt, reflects a past moment of utter despair. As a voice from that memory cuts through the silence, demanding to know why he isn't getting up. Startled, he can only manage a bewildered, what? The voice presses on, its tone sharp and insistent. I should be asking you, why are you running? He thinks to himself that even if he runs, he can't hide far, but the older man's voice cuts through his despair, assuring him, you can survive. I have a plan. Unsu's eyes widen in disbelief, questioning, what? There's no way, you have a plan. The memory then reveals the face of the older man, his expression calm and resolute. He remembers the desperation, the fear etched across his own face, and the grim resolve on the older man's. Their hands had clasped, a silent promise passing between them, before the man had abruptly seized him, pulling him close. Run, the older man had commanded, his grip firm on Unsu's hand, prompting Unsu to demand, even tell me your plan, his hand clenching in frustration. Standing before the ruined bridge, the older man had declared, there's no way to escape using the bridge for now. Unsu, however, had simply replied, I got. With a sudden push, the older man had sent him forward. Watching as Unsu fled, leaving the man behind amidst the wreckage. He continues to run, a blur of motion through the confined space, his momentum carrying him forward with desperate speed. But then, a sudden, jarring halt, as something unexpected catches his attention, pulling a sharp, questioning gasp from him. He turns, his gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos ahead. A single, bewildered question escaping his lips as he takes in the impossible sight. The very ground beneath him begins to crack and tear apart, a deafening sound of splintering rock filling the air. Massive chunks of the structure plummet downward, each impact shaking the very foundations of the world. Before him lies not a path to safety, but a panorama of utter devastation, a city reduced to rubble under a desolate sky. The bridge he was meant to cross now hangs in ruins, its broken segments twisting into the abyss below. The bridge, once a path to safety, now lies in shattered ruins, a gaping chasm separating him from any hope of escape. A low rumble echoes across the desolate landscape, revealing a world torn apart, with vast cracks scarring the earth as far as the eye can see. Above, the sky itself seems to have fractured, with massive chunks of land now floating aimlessly amidst the clouds, a testament to the cataclysmic event. Standing at the precipice of this new, broken reality, Unsu can only stare, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief at the sheer scale of the devastation before him. Amidst the chaos, a single, desperate question escapes his lips, a plea into the void. Amidst the desolate ruins of a city, Unsu stands alone, his gaze sweeping over the destruction. A flicker of disbelief crosses his face as he realizes it truly happened, but why did the bridge collapse? A thought sparks in his mind, wondering, could this be it? Could he actually survive, now that he has a plan? He stares at a massive, ruined structure, the question echoing in his mind. Was this the plan he was talking about? His expression hardens, a mix of confusion and anger, as he silently demands to know why they went to such an extent. His voice, though internal, carries the weight of years of suffering, accusing them of torturing him his entire life. He clenches his fists, the frustration evident in his stance, wondering why now, after all this time. A guttural sound escapes him, a raw expression of his inner turmoil. He survived. But now, he wondered, what was he surviving for? Everything he had imagined for a life above ground. All his hopes for a brighter future simply disappeared. A peaceful life. The beauty of the ground above. And everything else. All gone. His mind drifts back to a burning memory, a woman engulfed in flames, her serene face a stark contrast to the inferno, a vision of his only goal. Sweat beads on his brow, as the weight of that past and his present reality presses down. Tears well in his eyes, a silent question forming on his lips, a desperate plea he had always wanted to ask. Another memory surfaces, a man with glasses, his voice echoing in Unsu's mind, wondering why he had gone so far to save him. Chains bind his wrists, his body hunched in despair. As his anguished cries escape, questioning what in the world he is supposed to live for. His chained arm hangs heavy. And with a final, guttural scream, he curses this hellish world. But just as despair threatens to consume him entirely, a hand reaches out, its touch a sudden, unexpected presence against his chained wrist. A silent scream tears through him, sweat beading on his skin as the weight of his existence presses down. His hands clench into desperate fists, a futile attempt to grasp at something, anything, in the face of overwhelming despair. He looks up at the desolate sky, his body a small, defiant point against the vast, ruined landscape, still clenching his fist in a desperate plea. One hand reaches out, trembling, while the other remains tightly clenched, caught between a desperate plea for help and a refusal to surrender. His hands stretch out in a final, desperate gesture, his teal-green eye wide with a terror that threatens to consume him. The world narrows to that single, terrified gaze, reflecting the abyss he feels within. Alone amidst the ruins of a forgotten city, he sits, a solitary figure lost in the vastness of his own despair. Just as he succumbs to the crushing weight, a hand descends from above, its sudden appearance catching his wide, desperate eye. A guttural scream escapes him as the hand reaches out, his own hand instinctively rising to meet it, a gasp of shock and pain tearing from his throat. Still reeling from the depths of his despair, Unsu struggles on the ground, a guttural sound escaping him. He cries out in anguish, his body racked with pain or fear. His teal eyes widen in terror as something unseen approaches. A hulking, dark-skinned monster with glowing red eyes looms over him, its massive form casting a terrifying shadow. It raises a colossal arm, poised to strike the vulnerable boy. But before the blow can land, an unseen force slams into the monster, sending it hurtling backward in an explosion of debris. It flies through the air, a blur against the ruined cityscape. With a thunderous crash, the creature impacts the ground, its form collapsing as Unsu watches, still prone. The monster lies defeated, its body dissolving into wisps of smoke. Clutching a cookie, his mind drifts to the very world she inhabited. Even as a new, grotesque monster looms over him, its glowing eyes fixed on his prone form, a chilling realization settling in. There's no escape from this creature. Resigned, he accepts his fate, believing he's about to die. But then, a brilliant, star-like light erupts from the darkness, blinding and powerful. His hand trembles, a memory of his despair flashing through his mind. He had believed he had nothing left. His fingers twitch, a silent testament to the shock coursing through him. His eyes wide with disbelief and confusion, staring at the aftermath. His hand reaches out, a single question forming in his mind. Why are you? Still reeling from the despair of his situation, he clutches a crumpled note, his mind racing, wondering why someone would tell him his mother was alive now, of all times. Suddenly, a low rumble echoes through the desolate landscape. A monstrous growl accompanying the sight of a massive, scaly limb descending into view. Unsu, utterly drained, hunches over, his body heavy with fatigue. Yet, a flicker of resolve ignites within him as he slowly lifts his gaze. Tears welling in his eyes as a desperate plea forms in his heart. He wants to live. Standing firm amidst the ruins, he vows not to give up, determined to do whatever it takes to survive and find his mother. But his resolve is immediately challenged as the monstrous creature fully reveals itself, its glowing red eyes fixed on him, a guttural growl rumbling from its maw. The sight leaves Unsu wide-eyed and utterly stunned, a single thought echoing in his mind. That's not possible at all. That's right, the older man confirms, his voice steady. He continues, explaining that since the apocalypse began, humanity has been powerless to prevent the inevitable, a stark reality that lands with a heavy impact. Even if they tried, he insists, there would be no stopping it. As Unsu listens, his expression growing increasingly troubled. A wave of distress washes over him, the weight of the words settling heavily. A sudden, crushing realization dawns, making him question everything. If what he's hearing is true, Unsu wonders, his voice filled with desperation, then what hope is there? The older man's words echo, forcing Unsu to confront the terrifying question. Should he simply accept his own death? Standing before the monstrous entity, its shadowy form looming, he faces the embodiment of that grim reality. A man with dark, short hair and glasses looks on, his expression unreadable. As another, younger man with swept-back hair and earrings leans in close. His voice sharp with accusation. Have you forgotten everything? The words echo in Unsu's mind, twisting his face into a mask of anguish and despair. But then, a fierce resolve ignites within him, his teal-green eye burning with an inner light. He moves with blinding speed. Leaping into the air, a flurry of glowing particles trailing behind him as he closes the distance to the monstrous, rocky foe. With a powerful, mid-air kick, he strikes the creature, sending cracks spiderwebbing across its form as it begins to crumble into dust. Despite his recent surge of power, Unsu is suddenly overwhelmed, a guttural scream tearing from his throat as a terrifying vision grips him. His body convulsing as he cries out once more, a monstrous presence looming over him within the confines of his mind. A stern, aged face appears, its voice echoing with an undeniable truth. You're different from ordinary humans. Unsu's legs tremble uncontrollably, the words striking him to his core. The voice continues, pressing the weight of his unique existence upon him. The biggest difference between you and them. Unsu's face contorts in anguish as the words sink in. Is that you? The vision shifts to a lone sword plunged into the earth, a stark symbol of the harsh reality he faces. Know how to survive. The weight of the revelation, the burden of his difference, settles heavily upon Unsu, his face etched with profound distress and sweat beading on his brow. The mental assault leaves him visibly shaken, his body still drenched in sweat from the sheer intensity of the experience. Finally, the vision recedes, leaving Unsu collapsed amidst scattered debris, exhausted and defeated by the truths forced upon him. He stands ready, sword gripped tight, as a voice echoes in his mind, reminding him of his training and experience. A low growl rips through the air, and he braces himself for the onslaught. The monstrous creature roars, its presence overwhelming, as the voice continues to press him, demanding he utilize everything he's learned until now. He lunges forward, meeting the beast head-on, his training and experience guiding every move. With a flurry of motion, he strikes, the impact echoing through the mental space. He stands poised, the voice now emphasizing the crucial role of survival knowledge. The monster's spiky hide seems impenetrable, as it lets out another defiant roar, challenging him to do everything he can. With a blur of speed, he moves again, ready to push past his limits. He continues his desperate struggle, leaping with a knife drawn, determined to survive against the towering, glowing monster. His teal eyes narrow with intense focus, as the monster's fiery gaze bears down on him. But with a sudden, crushing impact, the monster's massive fist descends, forcing him to react instantly. The sheer scale of the beast is overwhelming. The world lay in ruins, a desolate landscape of shattered buildings and crumbling infrastructure stretching as far as the eye could see. Dust motes danced in the hazy air, illuminated by a pale, indifferent sun, casting long shadows over the skeletal remains of a once bustling city. Amidst the wreckage, life persisted, though barely, a stark testament to the sudden, brutal end of civilization. Two young men sat among the debris, their faces etched with weariness, observing the silent, broken world around them. Unsu sighed, a quiet frustration in his voice, wondering why, after all this time, no one had come to help. His companion, however, offered a more pragmatic, if grim, perspective, suggesting that they might need to take matters into their own hands soon. A heavy silence followed, punctuated only by the distant sounds of the ruined city, as the two contemplated their next move. Amidst the silent, crumbling ruins, a voice breaks the stillness, wondering if the other feels like saying anything either. Unsu, lost in thought, is brought back to reality as his companion calls out, asking what he's looking at. The companion observes that Unsu is starting to look unrecognizable, to which he simply asks, why? The companion, looking distressed, insists that he himself is not changing. As they descend a crumbling staircase, Unsu calmly states that he can't say he minds the change. His companion, however, is more concerned with immediate survival, admitting he might end up dying of hunger at this point. Unsu turns to him, a slight question in his voice, as the companion looks away. As they emerge into a wider expanse of ruins, Unsu asks if they've already checked that area, to which his companion confirms they have, but found no food anywhere. Unsu acknowledges this grim reality, then declares they must find food if they don't want to stay here indefinitely. As the companion looks on, Unsu remains silent, lost in thought. His companion, however, speaks with renewed determination, insisting there's still one place he hasn't checked. He vows to check again, urging Unsu not to give up, his voice filled with a desperate hope. Looking at the man's unwavering resolve, Unsu quietly offers his thanks. The companion then recounts the grim reality of their world, where humanity's memories were erased by monsters, leaving no one willing to help them. Yet, he praises Unsu, acknowledging him as the only one who has shown such willingness to help, calling him a truly great kid. Unsu humbly dismisses the compliment, claiming he's not that great, but his companion quickly interjects, urging them both to keep hoping and strive to get out of there alive. With a renewed sense of purpose, Unsu turns and walks away, leaving his companion behind. The desolate ruins of the city stretch out before him, a stark reminder of the challenge that lies ahead. He walks through the desolate ruins, accompanied by another survivor. The red-haired man asks if he's managed to find any food anywhere. Unsu turns to face him. As the red-haired man confirms, he found some between some ruins earlier. A young woman with bright yellow hair exclaims in surprise, while the red-haired man holds up a small, torn bag. He admits he's unsure if the contents are edible, explaining that a friend had mentioned having some and promised to share if he helped him, prompting the yellow-haired girl to question his words. He then reveals his friend is no longer present, sharing this information because of the help he received, and the yellow-haired girl immediately offers to assist in finding the missing friend. Meanwhile, a bald man nearby touches his head, confused, unable to recall any such events. The red-haired man, with a determined expression, declares his intention to help them all. The bald man stands in profile, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suddenly, a hand reaches down, and the yellow-haired girl lets out a startled cry. The bald man challenges, "Why don't you go ahead and try? Won't it be nice to catch me anyway?" The yellow-haired girl sprints away, her legs blurring as she flees, while Unsu and the red-haired man watch her departure. She glances back, a desperate realization dawning on her face, muttering, "It's pointless." The bald man, seemingly unconcerned, boasts, "If there's one thing I'm good at, it's running away." He sighs, a hint of annoyance in his voice. This little brat." Footsteps pound the ground, accompanied by a monstrous roar. Both the red-haired man and the bald man flinch, their eyes wide with sudden alarm. He and the bald man stood frozen, their eyes wide with alarm, as the chilling sound of a scream echoed through the desolate ruins. Still reeling from the sound, he questioned if it was truly a scream, while the bald man, regaining some composure, wondered if it had come from far away. A wave of relief washed over the bald man, his expression softening as he concluded it was nothing to be scared of. Meanwhile, amidst the scattered debris, the yellow-haired girl huddled on the ground, a picture of utter despair. Her head bowed. She seemed to have given up all hope. A cruel laugh erupted from the bald man, his voice dripping with mockery as he recalled her earlier confidence. He continued to taunt her, calling her a wuss and challenging her to run with her shaky legs. Overwhelmed by fear and humiliation, the yellow-haired girl trembled, burying her face in her arms. Her entire body shook uncontrollably, a clear sign of her profound terror. The bald man greets her return with a casual, almost dismissive tone, as the yellow-haired girl responds with a quiet, defeated affirmation. He then presses her, asking if she had looked around, to which she again confirms, her voice barely above a whisper. His expectant, almost mocking, and hangs in the air, as her face contorts with visible distress, unable to meet his gaze. He casually holds a half-eaten cookie, seemingly unconcerned by her obvious turmoil. Finally, she admits, her voice heavy with resignation, "I couldn't find anything." Her expression shifts to one of bitter self-reproach, muttering, "Oh, really? I guess I'm not." The bald man offers a patronizing smile, hands raised in a gesture of false comfort, declaring that their survival is paramount, and as long as they are alive, they can always look for what was lost. But as he continues his hollow assurances, a massive, purple, rock-like monster looms directly behind him, its grotesque form emerging from the rubble, unnoticed by the bald man, but filling the yellow-haired girl with abject terror. A heavy, rumbling sound echoes through the ruins. The desolate ruins stretched out, a landscape of crumbling stone and scattered debris. Still reeling from the shock, the yellow-haired girl lay on the ground, a desperate apology escaping her lips. Above them, a single, malevolent red eye glowed from the rock monster's form, its gaze fixed on the terrified pair. The bald man, now fully aware of the colossal threat, cowered, his face contorted in pure horror. Both humans were paralyzed by fear, the girl's desperate apologies echoing in the sudden, dreadful silence. Then, with terrifying speed, the monster's massive hand snatched the yellow-haired girl from the ground, her scream of "I'm sorry" cut short. The bald man could only watch in disbelief, a choked "why" escaping his throat. Struggling against the crushing grip, the girl cried out, "I told you. I'm not a good." Her desperate cries faded as the monstrous hand lifted her higher, carrying her away into the desolate sky. As the monstrous presence looms, the red-haired man curses, demanding to know its origin, while the bald man shouts for them not to look back, urging them forward. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired girl, caught in a desperate flight, lets out a pained cry, unknowingly running directly towards the very creature pursuing her. The red-haired man, seeing her plight, coldly declares that if she's caught, they can simply use her as bait. The bald man suggests they can escape by veering to the side, but the red-haired man dismisses him as an idiot. Just then, a massive, stony hand lunges forward, its rough surface closing in on the terrified girl. She is snatched from the ground, her small form struggling against the immense grip as the monster's low growl rumbles around her. The rocky fingers clamp down tightly around her leg, holding her fast. Her face contorts in a silent scream of pure terror, her eyes wide with despair. Still caught in the monster's grasp, she thrashes against the glowing roots that bind her, her body twisting in a desperate struggle to break free. But the roots only pull her higher into the air. Then, a powerful, unseen force intervenes, and the yellow-haired girl suddenly finds herself free, landing hard on the ground as she looks back in stunned disbelief. Meanwhile, the red-haired man and the bald man continue their frantic escape, glancing over their shoulders as the bald man mutters, "If there's one thing I've learned about this game." Their eyes widen in horror as they realize the true scale of the threat, the bald man gasping, "In no way." She was. A colossal, crumbling structure looms in the distance, a terrifying testament to the monster's destructive power. As the yellow-haired girl, now safe on the ground, looks up towards the blinding light of the unfolding catastrophe. Still reeling from the monster's sudden appearance, the yellow-haired girl sits huddled, her eyes wide with terror, while behind her, Unsu remains slumped and unresponsive. He stirs slightly, a faint groan escaping his lips as he struggles against the lingering unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired girl's gaze snaps upward, her face contorted in renewed horror as a gnarled, root-like appendage from the colossal monster descends menacingly. She scrambles away from the immediate threat, her eyes falling upon Unsu's still form, a flicker of recognition and concern crossing her features. A hesitant question forms on her lips, wondering if he could possibly be alive after everything. But her attention is violently pulled back to the monster, as more of its grotesque roots writhe and crackle, tearing through the environment with destructive force. Overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the threat, she can only stare in wide-eyed terror, her body trembling. The monstrous roots continue their relentless advance, a symphony of cracking and tearing echoing through the desolate landscape. Amidst the chaos, Unsu's eyes slowly flutter open, his consciousness returning with a jolt. Still dazed, he remains supported by the terrified girl clinging to his back, as the relentless assault of the monstrous roots continues around them. A young woman with blonde hair stares down, her expression etched with deep concern. As a faint heartbeat echoes, and Eun-Soo's eyes snap open, a gasp escaping his lips as he realizes he's still alive. The blonde-haired girl recoils in shock at his sudden movement. While he struggles to push himself up, his body trembling. A pained groan escaping him as he questions why he alone has survived. The blonde-haired girl looks on, utterly bewildered by his words. As he remains on the ground, a chilling thought echoing in his mind, to keep humans far away from her. As the yellow-haired girl questions his cryptic words, he explains that he merely hid her in case the monster was able to reach them. He thinks to himself, if his father's words hold true, he won't be able to survive for long if he remains close to a human. His thoughts continue, acknowledging the cunning nature of such creatures, while the girl wonders how she is supposed to protect him. A sudden, guttural growl echoes, startling him, and he questions what the sound could be. A wave of intense hunger washes over him, causing him to curse under his breath. He recalls his last meal, days ago, realizing he has reached his absolute limit. He reflects on his efforts to conserve energy, only to find himself in contact with a human now. The yellow-haired girl, observing his distress, thinks to herself that she has nothing to offer him to eat. He sharply asks what she is talking about, to which she replies that she didn't even ask for anything. As he stares down at the small, round object, a group of hands reaches out, and a voice explains, so, in case you asked, I just... His gaze fixates on a large, chocolate chip cookie, a strange curiosity stirring within him as he wonders, what's that? The yellow-haired girl, seeing his confusion, begins to explain, but he cuts her off, his eyes wide with a sudden realization. What? Who did that human drop? He still can't quite grasp what the object is, but an instinctive pull draws him towards it, a primal hunger he can't ignore. The girl, observing his intense focus, tentatively asks, is that food? He ponders for a moment, considering the possibility, while she dismisses the idea with a light laugh, finding it absurd. She internally scoffs at his ignorance, thinking him an idiot for not recognizing something so basic, as he turns his head away, avoiding her gaze. His expression hardens, his voice filled with a deep-seated anger as he declares, lies. You think I'd believe a human? The girl recoils, surprised by his vehemence, as he continues, his eyes burning with conviction. You'd be wrong to think that what a human says is a lie. She had been wrong about him, the yellow-haired girl realized, finding him even more foolish than she had initially thought. Now, she was certain, judging by his behavior. Meanwhile, Eun-Soo's thoughts were consumed by the food, knowing he needed it, and if she wouldn't cooperate, he would have no choice but to take it. With a sigh, she simply offered it to him. It was rare for her to give away her food, she explained, noting how truly hungry he looked, especially since it was food. Eun-Soo, however, couldn't comprehend her actions, wondering why she would put her life on the line for something so trivial. But then she revealed her condition. He would have to pay her back tenfold, a debt he couldn't forget. So, she did have an ulterior motive, he thought, understanding her cunning nature, as humans truly were deceitful creatures. After consuming the cookie, Eun-Soo looked around, suddenly feeling alone, wondering where she had gone. Eun-Soo considers the girl's words, a faint memory stirring within him, though he can't quite grasp its meaning. She presses him, her voice tinged with impatience, asking why he doesn't know this place, this very world he lives in. A sigh escapes her as she realizes the depth of his ignorance, muttering about how she's stuck with an idiot who doesn't even know his own neighborhood. The ruined cityscape stretches out before them, a stark reminder of the world's changed state. The girl's frustration mounts as she looks at him, wondering how she ended up with such a clueless companion. A flicker of regret crosses her face, thinking that if she had known, she never would have shared her bread with him. Eun-Soo, oblivious to her internal struggle, asks why they need to go to the subway, to which she simply replies that it's safe there. He questions her further, and she explains that resources for survival are concentrated there. He clenches his fist, the weight of his ignorance pressing down on him, especially when considering the subway, a place he's been told is safe. His frustration mounts, as he realizes how much easier it makes things for monsters to destroy humanity. The yellow-haired girl, exasperated, can barely contain her annoyance, especially after his inability to recognize even simple bread earlier. As they finally arrive at a new location, she announces their destination, but he can only stare in confusion, feeling a strange familiarity with the place. He questions the safety of their supposed haven, recalling that the subway should be underground, and wonders if she's playing a trick on him. She snaps back, her voice rising, declaring that this is clearly not the subway, and that she's still trying to locate the entrance. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, a bald man shushes his red-haired companion, promising that if he helps, he'll be compensated. The bald man clarifies that he's not asking for money, prompting the red-haired man to demand his identity, only for the bald man to insist he's merely asking for a favor. Turning to leave, the bald man simply instructs him to follow, ignoring the red-haired man's suspicious query about his intentions, promising to reveal all once they arrive. Deep within the crumbling infrastructure, Eun-Soo and the yellow-haired girl continue their descent, navigating through the debris-strewn passages of what appears to be an underground shelter. As they move through the dimly lit corridors, the yellow-haired girl points ahead, confirming their destination is close. The air fills with the low murmur of many voices, a collective hum of activity from the people gathered within the shelter. Eun-soo's eyes widen in surprise as he spots a small child, who then calls out to an adult, "Mom, there are people here." He gazes at the assembled survivors, a mix of shock and wonder on his face, to think everything was hiding here, even now. The bald man, now in a moment of quiet reflection, recalls the past, stating, "I can't forget about that moment." He remembers a younger version of himself, standing before a massive, gaping hole in the ruined city, to think that I was strongly against it. Yet, despite his initial reservations, he eventually found this place, a refuge for the people fleeing the chaos. He reflects on the sheer fortune of his discovery, a stroke of luck that allowed him to sometimes venture to the surface for information. He had initially planned to establish a base in this subway station, but the sheer number of humans he found here was unexpected. His original intention was to use it as a simple outpost, but the reality of the situation was far more complex. He observed the powerless humans trapped in despair, their faces etched with hopelessness. He knew he needed to be careful, as the monsters wouldn't find him here, but humans who showed their true colors were another threat entirely. A man jostled past him, and he simply muttered, "Hey, move aside." And then there was Eun-soo, a strange human he couldn't quite get a read on. The more people there were, the more risk factors emerged, and among them, he knew there was no one who could truly put him in his place. Eun-soo walks away from a pile of defeated monsters, the weight of her precarious situation pressing down on her, knowing she is in constant danger. Her gaze remains distant, a quiet intensity in her teal eyes. Meanwhile, the bald man observes the scene, convinced he can instinctively identify those who pose a threat, much like the monsters on the surface. A sudden thought of her father causes Eun-soo to recoil, her body enveloped in a faint, pulsing blue glow. The bald man continues his assessment, dismissing the other survivors as utterly harmless, none of them radiating any sense of danger. He strides confidently through the makeshift shelter, certain that no one here could ever truly harm him, even if they were to become his adversaries. With a pointed finger and a wide grin, he muses, "Then what about my interests? I might be able to get anything much, but I can't have that." His smile widens, a chilling implication in his final word. "Then?" Eun-soo affirms, his expression still holding a hint of surprise. Then, a young woman with bright yellow hair steps forward, offering a cheerful introduction, declaring her name is Maru. The bald man considers her, a slight smile playing on his lips, remarking on her pleasant name, and noting her as a student from the same class in middle school. Eun-soo then asks Maru if she knows his school, to which the bald man confidently replies, "Of course." He explains that his hospital was located directly across from their school, near the shopping mall, a detail that makes Maru pause, wondering if there truly was a hospital there. As the bald man continues, his gaze falls upon Eun-soo's attire, a sudden shift in his tone as he points out the state of his clothes. Eun-soo's garments are visibly torn and tattered, his legs showing through the ragged fabric. The bald man's expression shifts to one of concern, a slight gulp escaping him, as he realizes the implications of his question, acknowledging it might have been foolish. Regaining his composure, he attempts to steer the conversation back, asking Eun-soo for his name. He asks the question again, his voice gentle, "What's your name?" Looking down, Eun-soo quietly admits, "I don't have one." Maru's eyes widen in surprise at the confession, while the bald man hums thoughtfully, processing the weight of Eun-soo's words. A reassuring smile spreads across his face as he tells Eun-soo, "You can tell me next time, haha. I hope you tell me once we've gotten closer." Suddenly, the rapid thud of footsteps echoes through the space, followed by a desperate shout of SSIR. The bald man's expression shifts to one of alarm as the voice continues, "I think things have gotten worse." Moments later, a red-haired man, visibly injured, collapses before him, his arrival bringing a new wave of urgency to the small group. The bald man exclaims, "You're here," as the injured man struggles to speak, his voice strained. "It's gotten." He gestures to his bloodied arm, explaining, "We temporarily stopped the blood last time, but it seems to be worsening much faster than we expected." His condition worsening, the bald man warns that without sufficient treatment, the infection will spread throughout the red-haired man's body. With a determined expression, he declares, "We must do it now," as he prepares his medical tools. He begins to disinfect the wound, a grim task in their harsh reality. Observing the procedure, Eun-soo reflects on the bald man's role, recalling that he had secretly read about doctors in a book, without his father knowing. He muses on the nature of such a profession, a job that exists to treat humans for a price. The bald man then asks, if that's the case, now that the apocalypse has happened, what price should he receive? He elaborates, asking, "What are you receiving as the price to treat humans?" Eun-soo, taken aback, questions, "The price? Do I have to receive such a thing?" Both the bald man and Maru look at him with wide-eyed surprise, clearly astonished by his innocent question. The bald man, focused on his task, continues to tend to the injured red-haired man, reminding himself that it is a doctor's job to treat those who are hurt. With a reassuring touch, he offers a quiet, "Don't worry," his expression a mix of concern and determination. A flicker of doubt crosses his face as he considers the severity of the situation, acknowledging that he has rarely failed a surgery before. The red-haired man, weakened but relieved, reaches out a hand, expressing his profound gratitude for the help. Watching the exchange, Eun-soo remains utterly confused, unable to comprehend why the man is thanking him, believing that helping someone is simply a doctor's inherent duty. His innocent mind struggles to grasp the concept, wondering if people receive payment or other rewards for such actions. Meanwhile, the red-haired man's condition is still precarious, with the bald man noting that it might worsen as the patient continues to express his heartfelt thanks. A close-up reveals the bald man's name tag, identifying him as veterinarian Hwang Byum. Hwang Byum, now resolute, prepares for the procedure, acknowledging that while it might hurt a little, it is a necessary pain. As Hwang Byum begins the procedure, the red-haired man cries out, pleading for him to stop, to undo whatever he's doing. Maru, observing the intense pain, questions if it's truly necessary, noting that the man's condition could worsen if he moves too much. Hwang Byum calmly explains that, without proper anesthesia, this is the only way to proceed. The red-haired man's screams intensify, his face contorted in agony. Hwang Byum, unfazed, warns him to calm down, explaining that his condition will only worsen if he struggles, reiterating the need for anesthetics they don't possess. Maru, understanding the grim reality, simply acknowledges the situation. The red-haired man, writhing in pain, can only beg for forgiveness, his voice strained. Eun-soo watches the scene unfold, a chilling realization dawning on him. He had been wrong. Humans, he concludes, are dangerous. Eun-soo collapses onto the floor of his room, a weary sigh escaping him as he finally returns home. His gaze drifting towards the window. He wonders what he should do next, the only thing he has left being a picture his father gave him. It's a photo taken during his childhood, and on the back, a note declares, "Mom's alive." But the search feels hopeless. He has no more clues to find her. Yet, whenever he looks at this particular photo, a sense of unease washes over him. It's because, in the background, there are unnatural-looking flowers. Their strange forms seem to glow with an eerie light. Even when he was in the basement, the flowers in the photo had seemed strange, but now, looking at them again, they felt even more unsettling. He had no information about them, yet he knew they held a key. If those unique flowers only grew in a specific place, then he might finally be able to pinpoint the exact location where the picture was taken. He needed to find that flower, but first, he had to identify what kind it was. Only then could he hope to locate its origin. A small voice broke his concentration, asking, "Is this photo really important?" A wave of unease washed over him. Later, a large cookie was offered, its surface glistening, but as he took a bite, a look of utter disgust contorted his features. Ugh, so bitter. He looks up, surprised to see a crowd of people, then quickly tries to excuse himself. But his father's stern voice cuts through the air, commanding them to begin. The father orders the group to send everything over, while Eun-soo, watching the scene unfold, feels a pang of guilt. Unable to hold back his protest, questioning why they're being treated like slaves, only for his father to sharply remind him of his place. His father's gaze intensifies, demanding his full attention. A wave of terror washes over Eun-soo, his eye widening in sheer dread. He stares at the people, a chilling realization dawning on him as a voice echoes in his mind, claiming the ability to peer into the depths of the human mind. His father's eye glows with an eerie yellow light, confirming the chilling power. And Eun-soo feels the invasive presence, seeing the hidden thoughts reflected in the eyes of those around him. Overwhelmed by the invasive thoughts, he curls into himself, a primal fear seizing his very being. The suffocating sensation of dread, a raw, unadulterated fear, consumes him entirely. As a monstrous shadow seems to loom over his trembling form. His father observes his son's distress, noting that he appears to be in a state of panic, as Eun-soo lets out a silent, agonizing scream. Standing over the boy, he declares that it always reveals itself. With a decisive motion, his father raises a hand, a faint yellow glow emanating from his palm, the air crackling with unseen energy. Nearby, the red-haired man, the yellow-haired girl, and the bald man recoil in terror, their faces contorted in horrified understanding as the father approaches. His eyes now glowing with an ominous yellow light, the father grabs Eun-soo by the hair, lifting him effortlessly from the floor. As Eun-soo screams in agony, his father's voice cuts through the terror, confirming his absolute control. That's right. Still reeling from the mental assault, Eun-soo remains frozen in terror on the floor, as his father's voice echoes in his mind, declaring this raw fear is exactly what he wanted to see. His father's eyes glow with an eerie, vibrant green as he presses further, demanding to be shown more. His face contorted in a menacing grin, he commands Eun-soo to reveal his true form, hidden deep within his soul. As his father's hand looms over him, Eun-soo can only think that he can't take any more of this. His father's gaze then sweeps over the other captives, a chilling smile spreading across his face as he realizes some people aren't here. The red-haired man and yellow-haired girl exchange worried glances, while the father's thoughts drift to the missing, an older friend, a boy, and a girl. The bald man wonders what happened, as the father's internal monologue continues. That guy is gone, but he should have naturally been here. A growl escapes his father's throat, his expression turning to fury as he curses the scoundrel, realizing they never could get that guy. The red-haired man looks away, thinking he should have known, while the father's mind races, observing the captives' faces and questioning, whose mana is this? Who is it? Even in his dreams, the memory of his past captivity lingers, as a younger Unsu overhears hushed whispers among the other prisoners, sensing a brewing plot. His father's menacing voice cuts through the air, demanding answers from the terrified boy, who can only scream in response, surrounded by the fear of his fellow prisoners. Suddenly, he jolts awake, submerged in darkness, the water muffling all sound. Disoriented, Unsu wonders if he had merely fallen asleep, his mind struggling to grasp his surroundings. A faint memory surfaces, a struggle to guard himself against monsters, and a realization that he hadn't rested properly in days. As he slowly regains his senses, a single question echoes in his mind. Where am I? He feels pressure beneath his foot. A single, desperate thought forms. He might be drowning. The murky water swirls around him, a silent, suffocating embrace. He feels himself being swallowed whole, the dark tendrils closing in around him, somehow already consuming him. Struggling against the suffocating grip, he thrashes, desperate to break free. The shadowy mass tightens around his hand, his face contorted in a silent scream of terror, as his outstretched hand is pulled deeper into the swirling darkness, until it's completely consumed by the vortex. A guttural cry escapes him, a raw sound of pure fear. Then, with a gasp, he jolts awake, sitting upright and disoriented, wondering if it was all just a dream, but the lingering dread tells him it felt far too real. As his vision clears, he finds himself on the ground, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, and a single question forms in his mind. Who are these people? As he struggles to comprehend his surroundings, a stern voice cuts through the air, informing him he has only 5 minutes to reach the center of the arena or face expulsion. The threat hangs heavy in the air, the word expelled echoing in his mind. The voice continues, urging him to run, warning that the consequences of not doing so would be dire. With no other option, he breaks into a desperate sprint. The man observing him muses aloud, wondering how he arrived, but quickly dismisses the thought, stating there's no time for explanations. As he runs, a single question forms in his mind. You're going to expel me? Suddenly, the man's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise or concern crossing his face. Meanwhile, Unsu halts, his hand instinctively going to his neck, a strange sensation drawing his attention. He continues to touch the spot, his confusion deepening. Unsu finds himself surrounded by a horde of pale, gaunt figures, their empty eyes fixed on him with an unsettling intensity. He reels back, a desperate question escaping his lips, as the reality of his situation sinks in. This isn't a game, but a brutal, twisted fun run, where he's the prey. Suddenly, a man with a chilling smile and glasses appears before him, commanding his attention, then declaring him the true enemy. Before Unsu can even react, a swift, brutal strike connects, sending him reeling. The impact throws him violently backward, a blur of motion and pain. The sinister man looms over him, mocking his fear, and reminding him of the 2-second ultimatum he'd ignored. He reiterates the warning, his voice dripping with menace. Lying on the ground, battered but defiant, Unsu glares up, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as he vows to take them all down. As Unsu struggles with his predicament, his father's voice cuts through the air, taunting him that the situation isn't as dire as he might believe, before pressing further, asking about the whereabouts of something important. Unsu's expression twists in confusion and dread, as his father continues to press him, demanding to know where it is. Then, with a cruel smirk, his father holds up a small, creased photograph, asking if this is what he's searching for. He explains that he hadn't expected to find anything significant, but this single photo was all that turned up. A wave of pure fury washes over Unsu, his voice a low growl as he warns his father not to put even a single scratch on the precious image. His teal eyes glow with an intense, murderous intent, the threat clear and unwavering. He will kill him. Ignoring the chilling warning, his father begins to slowly tear the photograph, the sound a cruel echo in the confined space. With a malicious grin, he continues to rip the image, declaring his intent to destroy it completely, as the red-haired man watches on. The photo is torn into pieces, its fragments scattering, a symbol of the psychological torment inflicted upon Unsu. Still reeling from the destruction of the photograph, he hears his father's mocking laughter, a cruel voice asking where all his confidence is gone, as if the very world he lived in had just been torn apart. Holding up the torn pieces of the picture, his father reiterates his denial, coldly stating, "I told you, I'm not your father. I'm not your father." A single tear escapes his glowing teal eye, as he can only whisper a desperate no, in response to the cruel words. His father continues, looking down at him with an unsettling gaze, claiming that when he looks into his eyes, he sees him, asserting that it's no different from the past, and that the shadow of his soul is so deep that he couldn't see anything within it. Turning to the red-haired man, his father instructs him, "We're going to keep watch over him." The red-haired man, holding the torn photo, questions the instruction, suggesting they forget it, and adding, "When you're keeping watch over him, don't let him see that photo." He further presses, asking if they really need to go that far for Eun-soo. But his father's response is a firm, "That's an order." To which the red-haired man reluctantly replies, "Ugh, all right, boss." A sinister smile spreads across his father's face as he declares, "Now that you've seen that, you'll be able to obey me," leaving the chilling implication of his words hanging in the air. His father's gaze lingers on the young woman, a cruel smile playing on his lips, muttering about the damn girl and how she could bring him a fortune. As the young woman tries to interject, confused by his words, he dismisses her with a wave of his hand, declaring that Eun-soo is the only one who matters. Determined, she steps forward, placing herself between Eun-soo and his tormentor, vowing not to let him harm her friend. His father merely smiles, a chilling promise in his voice, as two figures emerge from the shadows to seize the young woman, dragging her away while he assures her she'll be well taken care of. Left alone on the cold floor, Eun-soo lies motionless, his body trembling. His father leans down, a mocking concern in his tone, asking if he's all right. Meanwhile, the young woman struggles against her captors, her pleas unheard as she's pulled further away. She cries out, confused and desperate, asking what she did wrong, insisting she was only trying to help. But Eun-soo, utterly broken, can only muster a cold rejection, telling her he doesn't need her help and to simply move on. As the very world she lived in seemed to crumble, Eun-soo's mind raced, a single, desperate question echoing within him. Do I have to go to the hospital? He watched his father and his associates, including the abducted Maru, from a distance, the realization settling in that he's gone, a profound sense of loss or finality washing over him. Turning away, he dismissed the idea of engaging them, knowing he wasn't foolish enough to try and converse with someone who couldn't even read the room, confirming that something significant had indeed transpired. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he scoffed at the thought of holding hands with someone who possessed all those things he despised. His reflection stared back from his glasses, a silent vow forming in his mind. Never trust them. A fierce determination hardened his gaze as he thought, he's the guy who is all those things, and I'll be back to take it back. Meanwhile, the bald man, a smug smile playing on his lips as he checked his phone, harbored his own ambitions, believing, even if he has a lot of things, I'm going to be the one who takes it all. I'll be back to take it back. Eun-soo's fist clenched, a flicker of internal conflict crossing his face, as he acknowledged, however, I still don't want to ruin it. His hand then reached out, holding a small, glowing object, his resolve solidifying with the thought, there's no need for it to be ruined. With everyone now assembled, Eun-soo's father addresses the gathered men from his elevated position, giving them a stark choice, follow him, or don't. He dismisses any potential dissent, stating his indifference to their personal opinions about being used. Before declaring his intent to expel someone who refused his orders, a small, glowing green object now clutched in his hand. The bald man, observing the scene, muses that he won't be treated as a rebel for merely trying to break the established order. Then, Eun-soo steps forward, his expression resolute, asserting that he will not force anyone to follow him. But if they choose to, they must understand that his word is absolute. The other men in the room react with a mix of surprise and apprehension to Eun-soo's bold declaration. The key figures stand poised, their paths now diverging or aligning, as the tension in the air thickens. He stands with another young man, both looking apprehensive, as Eun-soo's father approaches them in the sterile, metallic room. The older man's voice cuts through the silence, declaring that in a world where law is obsolete, those who are weak are simply overcome, and it's no surprise things have turned out this way. Eun-soo listens, his gaze dropping, then lifting with a resolute expression, thinking that he might not be able to help when a situation truly needs it. But he can at least help them get out of here, before sharply cutting off his father with a defiant, "Shut up." Eun-soo's father clutches his throat, his eyes wide with shock as Eun-soo retorts that he's the one who should be getting out of here, the old man. Eun-soo's hand clenches, his internal thoughts echoing that if he were to join his father, he might not be able to help when a situation truly needs it. His father, still reeling, turns to the yellow-haired girl, questioning if she would abandon him, even if he were left alone. He stares, aghast, as she remains silent, realizing she's not going to join him. Still defiant, the yellow-haired girl dismisses his command, telling him she won't go, as Eun-soo stands silently beside her. His father, frustrated, insists she hurry up and move, warning her that staying here would be foolish. But she simply points a finger back at him, retorting that she doesn't believe he's the only one acting foolishly. Her words clearly strike a nerve, leaving the older man in stunned silence, his face etched with disbelief. With their defiance clear, Eun-soo and the yellow-haired girl turn their backs, walking away from the stunned crowd and the man they've just openly challenged. A young man with glasses stares wide-eyed, his mind racing, wondering if he's truly alone in this terrifying situation. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired girl, bound and distressed, curses their fate, demanding if everyone finally understands the gravity of their doom. Eun-soo, his expression grim, realizes their captors are waiting, and their only future is to be caught and endure whatever comes next. The boy with glasses, still in denial, tries to convince himself it won't be that bad, but his voice falters with uncertainty. A girl with short black hair, her eyes wide with terror, whispers her fear that it won't just be torture, but starvation that ultimately claims them. The bald man, overwhelmed by despair, cries out in anguish, lamenting their inescapable fate. A girl with long brown hair gasps in shock, a sudden noise echoing through their grim surroundings. Holding a small girl named Kinjo, the bald man looks down at her with regret, apologizing to Eun-soo for not having held her properly. Eun-soo's father watches the young girl, Kinjo, with a somber expression, noting that she's at an age for play, yet here they are, as he tells her to look after her father. Kinjo, seemingly confused by his words, leans in, asking if he can repeat himself, as if she can't quite hear him. But the mention of her father ignites a spark of distress in her, her eyes widening as she cries out for him. She insists her dad is somewhere else, her small frame radiating a fierce determination. Meanwhile, the bald man observes the scene, reflecting that Kinjo was the reason their paths crossed while they were fleeing, and that she had been separated from her family when they first met. He explains his current role, stating that until they find her parents, he's trying to act as her guardian. Eun-soo's father and the bald man continue their hushed conversation, their faces etched with concern. Suddenly, Eun-soo interjects, his voice firm as he tells the bald man, "You can't." He then looks down, his gaze falling upon a stark warning sign that reads, "The boss said so. Anyone who leaves this room will be severely punished." A man with a cigarette in hand, his smile unsettling, dismisses any notion of special treatment, telling Eun-soo not to think he's the only one just because he's young, as the ghostly image of the man looms behind him, while Eun-soo, his eyes burning with resolve, demands to know where that bastard is. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, the bald man addresses a group including Eun-soo's father and the red-haired man, discussing the collected funds and warning them to be careful not to take too much, as they don't play around. Maru, holding a drink, reacts with wide-eyed shock to the bald man's words, questioning why they are collecting so much, while her companions acknowledge the clear difference with these guys. The bald man continues, regardless, pointing out the symbols in the room and asking if they truly desire a gift, as Maru and her friends remain visibly distressed, their faces etched with worry. Back with Eun-soo, a glowing symbol, identical to the warning sign, materializes behind him, its eerie light casting shadows. The symbol's chilling reflection fills his wide, shocked eye, a silent gasp escaping him. A hulking figure with a distinctive mohawk stands in a desolate, industrial space, a low growl escaping him as he senses something. Meanwhile, in another location, Eun-soo's father discusses the dwindling rations with another man, before casually asking if he knows the person they're talking about. The other man confirms, identifying him as the boss's left-hand man. The mohawked man, the subject of their conversation, stands with his back to the viewer, his presence radiating an undeniable aura of danger. A narration box reiterates the ominous title, confirming the existence of this boss's left-hand man. The man continues, describing the left-hand man as someone who kills without reason or gain, convinced he is a monster. The mohawked man sits, his posture radiating a chilling indifference, as the speaker questions if he's even human. Elsewhere, Kinjo listens intently to a voice instructing her to ask Medina if she needs anything, while Medina herself reacts with a distressed sigh, clearly troubled by the conversation. The mohawked man stands again, his back to the viewer, as the voice concludes that it's best not to be better off than the boss's left-hand man. He grins, a chilling smile spreading across his face as he muses about a child running around alone, finding it dangerous. Meanwhile, a message on a nearby phone simply reads, "Follow me." The red-haired man and the bald man recoil in terror, the former pleading to be left behind, convinced he'll be the next victim, while the latter can only lament the ruthless nature of their leader, wondering how he could kill his own people. Eun-soo, sensing his approach, asks if he's coming her way, as her father acknowledges her presence, referring to her as this kid. He then orders a subordinate to give Kinjo her rations, the young girl looking up at him with wide, fearful eyes. Kinjo meekly offers her hand, accepting the meager meal. As Kinjo looks down, he muses aloud, wondering about the vulgarity of bothering a child for his own meal. His expression darkens, a chilling thought passing through his mind. As he walks away, Kinjo can only watch him go, whispering to herself how scary and mean he is. Eun-soo's father, the boss's left-hand man, continues his menacing interrogation, demanding to know if the small child, Kinjo, has done something wrong. Meanwhile, the red-haired man, equally frustrated by the situation, grumbles about the miserable devils before urging Maru to quickly return with him. The bald man, witnessing the escalating tension, can only sigh in silent distress. Later, Eun-soo and Maru discuss the day's events, with Maru mentioning the promise of food, a detail Eun-soo acknowledges with a troubled expression. Meanwhile, Eun-soo's father and the red-haired man examine a phone, displaying a cryptic, "Follow me" message, prompting the father to curse and wonder if he should pursue the sender. Eun-soo's eyes narrow, a flicker of resolve hardening her gaze. Taking a deep breath, she stands tall, her expression unwavering. Both Eun-soo and Maru look on, their faces etched with a mixture of worry and unspoken thoughts. As the bald man watches helplessly, Eun-soo's father continues to drag Kinjo away, the child's fear palpable with every thumping heartbeat. He slowly regains consciousness, a dull ache throbbing through his head as he stirs, his eyes fluttering open to the dim surroundings. Disoriented, he realizes he's hanging upside down, bound by his feet, a strange, unsettling sensation washing over him. With a determined effort, he struggles against his restraints, eventually managing to free himself and drop to the ground. As he looks around, trying to make sense of his surroundings, he spots a small figure nearby, a question forming on his lips as he wonders if they were awake the whole time. He approaches the child, Kinjo, who seems startled by his movement, and asks what they are doing, realizing the child might have been trying to escape while he was unconscious. Kinjo recoils, a pained expression on her face, muttering about the situation and a hurt, then confesses she doesn't understand how to speak, indicating a communication barrier. Unsu looks at her, confused by her words, repeating the word talk, as if trying to process her inability to communicate. Kinjo looks down, her small voice barely audible as she reiterates, I don't know, her distress evident. Unsu watches her, a flicker of concern crossing his face, as Kinjo continues to insist she doesn't know how to communicate, leaving him in a state of bewildered uncertainty. Still grappling with his confusion, he finds himself confronted by a yellow-haired girl who dismisses his struggles with a curt, whatever, urging him to simply get to the point. She continues, her voice tinged with curiosity. Now that I think about it, why are you always so cold to other people? Her gaze sharpens as she presses on. Are you a really bad person, perhaps? He recoils slightly, his expression hardening. You're talking nonsense. I have no reason to be close to the enemy. His gaze drifts away, a somber realization dawning on him as he mutters, enemy? That's right. I don't have any memories, so there's no reason for me to be close to anyone. The yellow-haired girl looks at him, a hint of exasperation in her voice. But I don't plan on hurting you, though. He stares back, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. You could be lying. A sigh escapes her lips, her expression softening with a touch of resignation. I don't mind you being wary of me, but... She looks at him earnestly, offering a path forward. Would you reconcile with that? My name's Haru. Still wary, he questions her, wondering if she refers to the blonde-haired woman he'd encountered previously, quickly dismissing any past connection to her or her associates. To him, she's just another human, no different from any other person he's encountered. He doesn't hold any particular thoughts about her, yet a vivid image flashes in his mind. Her, weeping, a knife clutched in her hand. He surmises she's concealing something, a common trait among people, concluding her circumstances are likely no different from his own. A fleeting thought crosses his mind. Perhaps aligning with someone so similar could be advantageous, but he quickly dismisses it as a shameless notion. His expression darkens, contemplating that sadness is an emotion exclusive to humanity. Haru, however, cuts through his cynicism, asserting that rather than such introspection, their priority should be finding a path to survival. He looks at her, a hint of surprise in his gaze, as he ponders if they should seek out those who truly matter. The scene abruptly shifts, revealing him running alone on a desolate road, a destroyed bridge and a distant, ruined city painting a stark picture of a grim future. He shakes his head, a firm refusal. A voice from his memory echoes, reminding him there won't be a next time, because he won't remember her anyway. He feels no sadness. The voice continues, because he has no one special. That sounds lonely. But then, a different tone, a reassurance, telling him not to worry. If he were to die, she would be sad for him. His eyes widen, the memory unsettling him. He sits beside Haru in the oppressive darkness, her voice echoing his own thoughts, telling him it's a way to make a person feel bad, yet he insists he's never going to die. A rustle of movement accompanies his next thought, that he won't care if she dies. Haru shivers, complaining of the cold, then lets out a small humph, as he realizes he talks too much. He vows not to forget anymore, as Haru softly wishes him sweet dreams, a faint cracking sound accompanying the end of the vision. Lying alone in the darkness, he muses that he's a weird guy. Then, a figure with glasses stirs, blinking awake, deciding it's time to just go to sleep. With a swift, decisive motion, Unsu makes his move, explaining to the three men before him that he's here because some human held his note hostage. A blunt impact echoes through the space, as Unsu holds out the retrieved item, asking if it's for them. One of the men quickly dismisses the idea, stating that it's not for them and they don't want to do the bidding. With a determined expression, Unsu replies, "Oh, is that right? In that case, why don't you tell me yourself?" Unsu stares intently at the note in his hand, a quiet command echoing in his mind to put it away. He recalls a past encounter, a memory of someone dismissing him as this brat, unfazed and unafraid. Yet, instead of reacting, he simply looks down at the floor, as if completely uninterested, a soft groan escaping him. Such dismissive attitudes, he muses, mean they haven't suffered enough, a shiver running through him. He remembers a time when he believed humans were inherently weak, a fleeting thought of two men from his past. Now, as his footsteps echo, he finally understands what that meant. Looking back, he ponders, was he thinking too much again? His steps continue, now alongside a woman and a man in a lab coat, and it doesn't seem like only those kinds of humans exist. Two men approach him, one with light hair and another wearing glasses, expressing relief that he doesn't look badly hurt, but suggesting they take precautions just in case. He sits alone, a quiet ting echoing in his mind, as if questioning himself. It's fine. Everything is all right. Is that right? A gentle voice breaks his reverie. "It's your lunch," a young woman offers. "I don't know what you like, so I made it for you." He glances at the meal, a hesitant sound escaping him. The two sit in silence, the offered food between them. She breaks the quiet, asking what he was about to say, and he responds, "It was." A flicker of concern crosses her face as he admits, "I probably had a thought." He continues, his voice low, "But I don't plan on hurting you, though." Her expression softens, then hardens slightly, reminding him, "But you said you'd be fine. Then why?" He looks away, a soft Kong sound accompanying his quiet admission. "It might be okay if you're here later." Still weak and disoriented, Unsu lies on the ground as Haru leans over him, her voice filled with worry, asking if he's all right. She urges him to get a hold of himself, her concern palpable as she stands over him. Meanwhile, Unsu's father observes his son's worsening state, his expression grim as he notes the symptoms and the urgent need for medicine. He declares that he must go out to find the necessary treatment, as they have nothing to help Unsu here. Haru questions his decision, but Unsu's father insists, his gaze firm as he looks at his son, who watches them silently. He reiterates the urgency, while Unsu remains lost in thought, his eyes downcast. As Unsu's father prepares to leave with two other men, he instructs his son to stay put and not cause any trouble. Unsu looks up, surprised by the command, then lowers his gaze, a complex emotion crossing his face. His father's voice echoes, reminding him that he's not to leave the room, as Unsu stares intently at a small plant, perhaps contemplating his confinement. Still struggling with his illness, Unsu can barely think straight, his mind consumed by the desperate need for medicine, knowing that without it, he will surely die. Meanwhile, his father, his back to the viewer, barks orders at a subordinate, instructing him to quickly tend to the injured. The subordinate hesitates, a rustling sound accompanying his worried thoughts, wondering if prioritizing these patients means disregarding the boss's direct orders. A high-pitched ringing fills the air as Unsu's father clarifies his intent, insisting that the other patients will only be treated after Unsu, who needs it most. His gaze fixed on his ailing son, he reiterates that Unsu requires the most urgent treatment. Turning back to the subordinate, he issues a stark warning. If the medicine isn't found, he'll personally report the failure to the boss, leaving the subordinate to question how he could possibly survive in his current state without his help. With a final, determined command, Unsu's father tells him to come along, a resigned "oh," so that's how it is escaping his lips as he begins to walk away. Footsteps echo. In a different moment, perhaps a memory, Maru holds a distressed Unsu, lamenting that she could have helped him if only she had known. Unsu's father looks on in horror, his face contorted in disbelief, while other figures behind him share the same stunned expression. A sudden thud echoes as the yellow-haired girl collapses to the ground. Unsu's father watches, helpless, as she falls. The other men gather, their faces grim, staring down at her still form. She lies motionless, a dark stain spreading across her stomach. The sight of her bloodied body sends a fresh wave of shock through Unsu, his gaze fixed on the crimson pool. Kneeling beside her, he can feel it, a chilling sensation. Her life, a vibrant energy, visibly drains from the wound. He feels the life force of the injured girl, a vibrant energy that now seems to be fading away. As he watches the last vestiges of her strength ebb, a chilling thought forms in his mind. Why do humans die so easily? The glowing lines of her fading life force intensify around him, a stark visual representation of her imminent demise. The ethereal energy pulses, a silent countdown to her end. His gaze drops to the wound on her side, a stark reminder of the brutal reality. His teal eyes widen, a flicker of desperation crossing his face. He stands over the fallen girl, her body limp and bleeding on the cold ground, as a chilling, almost mocking question echoes in his mind. Why so serious? The question hangs heavy in the air, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness and dread. He recalls a past statement, a voice echoing, "You said you wouldn't care." The world seems to fade into a dark void. Before his eyes, wide with a dawning horror, reflect the grim reality. A bare foot presses down onto a bloodied hand, a stark image of violence. Two men stare down in utter disbelief and terror at the scene before them. Even his father, usually composed, curses under his breath, his face etched with distress, while others look on with concern. Unsu grips a bloodied knife, his expression grim and resolute. A chilling thought crosses his mind. How could I forget something like that? His face contorts in a mixture of horror and understanding, as the chilling truth dawns on him. Monsters weren't only roaming around on the surface. Still clutching the bloodied knife, Unsu confronts a memory, or perhaps an internal voice, asserting that the old man is being too harsh. He reflects on a past failure, a promise to protect someone that he couldn't keep, realizing that if things had remained unchanged, he would have followed her to the grave, and he couldn't bear to lose her again, needing to grow stronger to save even a single thing. His resolve hardens, his hand clenching as he vows that he won't let that happen again. A faint creak echoes in the dark room as he repeats his defiance. The old man is being too harsh. His face obscured by shadow, he recalls a taunt, a voice accusing him of acting as if he were so tough. The shadows deepen around him, until his eyes snap open, flaring with an intense, electric green glow, a profound shift in his determination now visible. The scene abruptly cuts to Unsu's father, his face grim and menacing, also holding a bloodied knife. His face distorted by shadow and rage, the father speaks, his voice a low growl, addressing Unsu directly. He stares down, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as a thought surfaces, wondering if he truly doesn't possess the complete picture of what's happening. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening as he understands he's somehow progressing through the memories of the boss, a strange rustling sound accompanying the shift in his perception. Kneeling on the rough, dark ground, he processes this unsettling truth. Then, his gaze snaps upward, a question forming on his lips as he senses an unseen presence. His jaw tightens, a grim determination settling over his features. A heavy footfall echoes, his boot connecting with the textured ground with a solid thud. He challenges the unseen foe, his voice low and steady. The environment around him seems to distort, as he waits for the inevitable attack. The distortions intensify, the air crackling with unseen energy. The world around him begins to warp, abstract lines of energy twisting and swirling into a chaotic vortex, intensifying with each passing moment. As a vibrant green glow ignites within his eyes, Unsu's father lets out a surprised, yet firm, affirmation. Yeah. Unsu's father stares with a chilling intensity, his voice laced with challenge as he asks what his son intends to do about the situation. Unsu, still on the ground, looks up, his expression a mix of defiance and apprehension, as he begins to question the reality of the situation. He rises, his voice firm as he asks if he's truly alone in this fight, but before he can finish, an unseen force slams into him. The impact sends him reeling, blood erupting from his mouth as he's violently thrown backward. He collapses, the yellow-haired girl rushing forward to catch him, her expression filled with shock and concern. The force of the blow sends them both tumbling to the ground, Unsu's body limp in her arms. He is violently thrown through the air, his body twisting mid-flight. His momentum carrying him further, he continues to fall, helpless, until he crashes hard onto the unforgiving ground, a dark object flying from his grasp on impact. Lying prone amidst the rubble, his hand twitches, reaching out. With a desperate surge of will, his fingers clench. He grasps the fallen knife, a glint of defiance in his eyes. Before his father can react, a sharp impact sends him recoiling, a grimace of pain twisting his features. The knife, now free, spins rapidly through the air. It continues its aerial dance, a silent testament to the sudden counterattack. With a swift, desperate motion, Unsu spins the retrieved knife, its blade glinting as it arcs through the air. Then, with a sickening sound, it connects. His father's eyes widen in disbelief and pain, the sudden, sharp impact registering across his face. Unsu, too, is momentarily stunned, his own eyes reflecting the shock of what he has just done. The knife is now firmly lodged in his father's neck, a stark, brutal reality. A thin stream of blood begins to trickle down his skin, a grim testament to the wound. His father's eyes, wide with agony, meet Unsu's, which glow with an eerie, almost feral intensity. With a guttural gasp, the injured man clutches at the knife, attempting to rip it free. He succeeds, and the weapon spins away, twirling through the air before falling out of reach. Despite the brutal strike, his father's face contorts in a grimace of pain, yet he remains standing, a silent testament to a strength Unsu had deemed too weak. His jaw clenches, eyes wide with a raw, primal agony, but no sound escapes his lips. Unsu watches, his own teal eye glowing with an unsettling intensity, a single thought echoing, this guy. He hadn't even reacted to the wound, a fact that gnaws at Unsu, leaving him with a frustrated, internal shit. As his father slowly turns and walks away, Unsu's mind drifts to a past realization. I'd known my flesh was this. A memory of a time when he believed if I did that. He stands motionless, his gaze fixed on the ground, lost in the weight of his own history. A faint scar on his leg, a reminder of a past injury, seems to whisper, then this. The glowing teal of his eye reflects the stark realization that if he had acted differently, none of this would have never happened. A cold, detached voice issues a command over a phone, targeting a man in glasses, declaring, that's him. Kill him. The man in glasses, eyes wide with terror, pleads that he possesses nothing of value and is merely a second-generation supervisor, as the unseen commander adds, and be sure to end it. A surge of energy, a chaotic swirl of red and blue, erupts, signaling the activation of the deadly order. A hand, holding a device glowing with a sinister red aura, completes the transmission, a soft, shwike sound accompanying the final command. Unsu, witnessing the unfolding horror, cries out, stop. His feet hit the ground with a determined chuck sound as he moves to intervene. An older man in a lab coat, his expression grave, warns him, if you kill him. Unsu, looking down, finishes the thought with a heavy heart, I can't undo it. His eyes wide with a mix of horror and disbelief, Unsu questions the man, are you worrying about this human right now? He stands before the older man, who calmly asks if he truly intends to kill them. His mind races, a silent question forming on his lips, wondering if he truly has to remember something like that. The older man simply scoffs, a dismissive sound escaping him, as Unsu's eyes begin to glow with an eerie, vibrant teal. A small vial glows in his hand, reflecting the intense light from his gaze. He looks up, his voice firm as he asks if there is a real reason to kill them. The older man responds, suggesting that if he beats them to the brink of death, they will forget about him. A slight smile plays on the older man's lips as he adds that Unsu won't be able to stay alive with a weak mind like that. He then questions Unsu's concern for humans, but Unsu cuts him off, telling him not to get ahead of himself. With a resolute expression, Unsu declares that he will never become like him. He considers the grim reality. If the apocalypse truly comes as you said it would, he thinks, then he will survive in his own way, having escaped not because of someone else, nor carrying anyone, but simply because he dislikes pain. A scoff echoes in his mind, a memory of his father's dismissive ha, as he questions, do I really have to remember something like that? The image of a bloodied knife, plunged into wood, flashes through his thoughts. As a smiling man's voice approves, you made the right decision, while another, more subdued voice adds, it's not because of me. He feels a deep unease, a fear that he might become just like the one who committed that act. His eyes glow with a fierce resolve, as he concludes, and there's no particular reason to kill him. Another voice, a smiling woman's, questions, why does it matter to me whether she lives or not? The thought drifts to a lush forest, where the same voice dismisses, even if she lived, she wouldn't have been helpful to me or anyone either. So he thinks it doesn't matter what others believe, as he stands poised behind a man with spiky brown hair, who is convinced his target must be armed with a knife. A swift, blurring strike cuts through the air, and the spiky-haired man recoils sharply, his hands flying up in defense. But instead of a blade, a powerful punch connects squarely with his face, leaving him stunned. The force sends him reeling backward, his features contorting in a mask of pain. He collapses to the ground, leaving Unsu standing silently over his defeated form in the desolate room. He stares down at the mysterious object, a small piece of paper, his mind racing with questions. A moment later, a hand reaches out, carefully taking hold of the strange document. Unsu watches as the paper is examined, a flicker of concern crossing his face, wondering what secrets it might hold. The other man, now holding the paper, scrutinizes it intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. He carefully unfolds the creased document, revealing its full contents. Bringing it closer, he examines it with a keen eye, even sniffing it as if to discern its origin by scent. Unsu then speaks to the man, who simply replies, nothing, just, be careful with it. A cryptic warning about the paper's significance. With the paper now in hand, the two men walk away from the building, their footsteps echoing as they leave the scene behind. Behind them, a grim discovery awaits, as several figures gather around a body covered by a green blanket, a silent testament to the events that transpired. He finds himself lost in thought, reflecting on the child and the girl, their images lingering in his mind. A man with brown hair and glasses expresses his doubt, stating, I'm not sure if I can believe that, as Unsu asks if he can recall anything similar. The brown-haired man urges them to hurry, but the orange-haired girl simply replies, can't help it, while the yellow-haired girl demands they get it right already. Unsu, startled by a sudden realization, clutches the mysterious paper, acknowledging its profound significance, a low groan escaping him as he understands its importance. As he continues to examine the item, the brown-haired man's voice cuts through the air, insisting he's going to ask him about it. The brown-haired man lets out a short, dismissive laugh, as the group gathers around a table, all eyes on the object of their discussion. Unsu admits he's never seen anything like it before, prompting the brown-haired man to inquire about its origin, to which Unsu simply replies, I am, because I don't. The brown-haired man sighs, lamenting the lack of internet to aid their investigation, concluding that they can only speculate by looking at the picture. When the brown-haired man asks why he wants to know the picture's location, Unsu's expression hardens, declaring, isn't it obvious? I'm going to go there. He remembers a conversation, his father's voice echoing. Even if you did, how you found it would be a problem. Another man's voice adds, while I did see how you fought back then, I didn't expect you to be able to fight the monster that was in the abandoned building. Unbelievable. But he cuts off the memory, a fierce resolve burning within him. No, he thinks, I can survive. His gaze hardens, the memory of the fight still fresh. He holds the mysterious picture, a silent thought forming. Didn't expect to find people who would recognize this at a glance anyway. A hand reaches out, pleading, please. He looks down at the image, a heavy beat echoing in his chest, realizing, so, this is what it's gotten to. Meanwhile, his father's eyes glow with a fierce, yellow light, a chilling thought crossing his mind. I told that boy to hold onto that picture well. His hand clenches, a bitter realization, but he couldn't even hold onto a simple crop. He dismisses it. Well, it doesn't matter. His fist tightens further, a grim determination settling over him. Now that it's come to this. Unsu, his expression resolute, decides to abandon conventional tactics, declaring he'll use a more intuitive method. Almost immediately, a hulking reptilian beast lies partially collapsed amidst scattered debris. It struggles to regain its footing, its scaly body pushing against the broken concrete. But the effort is futile, as the beast finally succumbs, its form motionless among the rubble. A moment of quiet descends. The scene shifts to the entrance of a subway station, marked with a prominent B. Amidst the desolate ruins, a small fire flickers to life, a desperate attempt to ward off the chill as someone remarks on the necessity of gathering more firewood to sustain it, hoping to make a proper blaze. Nearby, Eun-soo and the yellow-haired girl stand in a crumbling structure, she fretting over the lack of fuel for their fire, wondering what they should do, while he simply declares his intention to find some. Her expression shifts to one of deep concern, pleading with him not to go, reminding him that no one else remains after joining their guild. Still, her worries persist, as she hesitantly asks if he doesn't think venturing out would be hazardous. Ignoring her pleas, Eun-soo walks away, his resolve firm as he mutters that it's too late, and he's going to find someone. The yellow-haired girl, a bandage now visible on her head, looks off-panel with a pained expression, telling someone not to look at her like that, insisting she's doing the best she can. Meanwhile, two other figures observe a small, flickering fire, one pointing it out to the other, who speculates they might be burning something. He stirs the pot, when suddenly something drops into it with a soft splash. "Did you just say the F word?" the other man asks, but Eun-soo denies it, insisting it wasn't him. More objects begin to fall, splashing repeatedly into the pot, causing him to cry out in surprise. What the?" he exclaims, wondering why these things are falling from the sky, as a dark, tentacled mass begins to tear through the ceiling. The tier widens, revealing a gaping, monstrous void. A massive, tree-like structure outside begins to crumble and collapse. Debris rains down around them, splashing into the water-filled floor. Meanwhile, his father moves with a quiet rustle, unseen in the shadows. He observes a screen, reflecting on the world he was once immersed in, a world now filled with many such characters. He notes that legends are now moving among the people. He wonders if they are all like the one he's watching. Meanwhile, Eun-soo delivers a brutal kick, sending an opponent flying with a powerful impact. Standing over the defeated figure, Eun-soo declares that he doesn't need to be told his own name. His gaze sharpens, revealing his true objective. "What I need is him." Elsewhere, Eun-soo's father walks away, glancing back, hinting that he should let someone know whose. Maybe he'll be able to see it now. As if in response, Eun-soo's teal-green eye glows intensely, revealing a true form within its depths. From a high vantage point, Eun-soo's father observes the world below, a frustrated sigh escaping him as he mutters, "Get it right already." The world around him seems to darken, his thoughts consumed by a singular, unsettling image. A faint, glowing circle at the center of his perception. Meanwhile, Eun-soo's teal-green eye snaps wide open, reflecting a profound shock. As he hunches over, a single word escaping his lips. "I was mistaken." His mind races, the realization hitting him with the force of a physical blow. It wasn't me. Looking at him, that boy. A look of profound distress and confusion washes over Eun-soo's father's face. As if the very fabric of his understanding has been torn apart. A dark, circular abyss opens, its depths seemingly endless. His father, observing the terrifying sight, considers the implications, thinking, but rather the opposite. Within the monstrous maw, he is caught, a tiny figure surrounded by rows of jagged teeth. A scream of pure terror escapes his father as he clutches his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Eun-soo sits slumped, his hands bound, a dull thud echoing as he collapses. The onlookers, including his father, stare in wide-eyed horror, their faces contorted in shock. From the darkness, Eun-soo's eyes begin to glow with an eerie light, his form shrouded in shadow. He rises, dark energy radiating outwards, his silhouette stark against the light. His father, trembling, gasps, "I almost got swallowed alive." A suited man looks down at a chaotic scene, his expression grim as a voice from the crowd cries out for help. Breathing heavily, he turns his back on the unfolding disaster, walking away down a dimly lit corridor. Meanwhile, a grotesque, decaying figure stumbles forward, its eyes bloodshot and its flesh torn, muttering about its inability to see. Back with the suited man, his face reflects deep concern, as the murmuring crowd below continues to stir. Elsewhere, Eun-soo and a young woman stand bewildered. He confesses his confusion, while she wonders if she was merely dreaming. The suited man, now visibly distressed, muttering about a dream he was having. He stands alone in a dark room, a single word escaping his lips, "Huh." Eun-soo and the young woman exchange worried glances. She asks what's wrong, and he admits something feels off with his head. The suited man remains in the desolate room, his back to the viewer, contemplating the strange events. A suited man spins around, his movements jerky and disoriented, as if suddenly roused from a deep sleep. Meanwhile, a grotesque, decaying figure stands motionless, its form barely human, emitting a low, guttural sound. A nearby crowd screams in terror, their panic echoing through the confined space as the decaying figure slowly begins to move. The suited man's eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition or intense focus crossing his face. But then he clutches his head, a wave of pain or confusion washing over him, his vision blurring. The crowd screams intensify as the decaying figure closes the distance, its shuffling steps growing louder. With a sudden, horrifying lunge, the decaying figure attacks, a voice from the crowd screaming, "It's a monster!" Its fist connects with brutal force against the suited man's face, a sickening impact sending blood spraying. The blow sends him flying backward, slamming him against the cold, hard wall with a painful thud. The decaying figure's hand clamps down on the suited man's head, its grip unyielding. With a sickening pull, it yanks his head back, exposing his throat to the chaotic air. Then, a heavy foot descends, crushing the suited man to the ground. The attack leaves him motionless, the decaying figure standing over his defeated form as a terrified crowd watches from a distance. A final, contemptuous gesture, the monster's foot pressing down on the man's head. Among the horrified onlookers, a voice whispers, observing that the suited man has stopped moving. Another man, his face etched with fear, demands to know what kind of monstrosity this could be. But amidst the despair, a determined voice cuts through the panic, declaring unwavering faith in their leader. He proclaims that their boss has saved them, a testament to his enduring belief. Eun-soo's eyes widen in stark horror, while below him, the suited man's face contorts in a similar expression of shock, a low growl reverberating through the space. A chilling smile spreads across the yellow-haired girl's face as she tightly grips a decaying arm. A wooden box creaks open, its contents now exposed. A crowd of onlookers stands frozen, their gazes fixed on the grotesque, lumpy mass sprawled across the ground. One of the decaying arms twitches, then slowly begins to drag itself across the floor. 3 individuals in the crowd recoil, their faces etched with pure terror. The decaying figure fully rises from the ground, letting out another guttural growl that chills them to the bone. In a desolate, ruined landscape, a group of survivors stands amidst the debris, their gazes fixed on something unseen, something that everyone present knows they desperately wish to deny. No, the weight of their shared trauma presses down, bringing forth the terrible memories, the very ones they were trying to forget. A chilling vision flashes through their minds, a hand gripping a crude weapon, glowing with an eerie green light. And the raw terror on a man's face as that same weapon descends. Fragmented images flash by, faces contorted in terror, mouths open in silent screams, and a desperate hand reaching out. As the decaying, one-eyed visage of a monster looms into view, a silent observer of the unfolding catastrophe. Then, a colossal, stone-like foot descends with crushing force, shattering the ground beneath it. This was the beginning of the horrors they would have to face, as a massive, dark object slammed into the earth, sending a shockwave of destruction across the land. A crowd of people, caught in the cataclysm, screamed in unison, their faces etched with pure, unadulterated terror. Others nearby were equally overwhelmed, their panic palpable as the world crumbled around them. The monstrous entity's clawed hand, radiating dark energy, was a stark reminder of the source of their despair, its power absolute. People were thrown into disarray, falling and screaming, their lives irrevocably altered by the cataclysm. A flash of memory, a chilling echo of fear, flickers behind his eyes. The decaying horrors loom, their guttural cries demanding, "Face him and fight." The suited man, the yellow-haired girl, and Eun-soo's father stand together, their faces etched with terror, a silent testament to the overwhelming threat before them. His father's voice cuts through the fear, sharp and challenging. "How long are you going to keep running? Do you plan to spend your entire life hiding all your fears?" With a decisive step, he begins to move forward, his companions reluctantly following behind. He turns to them, his gaze intense, urging them to consider their future, but the suited man replies with a heavy sigh, acknowledging their grim reality. "We can't really have anywhere else to go, can we?" Perhaps it was because they had seen him easily kill a monster, an embodiment of horror, that his words held such sway. Or perhaps it was simply his conviction that moved them, as he declared, "That's right, we can do it." The suited man and the yellow-haired girl exchange a glance, a shared understanding passing between them as he states, "We just saw the boss kill a monster, and we don't have anywhere else to run away." A hand, firm and resolute, grips a weapon, ready for the coming confrontation. The group, spurred on by their leader's words, prepares to face the monstrous threat, their voices echoing with a desperate resolve to kill the creature themselves. They declare that monsters no longer hold sway over their fears, their faces etched with a fragile courage. But a dismissive scoff from Eun-soo's father cuts through the memory, as if mocking the idea of saving anyone, leaving Eun-soo to wonder if he truly has to remember such a painful past. Back in the memory, the suited man, his face already bloodied, still clings to a sliver of hope, even as the situation turns dire. His eyes, along with another man's, widen in terror as they look up, a desperate plea for their boss escaping their lips. A sickening thump echoes as the suited man is violently slammed, his face contorted in pain and fear, blood splattering. He collapses to the ground, helpless, as the decaying monster's limb descends, reaching for him with grotesque intent. The monster's vile appendage then plunges into his open mouth, silencing his screams as it begins to consume him. Black tendrils erupt from the decaying figure, forcing their way into the suited man's mouth. As the monstrous appendages rapidly coil around his entire body, pulling him deeper into its grotesque form. His legs are the last to be consumed, disappearing into the writhing mass. The remaining group watches in abject horror, one man muttering, "We definitely killed it." A chilling sound accompanies the final moments as the tendrils completely engulf the suited man's head, leaving nothing but the monstrous form. The men recoil, one shouting in disbelief, "Oh, that bastard." His face contorted in despair, another man cries out, "We can never beat them." The suited man's form is then violently torn apart by multiple decaying figures, his body ripped to shreds. He collapses to the ground, his demise complete. A grotesque tendril from the decaying figure lashes out with brutal force, sending debris flying as it closes in on a terrified woman, her eyes wide with primal fear. Before she can even scream, the tendril shifts its focus, wrapping around a blond man who cries out, desperately pleading for it to wait. The decaying tendrils tighten, beginning to consume his flesh as he struggles, his pleas turning into desperate demands to be released. But the consumption is swift and merciless, his final, agonizing scream echoing through the desolate space. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, the tendril retracts, leaving behind only an empty void. A sickening splash of red liquid is all that remains, a grim testament to the horror that just unfolded. Eun-soo and the yellow-haired girl stand frozen, their faces etched with despair, witnessing the brutal efficiency of the decaying figures. A heavy silence descends upon the scene, thick with dread. The air fills with the guttural roars of the decaying figures, their forms a blur of crimson and shadow as they surge forward. They tear through the confined space, a relentless tide of hunger and destruction. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands silhouetted in a doorway, observing the unfolding chaos with an unreadable stillness. A group of survivors huddle together, their screams echoing as the bespectacled man among them cries out, "It's no use. We're trapped. We're going to die?" No. His eyes widen in horror, the full weight of their predicament crashing down upon him. A sudden, unseen force grabs him, pulling him back as he struggles, demanding, "What are you thinking? Let go." Breaking free, he pushes through the terror, his resolve hardening as he declares, "I must find her." He races through the corridors, wondering, "Why don't you move? Do those monsters already come to the third floor?" A chilling realization dawns on him, his face contorting in despair as he whispers, "Then the child has already." Collapsing to his knees, the words escape him in a broken gasp, "No, it's just too late." A man with glasses, his face etched with desperation, searches through the grim surroundings. Reaching out as if to grasp at a fading hope, a faint, strained whisper escaping his lips. His voice, filled with a desperate plea, echoes into the oppressive darkness. But the silence that answers him only deepens his terror, his eyes wide with dawning horror. He finds himself amidst a small group of other survivors, all sharing the same paralyzing fear. With a desperate glance over his shoulder, he turns and flees. But a decaying figure is already closing in, its grotesque form a harbinger of doom. Relentless in its pursuit, the monster gains on him. It looms in a doorway, a horrifying silhouette against the crimson light, effectively cutting off his escape. The decaying figure of the monster lies motionless on the ground, its form still and lifeless. Elsewhere, a young girl, her face etched with fear, stifles a cry. She whispers to herself, worried that any sound will betray their position, before a quiet sniffle escapes her. Apologizing for her lack of courage, she admits she doesn't have the strength to fight. She recounts hiding amidst the chaos, convinced that if discovered, she will surely die. Her worst fears are realized as an unseen hand grabs her, dragging her away with a heavy thud. As an unseen hand reaches out from the darkness, Maru and the young girl beside her recoil in terror, a chilling realization dawning that something is about to stick. Her eyes wide with dread, Maru can only stare as the threat draws right next to her. A silent scream contorts her face, her terror absolute. Clutching the smaller girl tightly, Maru can offer no comfort, both of them paralyzed by the looming danger. The grim reality of their situation is laid bare, as a bloody body lies lifeless on the cold ground. Eun-soo's eyes widen in shock and horror, a chilling question forming in his mind about what they are going to do. Both he and Maru are overwhelmed, a desperate whisper escaping about having to run away. But the thought quickly turns to despair, as Eun-soo realizes there's nowhere left to run anymore. Maru covers her mouth, her eyes reflecting utter hopelessness, the grim truth settling in that it doesn't matter where they go. Her face etched with fear, Maru explains the dire situation, revealing that monsters now roam the surface and have even taken over their last safe haven. She continues, her voice trembling, questioning how anyone could still believe they could survive. Her eyes wide with desperation, she declares her refusal to simply sit around and wait for death. Eun-soo, his expression firm, vows to survive, no matter what. Maru's eyes narrow with a fierce resolve, echoing his determination. He holds her gaze, a silent understanding passing between them. Then, his eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping him as he sees something beyond her. Maru turns, her own eyes widening in horror. Before them, a grotesque, decaying figure with a single glowing red eye and a tattered bow on its head looms in the doorway. The sudden appearance of the grotesque figure sends a wave of terror through the survivors, and a bandaged man screams to run, his face contorted in pure panic. Nearby, Unsu and Maru stand frozen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as the monstrous presence looms. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, Unsu shoves Maru behind him, shouting for her to get a hold of herself and run, just as the decaying figure lunges forward with a sickening crash. Clutching a small knife, he steels himself, a grim resolve hardening his features as he thinks there's no more reason for him to live if he can't protect her. But before he can even react, the decaying figure moves with impossible speed, its skeletal hand blurring towards him. Unsu is overwhelmed in an instant, and the monster's attention shifts, now relentlessly pursuing Maru as she flees in terror, her body still trembling. Meanwhile, the bandaged man from earlier is caught, the decaying figure's glowing red hand slamming into his head, leaving him in agonizing shock as he realizes the monster's impossible speed. Maru's desperate scream echoes through the ruins, the decaying figure's grotesque face and glowing red eye now terrifyingly close behind her. With a chilling whoosh, the monster's glowing red hand reaches out, poised to strike. Unsu, knife in hand, lunges at the decaying figure, which already has another survivor in its grasp. But the monster's speed is overwhelming, and Unsu is sent reeling back. Its decaying hand remains unblemished, its resolve unwavering, as a chilling thought echoes, still. The creature turns its attention, lifting another screaming survivor effortlessly, as Maru watches in horror. It moves with terrifying swiftness, its next target clear. As its grotesque hand reaches out, closing in, Maru's mind screams, "We can't win." The monster's hand looms, while a fleeting memory of Unsu and Maru flashes, a desperate plea echoing. But the monster's focus shifts again, striking down another male survivor with brutal force. It stands over its latest victim, a chilling red aura emanating from its form. As the decaying figure stood triumphant over its latest victim, a new resolve hardened within Unsu, who slowly began to push himself up from the ground, his body still aching from the previous assault. Meanwhile, the monster let out another piercing shriek, its thoughts consumed by the need to eliminate any remaining threats. It extended its dark, sinuous tendrils, a chilling reminder that even the most powerful among them had been unable to withstand its might. The tendrils lashed out, a desperate voice echoing in the air, urging someone to kill the monster. But Unsu was already moving, dodging the brutal strikes as they tore into the ground, missing him by mere inches. He moved with impossible speed, a blur across the ruined landscape. Leaping into the air, he closed the distance. Before the decaying figure could react, dark, shadowy tendrils erupted from Unsu's own body, lashing out and ensnaring the monster. With a powerful surge, he slammed the creature to the ground, pinning it beneath his newfound power. Still entangled with the decaying figure, Unsu finds himself caught in its dark, thorny tendrils, struggling against their constricting grip. He grimaces, pulling his arm free from the menacing vines, a desperate effort to break their hold. The dark tendrils writhe and twist, a constant, living threat. But then, a new power surges within him, and from the very ground beneath, his own shadowy tendrils erupt, glowing with an eerie light. With a roar, Unsu unleashes this newfound ability, his eyes glowing green as the dark tendrils lash out, overwhelming and crushing the decaying figure. From a distant observation point, his father watches, aghast, muttering about the monster, while the yellow-haired girl beside him gasps, wondering what exactly she's witnessing. She looks down, reflecting that despite everything, nothing has truly changed, even after the boss had previously stopped the monster. Back in the fray, Unsu's shadowy tendrils tighten their grip, audibly crushing the decaying figure's hand. Finally, he stands amidst the wreckage, victorious. He unleashes a torrent of shadowy tendrils, lashing out with incredible speed, as one slams into a decaying figure, sending it reeling back with a sickening crunch. His face contorts with effort, his teal eyes glowing intensely, as he channels more power into the assault. More tendrils erupt, tearing into the creature's decaying form, shredding it with brutal force. The shadowy appendages lift the monster high into the air, holding it captive. Then, with a final, devastating squeeze, they crush it completely, leaving nothing but dust. Watching the raw display of power, Unsu's father clutches his chest, his face etched with a mixture of shock and profound concern. Meanwhile, Unsu stares at his own hand, the last vestiges of shadowy energy still swirling around his fingers. The dark tendrils slowly dissipate, fading back into nothingness. Unsu's father stares, his expression a mix of disbelief and horror, as the young man stands before him. A blur of motion, a flash of his power, and the memory of his overwhelming strength against the decaying figures fills their minds. His father can only utter a stunned whisper, wondering if he could truly be alive after such a display. The sheer impossibility of it leaves him speechless, questioning how anyone could survive such an encounter. The entire group, including the yellow-haired girl and the suited man, shares the same wide-eyed terror, their faces etched with profound shock. They recall the overwhelming strength of the monsters, their massive, rocky limbs capable of immense destruction. Against creatures with constantly regenerating bodies, it seemed like an act of pure suicide to even attempt to fight them. Yet, before their very eyes, the boy had stood firm. He had stood up and fought it alone, a lone figure against impossible odds. He clutches his chest, a sharp pain radiating through him, as a voice echoes in his mind. It speaks of a fundamental truth, that there is no being in this world that cannot be killed, even as the decaying figures of his enemies are shown. Yet, amidst the serene imagery of a world untouched by such horrors, a glowing flower suggests a deeper mystery, a whisper that there must be a source to all of this. This source manifests as a luminous, fish-like entity, its appearance causing 3 onlookers to recoil in utter shock. While a monstrous decaying figure looms large, and a clear directive rings out, go after that. The glowing entity and the decaying monster are inextricably linked, a singular objective now laid bare. He stares down at the decaying monster, a new understanding dawning on him, as the voice explains that if he truly wishes to know how to kill them, he must first understand where their lives reside. A glowing, root-like structure, emanating a soft light, appears to be the core of the monster's existence, a vibrant, almost floral energy pulsing within the darkness. His teal eyes narrow, absorbing the profound implication of this revelation. And the voice continues, explaining that this glowing core is the key, the true method of destruction. The decaying figure is shown again, hunched over, as the voice clarifies that this glowing essence is their seeds. A close-up reveals the radiant core embedded within the monster's chest, pulsing with intense light, the very heart of its unkillable nature. Eun-soo looks down, clutching a book, his expression thoughtful as he processes this newfound knowledge, a critical piece of information for his survival. The monster's true weakness, a glowing core, pulsates with a faint, ethereal light. As the monster dissipates into tendrils of dark energy, it reveals the very core he was told about. A network of cracks spreads across its surface, causing him to gasp in surprise. The now fractured core falls to the ground. A small group of figures stands in a desolate, tiled room, their backs to the viewer, gazing down at something unseen. Among them, Eun-soo's father stares, his eyes wide with an expression of profound shock and disbelief, his face a mask of utter astonishment. The scene before them reveals bare feet standing on the blood-splattered tiles, next to the lifeless, decaying form of a monster, prompting a hushed question. He killed the monster? The yellow-haired girl, Maru, reels back in horror, her mouth agape, a guttural sound escaping her as she struggles to comprehend the sight. Her eyes are wide with unadulterated terror, reflecting the gruesome image before her. The decaying figure of the monster lies motionless on the ground, its grotesque form a testament to the brutal struggle that just occurred. Maru's fear intensifies, her eye trembling, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek as she gasps in disbelief. She flees in terror, her eyes wide with fear as the monstrous, decaying figure closes in, blood already splattering the ground around her. Its jaws snap open, revealing rows of jagged teeth and dripping green fluid, the squelching sound of its movement echoing in her ears. A sudden impact sends her sprawling to the ground, more blood blooming around her as she hits the cold floor. The creature lumbers forward, its arm raised for a final, crushing blow, a guttural growl rumbling from its chest. Desperate, she scrambles backward, clawing at the ground, her terrified gaze locked on the approaching horror. As the monster closes in, her fear reaches a breaking point, manifesting as a swirling black vortex around her eye, a deep thud and growl filling the air. Her terror intensifies, now glowing with a bright, ethereal energy, a sharp whoosh cutting through the silence. Then, with a deafening quang, a powerful, explosive impact erupts from the ground. Still reeling from the explosive manifestation of her power, the yellow-haired girl stands beside Eun-soo, who dismisses the gravity of the situation with a scoff, wondering aloud if he truly needs to remember such a trivial event. Meanwhile, a man with glasses, seeing her from a distance, exclaims in disbelief that she is alive, noting that she doesn't appear to be merely waking up. He repeats his astonishment, his voice filled with a mix of relief and confusion. She, in turn, expresses profound relief, her face etched with exhaustion. But the man with glasses, surrounded by other concerned figures, suddenly remembers something crucial, his expression turning urgent. He urgently questions the whereabouts of the child who was with her. Her eyes wide with panic, the yellow-haired girl echoes his concern, asking where she could be, a small, glowing orb clutched in her hand. The man with glasses and a woman beside him cry out in despair, their faces contorted in anguish. Overwhelmed by a wave of terror, the yellow-haired girl's own face reflects utter dread. Still searching through the rubble, the yellow-haired girl calls out, "Yuni, where did you go?" A soft thud of footsteps echoes through the silence, drawing the attention of the suited man, who looks up in alarm. Standing before them is the decaying figure, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. The yellow-haired girl's eyes widen in terror as she stares up at the monstrous entity. Its mouth opens, revealing rows of jagged, sharp teeth. A guttural scream tears through the air from Eun-soo's father. The decaying figure lunges, sinking its teeth into his arm, as Eun-soo watches, horrified. The suited man and another survivor recoil in abject terror. The creature continues its brutal assault, tearing at Eun-soo's father as he struggles beneath its weight. The decaying figure continues its brutal assault, its teeth sinking deep into Unsu's father's arm, as the yellow-haired girl watches in horror. She screams, her voice cracking with desperation, demanding to know if he truly has to remember something so terrible. Unsu, witnessing the horror unfold, can only stare, paralyzed by the unfolding nightmare. Meanwhile, the suited man, observing the chaos from a distance, remarks to a nearby doctor that it's unfortunate they have to be the bait, questioning if the doctor didn't see this coming. Back in the fray, the decaying figure continues to tear at its victim, its relentless attack showing no signs of stopping. The creature's assault intensifies, a sickening sound echoing through the ruins. But before the monster can inflict further harm, Unsu intervenes, delivering a powerful, snapping kick that sends the decaying figure reeling. Her eyes now glowing with an intense teal light, she declares her intention to deal with the second threat. His breath comes in ragged gasps, a desperate struggle to regain composure. Before he can fully recover, a decaying figure slams a heavy fist down, sending him sprawling. He slides across the grimy floor, the impact rattling his bones. Just as he struggles to rise, two more of the grotesque creatures emerge from the shadows, joining the assault. Standing his ground with two axes in hand, Unsu considers his options, knowing that if it were just a few monsters, his earlier plan might have worked. His objective remains clear, to deal with them all and restore safety to this place. However, the situation has drastically changed. Unlike the initial pair, he now faces three of these creatures. He observes their movements, realizing these particular monsters have no blind spots. Gripping a simple stick, he understands that even a slight miscalculation could prove fatal. He knew more monsters might appear at any moment, a grim reality he had to consider. Taking his stamina into account, he realized his chances of survival would drastically decrease if he prolonged this fight. His teal eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, a single question echoed in his mind. Should he just run away? He considered the possibility, believing he could probably find a base to hide from them relatively easily. But then, a colder thought surfaced. If he wasn't there, the humans in the room probably wouldn't live for very long. Yet, he quickly dismissed their fate, reminding himself there was no reason to fight for them, since humans were the enemy. A fleeting image of a smiling woman crossed his mind, and with a renewed sense of resolve, he affirmed his decision, facing the grotesque figure before him. Having made his decision, he plunges into the fray, standing over a defeated, decaying figure, another fallen nearby. Without pause, he continues his brutal assault on another monster, his face contorting with a fierce, almost desperate resolve. Suddenly, a heavy boot steps into the debris-strewn path, as his father, bat in hand, stands before him, an unnamed figure lurking behind. Another step splashes through the murky liquid on the ground, and his father demands, "So you know a way to kill these monsters?" Unsu's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. With a chilling grin, Unsu's father continues his interrogation, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone. He leans in, his eyes narrowed, demanding to know how Unsu could possibly understand how to kill these creatures. Unsu, with a thoughtful expression, acknowledges, "I got the gist." A subtle smirk plays on his lips. A man with a striking red mohawk appears, offering, "How can I help?" He then adds, "I'll help out too." Unsu looks at him, surprised. "You're gonna help me?" While a concerned Maru watches from afar. He questions the man's motives. "Why?" The mohawked man responds with a dismissive tone, "But humans are weak. There's no reason for me to help you." The mohawked man then clarifies, "Oh, of course, to survive." A quiet "what?" escapes Unsu, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. The mohawked man simply nods, confirming his earlier statement, explaining that if the monsters claim them, they are all as good as dead. Unsu looks down at his own chest, a faint sound of impact echoing, as if the weight of the man's words has physically struck him. He then questions the mohawked man, asking if he really has to remember something like that. Unsu clenches his fist, the sound of his grip tightening filling the silence. The mohawked man continues, his gaze unwavering, declaring that he cannot trust humans. Maru watches silently as the mohawked man explains his philosophy, that humans will do anything. He concludes his grim assessment, stating that it's all in order to survive. Unsu stares forward, his expression unreadable as he absorbs the harsh truth. But, then distract them, he considers, his expression troubled. The mohawked man continues, "As long as we have the common goal to survive. There's no reason for them to betray me." He finishes with a smirk, as a monstrous hand begins to emerge from below. Suddenly, a decaying figure charges forward, its presence announced by the suited man's urgent warning. "It's coming." Unsu wastes no time, tearing off his shirt, preparing for the fight. He lunges, delivering a powerful punch directly into the monster's face. The creature recoils, letting out a guttural roar. "Whatcha looking at dash?" the mohawked man challenges, stepping forward. "I'm your opponent." Unsu launches himself into a whirlwind of motion, a blur of speed and precision. He closes the distance instantly, delivering a powerful kick that sends the decaying figure reeling. But the creature is not yet defeated, its decaying arm beginning to glow with an ominous, reddish-orange energy, a desperate counterattack brewing. It unleashes a concentrated burst, but Unsu's reflexes are faster, allowing him to narrowly dodge the explosive force. Before the monster can recover, he strikes again, his hand a blur as it connects directly with the glowing limb. The impact is devastating, causing the decaying arm to crack and shatter into glowing fragments. With a final, decisive blow, the limb disintegrates completely. Unsu lands lightly on the ground, his movements fluid and controlled. Behind him, the decaying figure topples over, defeated. As a swirling vortex of energy forms around his hand, he spots an incoming threat. And with a sharp intake of breath, he calls out, "There!" He moves with incredible speed. But a sudden impact leaves him stunned, a scratch appearing on his cheek as he realizes, "I missed," he thinks, then curses, "Oi damn." The monster's red energy projectile, which he thought he had evaded, closes in on him. It strikes him squarely, his body flaring with a defensive glow. He grunts from the force of the impact, pushed back by the raw power. But his resolve hardens, his eyes igniting with a fierce green glow, ready to unleash his own devastating counterattack. With a surge of swirling energy around his arm, he delivers a powerful blow directly to the decaying figure. He wants to go back, but fears he would only become a burden if he got involved. As a low growl escapes him, Unsu lies on the ground, seemingly recovering from a recent ordeal, while others look on with concern. His father and the yellow-haired girl watch as he struggles, a faint sound of fading consciousness filling the air around him. But then, a soft hum begins to emanate from his hand, as green energy starts to glow brightly. The vibrant green aura flares around his body, Unsu now shirtless and seemingly breaking free from unseen bonds or lingering effects of the battle. Later, in a different setting, a man in a military uniform asks if he is hurt anywhere. Unsu then looks at his father, who holds a small, round object, realizing that this must be the weakness he was told about. His father questions how he managed it, not seeing him run away, to which Unsu replies that they have a weakness, and one simply has to target it. With his eye glowing a vibrant green, he explains that one can see it if they focus. He stares at his father, his voice filled with disbelief. "It's their heads." "No, it's not." His father, however, remains firm, explaining to the others, "I don't really know the details, but if you're the only one who can see their weaknesses." Meanwhile, the suited man, on a call, confirms the grim reality. "Then there's only one thing we can do. We'll attack them where you can see their weak spots." Unsu cries out in protest. "No," but his father's resolve is unyielding. "I'm gonna kill monsters today." The father then turns to the group, a fierce declaration on his lips. "Oh dear, we had no fear." Suddenly, a decaying figure lunges from the shadows, its monstrous maw wide open. Unsu braces himself, though a narration box notes that fighting these creatures has become much harder. His father, still challenging, shouts, "That's right. Why don't you try me?" As Unsu hesitantly responds, "W8." However, the father's hand clenches, crushing a small, round object with a sharp crack. As the decaying monster lunges forward, Unsu's father meets its attack with a powerful counter, sending the creature reeling back with a grunt of effort. He turns slightly, his voice laced with a mix of exasperation and warning, reminding the others that they should have avoided this monster, lamenting how weak humans can be. The monster, however, quickly recovers, tearing forward with renewed ferocity, and the father realizes he must end the fight quickly, or his companions might not survive. With a surge of dark energy, he unleashes a devastating attack, a swirling vortex of power aimed directly at the creature. As the monster struggles against the onslaught, he notes that only one remains, a persistent nuisance he'll have to deal with himself. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple as he considers the creature's tenacity, finding it a pain, but confident he can still eliminate it. Meanwhile, a new figure emerges into view, a man named Jishin, his sharp gaze hinting at a deeper story. Back at the scene of the battle, Unsu, the yellow-haired girl, and his father stand among a small group, looking down at the now-defeated monster. From the shadows, a grotesque figure begins to emerge, its presence already leaving a bloody mark, as a hand, torn and bleeding, lies limp on the ground. With a sickening crunch, the decaying figure fully reveals itself, a monstrous entity of rotting flesh and multiple eyes. Another gruesome crunch echoes, as its horrifying face, a twisted mask of exposed teeth and clouded eyes, fills the space. Nearby, Unsu lies motionless, his eyes closed, seemingly unconscious or worse. The yellow-haired girl stares up at the towering monster, her face etched with pure terror as she takes in the scene before her. A choked gasp escapes her lips, her eyes wide with horror at the sight of the decaying creature and her fallen companion. As the yellow-haired girl watched in horror, Unsu found himself ensnared by an overwhelming, glowing energy, his body twisting in agony as the unseen force tightened its grip. The relentless assault continued, his form struggling to resist the invisible currents that pulled at him. His gaze lifted, filled with a desperate plea, as if searching for an answer in the swirling chaos. But the struggle was too great, and with a heavy thud, he finally collapsed, his body giving out under the immense pressure. Lying motionless on the cold ground, his fate seemed sealed, the decaying figure looming in the background, a silent, predatory observer. Yet, even in his unconscious state, a primal instinct stirred, his hand reaching out towards a mysterious, swirling orb of pure darkness. The orb pulsed with an ominous, abyssal energy, a void of swirling shadows that seemed to draw all light into its depths. As his fingers brushed the dark sphere, a powerful surge coursed through him, his eyes snapping open, now glowing with an intense, emerald green light. The air around him crackled, mirroring the chaotic, swirling darkness of the orb, as an unknown power began to awaken within. A swirling, dark energy lingers in the air, a visual echo of the chaos that had just consumed him. As he lies incapacitated, a voice urges him to compose himself, reminding him that his injuries are too severe to ignore. Immediate treatment is crucial, for he had fought relentlessly, even in his terrible state. The yellow-haired girl offers her assistance, asking if he can manage to lift himself. Meanwhile, the suited man watches from a distance, his expression unreadable. A decaying figure flashes in his mind, a haunting reminder of the battle. Unsu lets out a soft yawn, his body still heavy with exhaustion. The yellow-haired girl expresses her disbelief at his quick recovery, calling it a miracle that he's already awake, and asks if he feels all right. He recalls a term, the ravage, wondering if the doctor had mentioned it, his gaze distant as he processes the recent events. As the last vestiges of his previous form shed away, Unsu's body ripples with newfound power, his muscles visibly hardening and expanding. Witnessing the dramatic change, his father can only stare in stunned disbelief. Later, as Unsu rests, exhausted, his father kneels beside him, a heavy burden of guilt in his voice as he apologizes for failing to protect him. The yellow-haired girl, relieved to see him conscious, expresses her worry and the sheer terror of the monster they faced. His father, now composed, offers heartfelt thanks for their rescue. Unsu, however, dismisses the gratitude, muttering that he fought for his own survival as much as theirs. A thought then strikes him, a lingering question about the human he had fought to protect, whose identity remains a blank in his memory. Turning to his father, Unsu sharply warns him against prematurely writing off someone who is still alive and well. Meanwhile, a muscular man with a distinctive mohawk and a red scarf struggles, coughing, asserting his confidence in his own strength despite his current state. The mohawked man, looking disheveled and injured, is being questioned, wondering what is wrong with him. He recoils from an unseen force, demanding to know why he looks the way he does. The interrogation continues, focusing on his connection to some subordinates, to which he replies, because those subordinates that were following you. He vehemently denies any association with them, pointing to a nearby soldier as if to distance himself from the group. He insists that they were the ones who mistakenly believed he was their subordinate, adamantly stating that he doesn't follow anyone. Meanwhile, Unsu, now visibly more muscular, stands beside the yellow-haired girl, sighing in exasperation as she observes that he still looks similar despite his transformation. He dismisses her comment, telling her not to imply he's following her. The mohawked man, still agitated, questions if they're referring to his chicken comb hairstyle, then corrects himself, shouting that it's a mohawk. The yellow-haired girl's eye opens, and she asks Unsu if he's awake and okay. He stands tall, his new physique evident, as she asks him the more pressing question of why he was sleeping there. He stands silently as Maru confronts him, her finger jabbing the air, accusing him of being less than human for only remembering what he's told. He turns away, a quiet apology escaping him for his inability to recall anything, while in a memory, the suited man remarks to Unsu's father that the young boss should thank Maru, who stayed by his side and helped him find his way. Yet, the suited man dismisses the idea, wondering why he should be thanked for such a thing, as Maru, distressed, insists she only wanted to help the one who saved her, a memory of him she still holds. Her face contorts in anguish, a reflection of him visible in her tear-filled eye, as she recalls the day she saw him, describing him as truly incredible. His image remains etched in her memory. She remembers running away that day, for her entire life, convinced he must have thought she was just another screaming monster, but in truth, he was the only monster. Maru stands alone, looking down, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. As a scarred hand, a testament to past battles, is revealed. As the memory deepens, a familiar figure emerges, his voice cutting through the haze, demanding to know if he's finally come to his senses. Unsu, looking disoriented and vulnerable, can only offer a quiet, almost defeated, "Huh," as his father continues to press him. Back in the present, Maru's voice breaks through the lingering silence, her expression etched with concern as she asks if he truly needs to remember something so painful. He remains silent, his gaze distant, while Maru watches him, her own thoughts a whirlwind of emotion. His teal eye reflecting a deep, unsettling turmoil. As a chilling memory of decaying figures piles up in his mind, a voice echoing that it doesn't matter if they suspect him. Maru, her voice tinged with desperation, then asks, "But why don't you make up with Haru?" The name hangs heavy in the air, a single word, Haru. Maru's face is a mask of sorrow and confusion, her eyes wide with unspoken questions. Still trying to understand his fragmented past, Maru confirms his name, asking if Unsu is indeed correct. He simply replies, affirming her statement. Meanwhile, in a different, dimly lit industrial area, a single overhead light casts a stark glow. The suited man, holding a book, reflects on the situation, concluding that in the end, their efforts have yielded little. He stands at the head of a table, surrounded by others, including Jishin, as a grim report is delivered. 12 people were afflicted by the plague, yet only 12 bodies have been recovered over 2 days. He questions the numbers, wondering why they haven't increased, while Jishin expresses dismay at the terrible situation, though the suited man insists his calculations are accurate. With a look of concern, he reveals a new discovery, something else found during the body recovery. The bodies, like the one lying on the ground, were strangely devoid of color, almost a colorless gray. Back with Unsu, Maru acknowledges that there might be a reason he can't remember, but quickly adds that his memory isn't the main issue. Maru ponders the origins of the monsters, recalling a persistent rumor that they were created by some government laboratory for experiments. She admits to having heard the rumor, though she doesn't know if it's true, remembering how they were said to have suddenly appeared, falling from the sky. This leads her to wonder if that would mean they're aliens or something similar. Meanwhile, in a different location, Unsu's father, with a stern expression, declares that there's something far more important they need to address. He stands before the bound Unsu, with the suited man and Jishin also present, stating the critical issue, the boy's identity. Jishin, looking concerned, adds to the inquiry, questioning what they saw him do. Unsu's father presses further, demanding to know how he possessed the method to kill the monsters. Back with Maru, a look of deep concern crosses her face. A flashback reveals a younger Unsu, scarred and muscular, intensely training in a Spartan room, a narration box explaining that for all his life, he had been receiving training to survive the apocalypse. Unsu stares intently at a photograph, a single word escaping his lips. A woman's voice cuts through the silence, asking if this is truly all he brought with him, to which he can only respond with a hesitant admission. The woman, observing his scarred, bare chest, dismisses the image, declaring it insufficient to earn her trust. She points out that such a thing could easily be fabricated, her gaze unwavering. And then, she delivers the final blow, reminding him that his own lack of memory is a far more significant issue. A wave of despair washes over Unsu, the decaying figure of his past manifesting behind him, as he realizes she will never believe his story. The woman's sharp eye narrows slightly, while Unsu's own gaze reflects a deep, internal struggle. Later, Unsu finds himself bound and restrained, a faint, crimson aura beginning to emanate from his body. After a moment of tense observation, the yellow-haired girl expresses disbelief at what has been said, while Unsu's father and others listen intently. She continues, her voice laced with concern, commenting on Unsu's actions, as he stands shirtless, his gaze fixed forward. Suddenly, the yellow-haired girl gasps, grabbing Unsu's arm, a look of surprise on her face as he turns to her. Her surprise turns to astonishment as she realizes he had actually managed to dodge something unseen. With a determined apology, she vows to retrieve whatever it was, while behind them, the decaying figure looms, a chilling presence. Meanwhile, Unsu's father, addressing the group, expresses his belief in the boy, recalling the state of his body during treatment. A wave of distress washes over Unsu, his eye wide with a swirling vortex of emotion. The memory of his countless scars, an unbelievable amount even for an awakened one, weighs heavily on him, the sheer pain he must have endured manifesting as a crimson aura around his silhouetted form. Elsewhere, the yellow-haired girl looks down, her expression filled with worry, questioning if he is truly all right and admitting her guilt for causing more harm than good in the basement. The yellow-haired girl's voice is soft, filled with a deep understanding of his suffering, acknowledging the immense hardship he must have endured. But he simply dismisses her concern, a quiet no escaping his lips as he turns away. Her gaze falls upon the countless scars marring his body, a silent testament to his past, and she wonders aloud how he got them, how difficult it must have been, only for him to respond that she isn't the one who should be saying that. The scene shifts to a memory, his father's furious face looming over the yellow-haired girl, demanding to know why she didn't tell anyone else. His voice echoes with accusation, insisting that others could have prepared if only she had spoken up. Unsu reflects on his father's words, a deep-seated belief that humans were the enemy, a conviction that likely prevented any thought of cooperation. He questions his father's teachings, unable to reconcile the idea that all humans are evil, especially when he remembers the yellow-haired girl, the suited man, and even the decaying figure, all tied up, yet they had helped him. The memory of their distressed faces, bound and helpless, is vivid in his mind. Despite his father's indoctrination, the undeniable truth remains. They had helped him, leaving him to ponder why his father had taught him such hatred. Still reeling from the weight of his memories, Unsu stands silently as the yellow-haired girl, her voice edged with frustration, urges him to finally grasp the truth. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a man with glasses and a brown-haired woman discuss a pressing matter, her words carrying a tone of urgency. The conversation continues, hinting at a situation where one individual is solely responsible, as the focus shifts to a wooden box containing several dark, spherical objects. These enigmatic objects are presented as the key to overcoming the monstrous threats that plague their world. Back with Unsu, he questions the necessity of recalling such painful memories, his reluctance evident in his quiet query. A violent memory flashes, depicting Unsu's father in a brutal display of force, striking down armored figures with unrestrained aggression. The glasses man, now addressing Unsu directly, suggests that he might be the one capable of acquiring crucial intelligence about the monsters. A flashback within the conversation reveals the glasses man confronting Unsu's father, who dismisses the idea of information in the face of immediate survival, questioning their very existence tomorrow. High above a desolate, ruined cityscape, a lone figure soars through the sky, bathed in the harsh light of the sun. The man with glasses explains that the sheer depth and lack of light within the broken building made this particular place relatively undetectable to monsters. He continues, detailing the challenge. You'd have to go deep within the broken building where there's barely any light, and fast all the debris blocking your path, to finally find the entrance. A scoff escapes him as he recalls a past conversation, but that's all. In a flashback, Unsu's father dismisses the idea with a wave of his hand. Don't be so pessimistic. At least we still have enough rations. The dilapidated interior of the building looms, as the glasses man, looking frustrated, tries to reason with him. Oh, this is the exact opposite, right? Back in the present, Unsu's boots stand firm as he considers the task ahead. I guess it isn't anymore. As the search for a hidden entrance continues, Jishin meticulously sifts through the debris, his hands moving with practiced efficiency. The rustling of displaced materials echoing in the quiet, broken structure. Meanwhile, the glasses man explains the dire situation, that with their current food supply dwindling, they desperately need more people to venture out and gather provisions, wondering aloud if any hunters remain among them. Without hesitation, Jishin steps forward, declaring himself ready to join the effort, admitting that staying cooped up indoors for over a week has become unbearable. The glasses man, however, expresses concern, reminding him that his wounds are still fresh and unhealed. Jishin lets out a pained grunt, dismissing the severity of his injuries, believing it's too soon to be sidelined. The glasses man insists he should rest, but Jishin retorts, implying that those who aren't hurt don't understand his urgency. Unsu watches Jishin, who appears to be struggling with dizziness or disorientation, his vision blurring as if his head is spinning. A small group of survivors gathers, their faces etched with concern. While a lone, cloaked figure stands apart, arms crossed, a silent sentinel, as the glasses man explains the dire situation, his voice grave. We only have enough rations to last us about a week. Without hesitation, Unsu steps forward, offering, I'll go. The glasses man looks at him, footsteps echoing softly, acknowledging, oh, I'd be absolutely reassured if you go. Unsu continues, explaining his reasoning, since I have to go to the surface and meet people to find out more about the picture. With a determined step, he begins his ascent, climbing the escalator with purpose. His thoughts turning to a deeper motivation, but more importantly, the porthole offers a glimpse of the world outside, a world Unsu is now determined to reach. As he begins his ascent up the long, winding stairs, he reflects on the journey ahead, acknowledging the difficulty of remembering anything from his past. But he won't be alone, as Jishin steps up beside him, declaring his intention to join the expedition. Further up the stairs, Haru turns back to him, her voice filled with concern, reminding him that they are not yet of age, and that he should be careful. She continues, expressing awe at his ability to face monsters, but also questioning the effectiveness of training against such threats. Haru insists that she would have gone with him to protect him, if only she had been trained. Below, the glasses man looks out at the departing figures, his expression grim, wondering if anyone else will follow them into the unknown. Suddenly, a chilling memory flashes through Haru's mind, the clouded eye of a decaying figure, its voice echoing her name, Haru. The memory leaves her hunched over, trembling, overwhelmed by a deep sense of dread. She knew it. It was too much for her to bear, the thought of him leaving, but the older man simply scoffed, his hand deftly slicing through something unseen. Meanwhile, the two young men stood ready, their backs to the onlookers, who watched their departure with a mix of apprehension and judgment. He looked around, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he heard a voice ask, "What's wrong?" Haru approached, offering him clothes and wondering aloud if he had to remember to line up for them, a strange concept for someone who had never known such a thing. From a distance, the brown-haired woman watched, her expression dismissive as she muttered, "Humph. You should know your place, honey." He looked down at the clothes, a faint memory stirring within him of a time when he had to line up for them, though it no longer mattered, as those clothes had simply disappeared. Now dressed, he stood ready, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Meanwhile, his father discussed the surface with the suited man, noting that people there wore clothes and questioning why anyone would go to such a dangerous place, especially when they had enough food here. A stack of neatly folded clothes awaits, a stark contrast to the usual attire of the underground community. As Unsu stands beside the glasses-wearing man, he's told not to be disappointed, for they are all the same. A small smile plays on Unsu's lips as he admits that going to the surface was always a dream of his, thanking the man for his words. Meanwhile, the brown-haired woman offers a knowing smirk, a hint of amusement in her expression. As she leads Unsu and Jishin up a moving walkway, she remarks on the irony of their first piece of clothing being her own creation. Turning back to Unsu, she adds a cryptic warning, assuring him he'll never be satisfied with the clothes he wears for the rest of his life, before pausing abruptly. Later, the yellow-haired girl approaches a shirtless Unsu, her heart thumping as she asks him a question. A soft, golden glow emanates from his waist as he looks down, simply asking what she wants. A young woman with long yellow hair, her eyes wide with distress, points an accusing finger, demanding that someone finally get it right. From a different perspective, a dark-haired young man simply scoffs, a hint of amusement in his expression. Her face contorts further, in a silent scream of frustration and disbelief. The shock deepens, her mouth agape, unable to comprehend the situation. Tears well in her eyes, her expression a mixture of fear and profound sadness. She cries out, accusing him of forgetting, while Unsu, looking away, dismissively questions if he really needs to remember such a thing. Suddenly, the yellow-haired girl slips, her body losing balance. As she falls, a man with glasses, standing beside Unsu, observes the scene, wondering aloud about a gear. A loud crash echoes through the ruined, metallic corridor. As the yellow-haired girl collapses onto her hands and knees, her head bowed in despair. Unsu watches her with an unreadable expression, while she continues to tremble on the cold floor. He turns away, his voice flat as he asks, "Why aren't you getting up? Just hurry up and put on your clothes." The girl looks up, tears streaming down her face. A slight frown crosses his face as he thinks, "I truly don't understand humans." With that thought, Unsu walks away, barefoot, carrying a bundle of dark clothing. Meanwhile, in a desolate, ruined landscape, the glasses man ponders aloud. Come to think of it, how did the monsters know how to attack this place? Unsu's father replies, "Maybe it's just a coincidence." He surveys the scattered debris, adding, "Those guys were cooking." Amidst the rubble, a hand reaches down to pick up a small object, exclaiming, "Oh, I found a lighter." As the conversation continues, Unsu's father gestures emphatically, insisting that his son must remember the details of their past. Meanwhile, the glasses man listens intently as Unsu's father explains, monsters are drawn to fire, a crucial detail in their survival. This revelation causes Unsu to reflect, sitting alone, his gaze cast downward in deep thought. The glasses man emphasizes the danger, warning that even an accidental light could summon monsters, just like last time. The yellow-haired girl, distressed, seems to recall this warning, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and dawning recognition. The glasses man continues his explanation, while Unsu remains lost in his own thoughts, seemingly unaffected by the conversation. The yellow-haired girl's memory solidifies, a faint smile gracing her lips as she realizes she remembers something important. She recalls a past interaction, specifically mentioning the track athlete from middle school, and wonders how he knew her name. As the memory fully forms, the yellow-haired girl, Haru, confronts Unsu, declaring that she remembers him and knows him from somewhere. She snaps, her voice tight with exasperation, demanding he finally understand. He simply scoffs in return, a dismissive sound escaping his lips. Her hand clenches into a tight fist, her frustration palpable. His own hand tightens, a silent counterpoint to her anger. Standing back to back, he questions her, wondering if he truly needs to remember something so trivial. He asks if he really has to remember something like that. Tears well in her eyes, tracing paths down her cheek, highlighting a small scar near her temple. Her hand, still clenched, reveals a simple bracelet, drawing attention to the faint mark. The scene shifts, a memory surfacing of a vibrant city street, a building emblazoned with the words, "It's not cool." Younger versions of them race through the streets with other children, and she begins to explain, because this scar. Haru's gaze drifts downward, her expression clouded with a deep sadness, as if lost in a memory. Her face, etched with sorrow, serves as a stark reminder that some wounds run deeper than time can heal. The memory shifts to a younger Haru, standing among other students, her expression a mix of apprehension and excitement. In a classroom, a young Unsu startles, looking up at Haru with wide eyes, who seems to be explaining something to him. The scene shifts again, with Haru running through a city street, a narration box declaring, "We'll be starting our first day of school soon." Later, a young Unsu sits in the back of a car, his mother, the brown-haired woman, turning to him with a warm smile, assuring him, "Hang in there. You know mom loves you, right?" His face lights up with a joyful cheer, a stark contrast to the somber memories that began this flashback. A desperate voice calls out, pleading for Haru to respond, as she stands frozen, her eyes wide with terror. Meanwhile, Unsu looks on, utterly bewildered, the name echoing in his mind as he questions, "Who is Haru?" The crowd around Haru murmurs in confusion and concern, wondering why she isn't responding to their calls. The memory shifts to a simpler time, a young Unsu riding in the back of a car with his parents, his mother wondering aloud if a new addition will fit into their lives. Back in the present, the suited man reflects on Haru's past, recalling how she was once an energetic child, but everything changed after a certain incident. The flashback continues, showing a young Haru, her face contorted in fear, as a monstrous, shadowy figure looms over her. The suited man and others look on with expressions of deep concern, the weight of past events heavy on their minds. A close-up reveals a mouth, slightly agape, with a pencil resting nearby, a silent, unsettling image that lingers. A young girl, her face contorted in distress, points accusingly as a dark, indistinct shape looms behind her. "Get it right already," she cries out. A dismissive sound escapes the unseen figure. "Huh?" His teal-green eye widens, reflecting the encroaching darkness. As the shadowy form grows, its presence overwhelming. The girl's terror is palpable as a swirling void consumes her vision. Her head snaps back, a thin line of crimson appearing on her forehead as she falls. A man in a dark suit holds the now unconscious girl, while his own eye, a familiar teal-green, questions the scene. "Do I?" The darkness continues to swirl, a vortex of forgotten pain. "Really have to remember something like that?" An older Haru, bandaged and trembling, reaches out, her scream echoing the trauma of the past. Haru stands with her back to two concerned adults, a man in glasses and a brown-haired woman, as the man asks what's wrong. As the woman softly calls her name, Haru's eyes, initially closed in distress, snap open, glowing with an intense blue light. Tears streaming down her face, she looks up at them, her glowing blue eyes wide as she asks if they saw it too. Her vision, still burning with that eerie blue glow, is filled with the horrifying image of a decaying, shadowy figure, its grotesque mouth agape. Later, in a classroom, Haru sits hunched over her desk, her long blonde hair completely obscuring her face from view. The man in glasses stands beside her, trying to reassure her, telling her she's okay and that it was just her imagination. But her eye, still glowing with that unnatural blue, suggests the vision is far from over. The blue light intensifies, and a blurry, shadowy figure appears in a distant doorway, a chilling reminder of her terror. Still trapped in a terrifying vision, Haru's heart pounds relentlessly, her face contorted in pure dread. The scene shifts, placing her in a classroom where a classmate asks what's wrong, but she can only manage a soft, uncertain sound in response. Another student looks on, her own heart thumping in her chest, as Haru struggles to articulate the horror she's witnessing. The teacher and other students listen intently as Haru confesses her deepest fear, admitting that she is scared of dying the most. Her classmate, Eun-soo, tries to prompt her, reminding her that they were talking about the future, but Haru remains lost in her own thoughts. A hand holds a small, sleek device, and a voice announces, "Ready," before a more somber tone adds, "I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave." Haru shivers, her eyes wide with fear, as the teacher and students around her seem to fade into the background of her terror. Eun-soo looks at her, the word "ready" echoing in the air, a stark contrast to Haru's palpable distress. Later, walking with Eun-soo and another classmate, Haru reflects that ever since she got the scar, it felt as if something dangerous was always lurking around her. She closes her eyes, a familiar, overwhelming sensation beginning to build within her. And whenever that feeling grew strong, a frantic beat echoed in her chest. Everything in front of her would simply go white, consumed by the memory. That's why she hated running away, a flashback to a desperate flight with Eun-soo and others, their hands clasped in a desperate prayer. They ran, a small group against an unseen threat, their figures blurring across the desolate landscape. Because whenever she ran, the terror would resurface, reflected in her wide, panicked eyes. It would remind her of when she was running away, a monstrous, shadowy entity clawing at her from the depths of her mind. Each step was a desperate attempt to escape, the ground pounding beneath her. Her face contorts in anguish, a hand reaching out as if to pull her back from the precipice of her own fear. Still trapped in a terrifying memory, she finds herself plummeting through an abstract void, surrounded by other desperate figures falling alongside her. The chaotic descent continues, a blur of motion and fear. A voice echoes, confirming the grim reality of their situation. Then, the scene shifts, and she's running again, this time alongside Eun-soo and others, their faces etched with terror as they flee from an unseen threat. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, and a voice declares, "It's a new record." The memory shifts again, now to a track field where a group of students cheers wildly, exclaiming about someone's incredible speed. Among them, a male athlete turns to Haru, asking if she was ever a track athlete, to which she hesitantly denies. The athlete, impressed, insists she has immense potential as a runner, offering to train her starting today. But the offer only brings a look of deep anguish to Haru's face, as she thinks of the memory that running evokes, a past she desperately wants to forget. His expression tightens, a flicker of determination crossing his features, as his hand clenches into a resolute fist. "I'll do it," he vows. Meanwhile, a gleaming display of trophies stands testament to past victories, hinting at a new athlete who emerged just a few years prior, shattering all previous records. The sound of footsteps echoes, and a young woman, Haru, stands with a look of profound unease, responding to a greeting. She is surrounded by admirers, one man proclaiming her the princess of track and field, asking for a picture. Haru forces a bright smile, agreeing to the request, as another voice dismisses her. She poses for a photo with an older man, both smiling, as he expresses his honor and admiration. Haru, her face contorted in anguish, demands that he remember. But Eun-soo simply exhales a puff of smoke, a dismissive ha escaping his lips. as he questions the necessity of recalling something like that. His words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to her visible distress. Later, alone, Eun-soo reflects on the conversation, admitting to himself that her story made him feel bad. The scene shifts to a flashback, revealing Eun-soo's father, younger. Engrossed in his phone, his expression growing frustrated by a lack of internet connection. He mutters to himself, "Why isn't my internet working?" A younger Haru sits across from him at a table, apologizing for using her phone during their meal, a gentle reprimand from his past self echoing in the present. Haru sits across from Eun-soo's father, who casually asks if she saw the reporter from yesterday. She looks away, a slight frown on her face, then continues to write in her notebook, dismissing the thought. Eun-soo's father, meanwhile, continues eating, muttering about how they can now watch their daughter on TV. He then explains that the reporter was there because of an incident, still focused on his meal. Haru, still writing, thinks to herself that the reason she became good at running was because of that incident. Her expression shifts to one of deep contemplation as Eun-soo's father looks on with a concerned gaze. She recalls how, when she runs, she feels like she's running away from something, which makes her run even faster. And so, ironically, that's how she started running. She concludes her thought, stating that she got used to it, and it even helped her get rid of her timid personality. Her hand tightens around the pen, the pressure of her thoughts almost palpable. Even now, in this quiet moment, she can still hear the echo of her own voice, admitting, "I'm still a coward." A gentle touch, a soft rustle of fabric, as the brown-haired man reaches out to her. But the gesture offers no comfort, only a desperate plea welling up inside her. He looks at her with a gentle expression, telling her, "It's okay, I'm a coward." But Haru's eyes widen in protest, her voice firm as she refutes, "You're wrong. It's not okay at all." She feels the weight of judgment from others, convinced that she is destined to be seen as strange because of her personality. Running away from every little thing, she knows, will only make people hate her, a thought echoed by the brown-haired man's earlier words, and to think that the father said I got something wrong with me. Standing alone in the desolate space, Haru resigns herself to the painful truth. It's just like he said. Something's obviously wrong with me. Still reeling from the harsh judgment, Haru hears a voice, assuring her that it's fine. The suited man continues, explaining that she doesn't have to force herself to feel better, especially since it doesn't really bother him. His words echo in her mind, but a different memory surfaces, a comforting embrace from her father, who gently tells her that he wasn't trying to make her feel better, but was just stating the truth. Back in the more recent past, the suited man's voice cuts through, asking her what if she's a coward, and a narration box confirms that nothing has changed. She's either wretched or a coward. The memory of her father's words returns, a gentle reassurance that she is still his daughter, the one he loves most in the world. His hand gently strokes her head, as he smiles and tells her she doesn't have to remember something like that anymore. A soft, golden glow emanates, hinting at a fading memory. As she weeps, tears streaming down her face, a gentle hand rests upon her head. The suited man's voice echoes, reminding her that she fought valiantly. Yet, the golden light around her seems to intensify, reflecting her sorrow. His words continue, suggesting that people didn't like her. He labels her a coward, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. But then, the scene shifts to a warmer memory, a family moment with her parents. A gentle hand reaches out, offering comfort and reassurance. Haru finds solace in her father's embrace, surrounded by a soft, golden light of affection. She remembers her mother gently chiding her, saying, "Stop teasing your sister, you have to go to school." But her father had told her that there wasn't anything wrong with her, and that it was okay for her to be a coward. He'd said, extending his hand for a pinky promise, "Promise you won't cry." He continued, his voice gentle, "The next time you think you're a coward?" He asked, his gaze unwavering, "Okay." And just like that, the warmth of his words brought her back. The memory culminates in a tender family embrace, bathed in a soft, golden light, a moment of pure, unconditional love. Suddenly, the flashback shatters, and Eun-soo is back in the present, his eyes wide with a profound, almost painful realization, debris floating around him as the memory fades. As the memory deepens, the world around her begins to crumble, and Haru finds herself falling through a maelstrom of shattered concrete and dust. More and more of the structure gives way, the sheer force of the collapse tearing everything apart. The vision expands, revealing a city in ruins, its towering buildings collapsing into dust and fire. As Eun-soo watches the widespread devastation unfold before him, the memory continuing its relentless assault. A sudden, sharp gasp echoes through a desolate, rocky landscape. As Eun-soo's father is violently thrown or falls amidst the debris, a pained grunt escaping him. His eyes widen in terror, reflecting the shock of an unseen impact or a horrifying realization. The yellow-haired girl cries out, calling for her father, who appears dazed and disoriented. She questions what just happened, her voice filled with confusion, as footsteps echo around them, and Eun-soo lies injured on the ground, his thoughts fixated on his mother and school. Her face contorts in a silent scream, overwhelmed by the sudden, terrifying reality. Eun-soo's legs lie still on the cold, rocky ground, a pool of crimson spreading beneath him. As the dust settled from their sudden displacement, Unsu's father cries out in raw anguish, refusing to accept the grim reality unfolding around them. Amidst the scattered debris, a shock of yellow hair lies tangled with blood, a stark indicator of a violent impact. The yellow-haired girl, overwhelmed by terror, struggles to stifle her cries, her face contorted in fear as tears stream down her cheeks. Nearby, a hand lies motionless on the ground, a silent testament to the injuries sustained. Her terrified expression gives way to a swirling vortex of dark energy, threatening to pull her further into the unknown. As the void intensifies, she screams, her body distorting as she's violently dragged away. The dark energy swirls faster, consuming her completely with a final, echoing sound. From the darkness, a voice calls out, urging Haru to escape, a desperate plea against the impossible. As the chaos subsides, Unsu, seen from behind, quietly wishes for a return to his normal life, to simply go back to school. Haru's desperate cry echoes as his hand reaches out, demanding she not dare leave him. But her tear-streaked face declares, "I have left." Meanwhile, Unsu's father glances back, urging someone to run, contemplating the impossible choice of fleeing. A single tear escapes his eye, reflecting the weight of his decision. The decaying figures swarm, their impacts echoing as they close in. He struggles, letting out a guttural cry, forcing himself to move through the horde. His hand shoves a creature aside, while Haru watches, her face etched with terror. Standing beside her, he makes a silent vow, "So I won't ever." Haru stares at the approaching horde, her father a lone figure against their relentless advance. A desperate command echoes through the desolate landscape, urging her to flee. She turns back for a fleeting moment, her feet pounding the ground as she tries to escape the encroaching danger. Behind her, a figure stands enveloped in a brilliant, expanding light, a final act of defiance. He unleashes his power, a raw, guttural cry escaping his lips as the light intensifies around him. The blinding radiance momentarily consumes everything, leaving his face illuminated by the fading glow of his desperate effort. Still, she looks back, a silent horror dawning in her eyes. For the shadowy, decaying figures are still there, relentless in their pursuit, closing in around her. A gnarled, clawed hand reaches out from the darkness, a chilling reminder of the ever-present threat. The world around her blurs into a chaotic mess of dark energy and desperate struggle, as a voice echoes in her mind, reminding her of a time when her father once told her that it's okay for me to be a coward, he had said, and that there was nothing wrong with her. But now, she knows he was wrong. With every desperate stride, Haru pushes forward, her school uniform fluttering behind her as she flees through the desolate landscape, the memory of her father's words fueling her guilt. She ended up abandoning him, even after telling him she would stay. A phantom hand reaches out in her mind, and after that, it happened again. The memory flashes, a younger Haru standing beside her father as he speaks to the man with glasses, a recurring pattern of abandonment haunting her. In a memory, Haru's voice rings out, sharp with frustration, demanding that someone finally understand, while her father dismissively retorts, do I really have to remember something like that? Meanwhile, Unsu is seen hunched over, alone in a desolate space, a picture of quiet despair. Later, their paths cross again, Haru walking beside him. Though the weight of his solitude seems to follow Unsu, as he's once more found isolated and withdrawn. His arm is bandaged, his gaze fixed downward. A small offering of food is extended, a silent gesture of comfort. Haru kneels before him, her voice is soft, but as if pleading for understanding. Later, they stand together, looking out over a ledge, a shared moment of quiet observation, though Unsu's gaze remains distant. As Haru looks down, a static crackle fills the air, and Unsu's eyes reflect a deep, unsettling emotion. Haru's voice rings out with fierce conviction, demanding that he finally understand, while Unsu simply offers a curt, almost dismissive, She stands firm, declaring her unwavering commitment. "I'm so with you. I'm not going to run away." Her eyes burn with a newfound resolve, anymore. Their footsteps echo softly as Haru and Unsu move together, side by side. They crouch low, peering over an unseen edge, their gazes fixed on something below. Standing on a rooftop, they continue their silent observation, a faint creaking sound accompanying the tense atmosphere. A memory flashes of Unsu, resolute and focused, before the scene shifts to a decaying figure, a monster, lumbering forward. The creature gurgles as it moves, unaware of Haru and Unsu watching intently from above. She insists that he must get it right, her voice firm with conviction. A scoff escapes the older man, who then remarks on the difficulty of remembering such things, while Haru admits she thought her head would explode trying to recall it. She then wonders aloud if the map they need is coming soon. Holding up a piece of paper, she asks what's wrong with it, emphasizing their need for a map. Unsu considers the idea of a map, acknowledging its importance for finding food, and believing it will help them locate the resources they need. Haru, with renewed resolve, declares that she will do it, understanding the importance of the task. She reiterates her commitment, stating that the city is different now, but she knows it well. The roads are no longer easy to traverse, as the ground itself has changed. Everything is different, but she remains resolute. Haru and her companions gather, listening as the man with glasses shares his findings, admitting that despite their extensive travel, they haven't covered as much ground as he'd anticipated. This slow progress isn't just due to their walking, but also because the city has been without power for an extended period, leaving them to consider their next move. He explains that they have no alternative but to consume the food that will spoil first. The brown-haired woman interjects, insisting they should transport everything back to their base before making any further decisions. The man with glasses urges them to reconsider, pointing out that the food will be useless if it spoils, and there's no guarantee of safety from monsters during their journey. He reminds them of the risks they've already taken, coming all this way. Turning to Haru, he asks for her opinion, but she remains firm in her opposition, believing the gathered food should be taken to the base. The brown-haired woman hums in agreement with Haru. The man with glasses simply states that it's good. Haru, her voice sharp with frustration, demands that Unsu finally understands something important, while he simply dismisses her with a casual, huh. He then wonders aloud if he really needs to remember such trivial things, a thought that transports him back to a memory of his father, who holds a piece of bread. His father explains that he's talking about the bread, emphasizing that one must pay for it. Back in the present, Haru clarifies that she's not talking about that specific memory, but rather the general concept of bread, reiterating the need to pay for it. Unsu, still lost in thought, seems to be reprimanding himself for his inability to recognize what bread truly is. Haru watches him with a concerned expression, sensing his internal struggle. Suddenly, Unsu extends his hand, offering something. Haru, taken aback, questions if she's the only one who feels a certain way, then asks, what? Unsu repeats his father's words, asking if she has to pay for bread, leaving Haru utterly bewildered. As Unsu spoke of remembering, Haru's mind raced, a desperate plea echoing within her. You can't forget. Her eyes wide with a mix of shock and disbelief, she struggled to process his cryptic words. He offered a quiet denial, a simple no escaping his lips. Perhaps she never intended to remember it in the first place, he mused internally, realizing he wasn't the only one burdened by such memories. Haru, meanwhile, slumped to the ground, muttering stupid to herself in frustration. She finally burst out, demanding to know what he was talking about, insisting he was the one who needed to explain, as Unsu let out a sigh of exasperation. The conversation faded as they continued their journey, the desolate ruins of the city stretching endlessly around them. Together, Unsu, Haru, and the man with glasses pressed onward, their path winding through the skeletal remains of buildings. His gaze fixed forward, Unsu's expression remained resolute, a silent determination etched upon his face. He looks down, a somber expression on his face, as Haru demands he get it right already, questioning if he really has to remember something like that. Meanwhile, a memory surfaces of Glasses Man explaining to a brown-haired woman that if they get discovered by them, they're going to kill them, and even if he's capable, getting rid of them is a problem. The noise from their presence would inevitably attract mentally unstable monsters, and if that happens, they'd be swarmed by an endless horde of abominations. Back in the present, the trio continues their trek through the desolate, ruined city. The vast, broken landscape stretching out before them. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawns, a quiet, ominous thought. So, Unsu looks up, then down into a dark abyss. As he plunges headfirst into the depths below, Haru and Glasses Man watching in horror. The chilling thought echoes, get caught by them. Chapter 21, Ration Search, Part 2. Unsu looks up, a streak of blood marring his cheek. He warns, his voice firm, that they must never. As he and the yellow-haired girl navigate the desolate, ruined streets, with him glancing back nervously. They come across a cluster of decaying figures, and he reiterates, get caught by them. The yellow-haired girl's face contorts in terror at the sight of the grotesque monster, as he adds, if you do. Her eye wide with fear, reflecting the spiraling horror of their situation. He turns, his back to the viewer, and commands, split up, before taking off at a sprint, urging her to run. As the desperate flight continues, the yellow-haired girl screams in frustration, demanding that they get it right already. She pushes herself harder, knowing that it will increase the chances of at least one of them surviving. Meanwhile, a bandaged hand reaches out, a silent testament to Unsu's earlier injury. The yellow-haired girl glances back, her face etched with terror, as if seeing something horrifying behind them. Unsu, close behind her, calls out, wait. But it's too late. The monstrous appendages of a decaying figure loom into view, confirming they've been caught, with no hope of escape. The Glasses Man, witnessing the horror, can only utter a bewildered, how come? As feet pound the ground in a desperate dash, a small, glowing, gear-like object falls unnoticed from someone's grasp. A terrified scream escapes the yellow-haired girl as the decaying figures close in, their grotesque forms looming in the background. Unsu, still reeling from the shock, finds himself holding a strange, cylindrical object, his gaze fixed on it with a mixture of confusion and urgency. He crouches low, a grim determination settling over his features as he realizes the gravity of their situation. If this fight escalates, it could attract every monster in the vicinity, making things truly uncontrollable. With a surge of inner power, his body begins to glow faintly, knowing he must end this in a single, decisive strike. His father's hand extends, offering the cylindrical object, a silent command to take it before he goes. Though he has no intention of returning to the surface with them, his father clarifies that he won't stand idly by while they fight for their lives. Unsu looks down at the object in his hand, a question forming on his lips. His father explains it's a weapon, crafted specifically to match Unsu's unique fighting style. Now armed, Unsu crouches once more, his body radiating a powerful aura, a weapon capable of turning the tide, now clutched firmly in his grasp. Focusing on the weak spots of his enemy, he grips the new cylindrical weapon. A blinding flash of light erupts as he launches himself forward, leaving his father and the others to watch as a decaying figure lies defeated on the ground. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion tearing through the air. His eyes glow with fierce determination as he closes the distance, a powerful impact echoing through the space. The weapon pierces the monster's arm with brutal efficiency, sinking deep into its decaying flesh. A final burst of energy erupts from the weapon, obliterating the threat. Through a swirling, almost ethereal structure, a blinding light erupts. Before the scene shifts to a tranquil night, dominated by a full, luminous moon. Suddenly, a massive, dark object, resembling a meteor, descends from the sky with a deep, resonant hum, landing with a soft thud near a figure lying unconscious on the ground, bathed in the moonlight. Later, a small group gathers in a cavernous space, surrounding a glowing, cylindrical artifact that pulses with the same low hum. And then, with a determined gaze, Unsu stands ready, his hands firmly gripping the now familiar cylindrical weapon, a metallic click confirming his resolve. His father's voice echoes from the past, a stern reminder that he must remember his weapons, for he would only be able to wield them once he had mastered bare hands. He continues, explaining that by then, Unsu would understand, prompting a younger version of himself to question if he meant the weapons on the other side. His father simply confirms, adding that weapons are for people like them. He then assures his son that he will soon come to understand exactly what he is talking about. Now, in the present, Unsu recalls his father's words. He said, "I'd understand." His teal eyes begin to glow faintly as he reflects on how his dad never talked about the weapons they kept in the basement, and how he once thought he'd never receive them, believing he'd be protected by something else. But now, with a newfound clarity, he realizes he finally gets it, understanding the inexplicable training his father put him through. He remembers going through all that, a young boy enduring harsh conditions. All of it, he now understands, was in order to survive the monsters. He stares ahead, a profound realization dawning on him. But there is something he doesn't understand, a memory of Glass's man saying he had no plans to release him from the basement. There was no need to prepare for the possibility of going to the surface, so is all that a lie? A monstrous, shadowy figure looms, as his father's face contorts in distress. He can't believe that his entire childhood, spent training relentlessly, was all for this. The day the apocalypse began, he ran. He remembers the screen, displaying a remote command, all doors unlocked. It was his father who opened all the basement doors at once, a move he sure wasn't part of the original plan. He would have died, having been attacked by the monsters that were targeting it. A monstrous, multi-eyed creature looms in his memory. But a deeper question surfaces. Why were those creatures targeting the basement in the first place? He recalls running, his face set with determination, as he declares, "I ran." More importantly, he wonders, how did his father know the apocalypse was coming? A man with glasses holds a small, dark, spherical object, his expression a mix of disbelief and concern as he wonders what this strange thing is before them. He offers it to the other young man, asking, "Want to touch it too?" His gaze remains fixed on the object, a deep concern etched across his features. Suddenly, the object floats before him, causing him to recoil in shock, his hands raised as if to ward it off, a faint clattering sound accompanying its movement. The other young man's eye widens, reflecting pure astonishment. Now, it is Unsu who sits, gazing at the mysterious sphere floating between his bandaged hands, a look of profound wonder on his face. The object itself appears organic and rough, its surface textured like dried earth. From a dark, circular void, a wispy trail of light emerges and ascends. Unsu stands over the object, which now rests on the floor with a soft thud, and then emits a faint, distant ringing sound. He stares intently at the mysterious spherical object, its surface now glowing with an eerie light, as the man with glasses speaks to him. A soft tick emanates from the object, drawing his gaze downward as its glow intensifies. Holding it carefully in his hand, he ponders its strange properties. Meanwhile, the man with glasses sighs, exhausted, reminding him of their pressing schedule for the next day. His eyes widen in alarm as the object in his hand begins to crack. The cracks spread rapidly across its surface, emitting a harsh, crackling sound as the light within intensifies even further. A soft fizzing sound accompanies the object's disintegration as he watches it crumble in his grasp. Elsewhere, a young woman sleeps peacefully in her bed, clutching a similar glowing sphere to her chest. Even in her sleep, she murmurs, wishing she could try to escape on her own. As the previous events fade, a memory surfaces, a young girl's voice echoing a forgotten promise. "I'm sorry. I promised that I wouldn't forget." A younger Unsu appearing in the fragmented recollection, before the thought concludes, but I've already forgotten. The scene shifts to the present, or perhaps another layer of memory, as Glasses Man's face appears. His gaze fixed on an old book, a question forming in his mind. What is this memory? A faint smile plays on his lips as he recalls. That's right. There were times when things were like this. His thoughts drift to a simpler time, a time when Dad was normal. A young Unsu appears in the memory, a wistful voice noting, "It's been so long." Glasses Man continues his internal monologue, reflecting on what he had almost forgotten, then asks, "Do you remember this book?" He answers himself, "Yes, this." The focus shifts to the worn cover of the book, revealing it to be a book from my hometown. It's a gentle smile plays on the man's lips as he continues, recounting a story about a hero whose name is about to be revealed. Then, a blinding flash of golden light erupts, leaving the young man with a jolt of confusion, as if a crucial piece of his own past is struggling to surface. Unsu's eyes snap open, wide with a sudden, chilling realization. A frantic voice cuts through the silence. "Get it right already." The yellow-haired girl kneels over him, her hand trembling as she reaches out, a soft rustle of fabric accompanying her movement. He simply lets out a dry, "H.A." His bandaged hand lies still as she continues, her voice laced with desperation. "Do I really have to remember something like that?" Nearby, a small rodent scurries through the debris, its tiny claws scratching against the rubble. The yellow-haired girl looks down, her expression softening as the truth dawns on her. "It was just a dream. And here I thought." She sits beside him, the weight of her words hanging in the air as he remains still, lost in his own thoughts. Still tending to him, the young girl complains about his weight, a frustrated sound escaping her. He retorts that he isn't heavy, prompting her to call him a sorry cat. Later, she scans the desolate landscape through binoculars, revealing a crumbling cityscape, where a decaying figure shambles in the distance. His father then approaches, declaring his intention for them to leave the area. The girl muses that hope is the problem, to which Unsu replies that it's good he has none, leaving her speechless. The yellow-haired girl insists he get it right already, but Unsu simply scoffs, maintaining that he doesn't have a name. She recalls having said those very words herself once, yet he reiterates his lack of a name, a statement she echoes in her mind. With a bright idea, she suggests they come up with a name for him right then, asking what he would like. He looks surprised, a hint of apprehension in his eyes, as he questions if she's truly going to name him. She finds it difficult to remember, while he admits he's never had a name, so he doesn't know what it feels like to have one. His teal-green eye widens slightly, reflecting a dawning realization that he's never even considered the concept before. Golden particles drift through the air, a shimmering, ethereal dust. A man with glasses and a monocle smiles knowingly, a subtle, almost conspiratorial expression on his face. A scroll unfurls, covered in elegant script and scattered with more of the golden particles. He sits at a desk, his hand poised with a pen over a blank page. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired girl suggests a name, Blue, but he questions it, wondering if it's truly a name. She finds it a strange choice, while he simply acknowledges the oddity. She presses him, asking why he doesn't have a name, something everyone should remember, and he admits he's never properly had one. Then, a woman steps forward, introducing herself with a gentle smile. "My name is Eugene." The yellow-haired girl repeats the name, unfamiliar with it, and he echoes her sentiment, having never heard it before either. He begins to speak, a sense of uncertainty in his voice as he considers his own identity. The three children stand together, a quiet moment passing between them. Later, he is seen alone at the desk, diligently writing something down. As he continues to ponder his identity, a single word escapes his lips, Blue. He repeats the name, testing its sound. A slight smile forms as he considers it, finding it quite agreeable. Later, he practices writing, his hand carefully forming the letters of an introduction, beginning with "Hi, my na." And then "It's nice to meet you." He articulates the phrase aloud, practicing his greeting. Nearby, the yellow-haired girl watches him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, two figures approach, a man with glasses and a woman with short gray hair, both offering warm smiles. Their expressions are friendly and inviting as they stand before him. Surprised by their sudden appearance, he can only utter the name he's been contemplating, Blue. A hand reaches out towards a blinding light, as if grasping for something just beyond reach. Within the depths of his mind, Unsu's teal eyes reflect a profound longing. He suddenly remembers a simple, yet powerful desire, a yearning to connect with the world beyond his confines. He imagines his hand touching soft grass, feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin. If he were ever to reach the surface, he would find himself among other people. He wanted to exchange greetings with them, to share simple moments of human connection. And he always wanted to have a conversation with them, to truly understand and be understood. As if answering his unspoken wish, Eugene and the man with glasses smile warmly, ready to engage. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired girl watches the scene unfold, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The glasses man continues, explaining his reasoning, that because he could possibly. He sees Unsu's eyes widen in a sudden jolt of surprise, a sharp sound echoing the shock. The glasses man finishes his thought, stating simply, "Become friends with them." "We're friends," The words hit Eun-soo with the force of a revelation, his teal eyes reflecting a blinding light as the weight of the offer settles upon him. With a warm smile, the glasses man extends his hand, Eugene watching on with a gentle expression. After a moment of hesitation, Eun-soo slowly reaches out. His fingers meeting the glasses man's in a firm clasp, a brilliant light enveloping their joined hands. The world seems to fade away, leaving only the profound significance of this new connection. The world outside remains a desolate ruin, a stark contrast to the fragile hope of connection. In a memory, or a what-if scenario, the glasses man looks on with a worried expression. As a bandaged torso, perhaps his own, silently rejects the notion. No. He recalls a moment where the glasses man and the yellow-haired girl looked up, a hand reaching down to them. A scene from a world that no longer exists, a world swallowed by the apocalypse. The glasses man kneels, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a silent plea in a forgotten time. Now, in the present, Eun-soo stands amidst the rubble, his gaze distant, reflecting on the past. His own bandaged arm a testament to his harsh reality. He thinks, if it weren't for the apocalypse, I could have been friends with them, he concludes, a poignant thought accompanying a faded family photograph. He crouches low, his form a solitary silhouette against the harsh, desolate landscape. This, he knows, is not the time to let his dreams come true, not right now, as a monstrous maw snaps shut with a sickening crunch. Later, walking through the skeletal remains of a city alongside Eugene, the memory of that brutal encounter still lingers. He recalls the glasses man, caught in the grip of a grotesque creature, his pained cry echoing in the silence. The monster's jaws clamp down, a desperate plea to get off, cut short. Snapping back to the present, he and Eugene are running, their footsteps urgent against the crumbling pavement. Eugene, her voice sharp with concern, demands to know what he's thinking, then clarifies, I'm talking about you, Eun-soo. He realizes the chilling truth. The sounds they heard mean other monsters are on their way, a grim determination settling over his features. But Eugene, ever the optimist, suggests they can still save any kids before that, her expression etched with worry. He remains silent, looking away, as Eugene presses him, asking if he truly understands the situation or if he's missed the entire point. She reminds him of his promise, insisting he do as she said. But the weight of it all is too much, and a choked cry escapes him, the sound of his anguish echoing through the desolate street. The urgency of the situation forces them into a desperate sprint, their feet pounding against the cracked pavement. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawns on him, a silent curse forming on his lips as he understands the true danger. Eugene, however, stands firm, her expression hardening with resolve, ready to face whatever comes next. He can only watch, frozen in place, as the sound of an approaching threat grows louder. A decaying figure lunges from the shadows, its clawed hand aiming for Eugene, but she intercepts the attack with a swift, defensive motion. The creature is sent reeling backward, thrown by the force of her counter. As Eun-soo and the obscured figure stand amidst the ruins, a man with glasses turns to them, his expression concerned, asking if there are other people still around. A yellow-haired girl, standing beside the man, tries to reassure Eun-soo, promising they'll go somewhere safe, urging him to remain quiet. But before they can move, the girl's eyes widen in terror, screaming a warning as a decaying monster lunges from behind Eun-soo. Its grotesque maw, filled with jagged teeth, snaps open, aiming for its prey. Just as the monster closes in, Eugene appears in a flash of green energy, intercepting the attack with a powerful, glowing strike that sends the creature recoiling. Eun-soo stares, wide-eyed, at the sudden intervention, while the yellow-haired girl gasps, recognizing Eugene. Eugene stands protectively in front of Eun-soo, her stance firm, warning him not to move. The yellow-haired girl looks on, her face etched with worry, muttering about Eugene putting herself in danger. Eun-soo stares down, a deep sense of resignation washing over him, believing only one person can truly help him now, yet knowing this outcome was inevitable. His teal eyes glow with a troubled intensity, reflecting the weight of his predicament. A low, guttural sound echoes, a plea for something to stop. The monstrous, decaying figure, its red eyes burning, extends a clawed hand, having already breached the protective barrier, its presence heralded by a sickening crunch. Glasses man recoils in terror, declaring their inability to offer any further assistance. Beside him, the yellow-haired girl, her face etched with fear, reminds Eun-soo of the danger they put themselves in by saving him from the creature. As he turns his back, a heavy silence falls, leaving him to ponder the cost of saving another human. He turns back to his companions, his voice firm as he declares that they should no longer follow him. Eugene watches him, her expression a mix of shock and distress. Meanwhile, the glasses man stands on the wet ground, reminding them of their promise to head straight to the surface. The yellow-haired girl, her face contorted in worry, calls out to Eugene, insisting that they don't have time to worry about Eun-soo. The glasses man reiterates the urgency, emphasizing that there are people waiting for them at the base. Eugene looks down, her resolve wavering under the weight of their words. Eun-soo clenches his fist, a silent decision made. Eugene, finally accepting his decision, agrees to listen to him. He remains silent, his gaze distant, as the weight of his choice settles upon him. As Eun-soo attempts to leave, his companions confront him, with the glasses man demanding, "With whose permission are you leaving? How dare you?" His voice rising in desperation, he pleads, "Don't kid me. I'll die if you leave me now." But Eun-soo, his expression hardened, simply retorts, "This is murder." The glasses man continues to shout, "You guys are killing me," while another voice complains, "He's too loud." Eun-soo, having heard enough, moves with sudden, blinding speed, ignoring the glasses man's desperate plea, "Can't human," closing the distance in an instant, and grabbing the glasses man with a force that wrenches a pained cry from him, "Ack!" lifting him effortlessly off the ground by his collar, the sound of straining fabric and bone echoing through the air. Eun-soo's face remains grim and resolute, his determination unwavering. A sudden, chilling realization dawns on the yellow-haired girl, her eyes wide with fear as she murmurs, "Blue. What do you mean?" His expression grim, Eun-soo confirms her fears, "They're coming in from everywhere. We haven't seen the worst of it yet." He considers their options, knowing that escape is their only viable path. They can't possibly fight them all. Their best bet is to retreat the way they came. Meanwhile, the glasses man, visibly distressed, tries to interject, a choked sound escaping him. As panic sets in among the others, the yellow-haired girl and her companion wonder aloud what they should do. Fearing escape is impossible. The glasses man points, trying to get their attention, a frustrated grunt escaping him. Nearby, a sign for a smoking area stands as a silent observer. The glasses man, his face etched with urgency, finally manages to speak. Wait. That's not what I'm talking about right now. I don't think you understand this." Taking a drag from his cigarette, he reveals the true depth of his concern. "I know. It's more than just monsters and mana." He continues, explaining that he accidentally destroyed the place he was hiding in. A look of concern crosses his face as he ponders the implications of his actions. A small flame ignites, then rapidly expands, tearing through the environment, shattering structures and twisting the landscape, leaving behind a path of utter devastation. The sheer scale of the destruction is immense, with buildings reduced to rubble. He questions his own memory, wondering if he truly needs to recall such a catastrophic event. A thought that echoes his internal struggle. As amidst the chaos, Eun-soo's voice cuts through the air, a desperate command to run. He moves with frantic urgency, his body a blur as he tries to escape the encroaching danger. But a raw, uncontrolled power seems to erupt from him, shattering the very ground around his feet. He collapses, or perhaps braces himself, as the chaotic energy swirls violently around his form. Then, he is running again, pulling the yellow-haired girl along, their desperate flight a blur against the ruined backdrop. From a distance, the glasses man watches the unfolding disaster, his face etched with a profound sense of shock and concern. He stands beside the yellow-haired girl, both of them looking back at the chaos, their expressions grim. As the chaos intensified, a hand reached out, and a figure moved with desperate speed. Overwhelmed by the unfolding horror, the yellow-haired girl could only utter a single, desperate question. As Eun-soo found himself on the ground, facing the colossal foot of a decaying monster, he defiantly questioned the blame. But before the monster could strike, he moved with a sudden, blurring speed, evading the attack. His eyes widened, a mix of shock and resolve flashing across his face. Then, with a surge of adrenaline, Eun-soo launched himself into a direct confrontation with the decaying behemoth. Their gazes locked, his teal eye glowing with fierce energy, met by the monster's ominous orange light. With a powerful burst of glowing energy, Eun-soo struck, the impact crackling through the air. The energy-infused projectile Eun-soo launched rips through the air, striking its target with a blinding flash and a shower of sparks. The force sends a decaying figure tumbling helplessly through the air, its form contorting from the impact. As the dust settles, Eun-soo stands ready, his teal eyes glowing with an intense, unwavering focus. But before he can react, a new, hulking rock-skinned monster lunges from the shadows, its massive form filling his vision. A colossal rock projectile flies towards him, impacting nearby with devastating force and sending chunks of debris flying. Eun-soo's eyes widen in genuine shock as he recoils from the unexpected attack. From behind him, the yellow-haired girl cries out, her voice trembling, wondering if she really has to remember something like this, while the glasses man beside her looks equally terrified. Eun-soo turns, his face etched with disbelief and frustration, demanding to know why they didn't run as he had told them to. His teal eye glows with renewed intensity, a fierce determination replacing his shock. The glasses man turns to the yellow-haired girl, his voice laced with frustration, demanding to know why she isn't running, especially after he himself had suggested it. He then questions himself, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips, wondering aloud if he isn't running either. The reason, he explains with a chilling calm, is that he had expected them all to die. As he begins to move, a determined look on his face, he clarifies that if he had run, they would have perished. A subtle, almost sinister smile spreads across his face, as he looks down at something unseen. His eyes, usually mild behind his glasses, now hold a sharp glint, a stark contrast to the yellow-haired girl's wide-eyed apprehension. Without hesitation, the glasses man swings his bat, delivering a brutal blow to a decaying figure, sending it reeling as the yellow-haired girl watches in stunned silence. Her face contorts in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sudden display of power from her companion. In the aftermath, several decaying figures lie broken and still on the ground, their forms reduced to inert husks, as the glasses man stands victorious over them. Unsu races through the dark, his voice strained as he desperately warns, "Run away, I'm telling you." Meanwhile, the glasses man, bat still in hand, observes their surroundings, noting, there are less monsters than before. His gaze falls upon the distant, decaying figures lurking in the gloom, revealing the grotesque, multi-limbed form of one of the creatures. Unsu's feet come to a halt, his eyes fixed on something below him, his face contorting in pure, unadulterated terror. 3 glowing orbs of energy streak through the darkness, as a monstrous, clawed hand reaches out from the shadows, and a pile of severed, decaying limbs lies scattered on the ground. A grotesque, fleshy maw, bound tightly with strips of red fabric, strains against its restraints, hinting at the horrors lurking just beyond sight. Meanwhile, a concerned voice breaks through the tension, asking what could possibly be wrong. The answer lies in the appearance of a new breed of creature, a small, reptilian monster with sharp spikes protruding from its back, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Another of its kind emerges from the shadows, its segmented body and glowing orange eyes a chilling sight. They swarm in a confined space, some already defeated, others still writhing, a testament to the brutal struggle unfolding. The sheer terror of the situation is etched onto Unsu's face, his eyes wide with fear as he clutches his phone. His voice, strained with desperation, can only manage a single, urgent command: run. Caught in the grip of a grotesque, fleshy entity with glowing red tendrils, Unsu cries out in shock, a bloody wound already marring his chest. Nearby, a hand slides into view, gripping a weapon with a soft rustle. The glasses man, his face streaked with blood, looks on with a horrified, desperate expression. The brutal wound on Unsu's chest is laid bare, a stark reminder of the immediate danger. Chapter 24, Someone Precious. A figure looks down, lost in thought. His legs give out beneath him, collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. The yellow-haired girl can only manage a choked, desperate cry. From a distance, a woman with glasses watches, her voice trembling as she calls out, "Hyun." He remains frozen, his back to her, as the woman's shocked expression lingers in the background. His own face contorts in a silent scream of anguish and disbelief. He plummets through the fractured space, the yellow-haired girl falling beside him, both caught in a torrent of debris. A blinding flash of white energy erupts, shattering the darkness around them. Elsewhere in the chaotic descent, the man with glasses tumbles through the same maelstrom. Suddenly, a decaying figure lunges from the shadows, its skeletal claws reaching for Unsu. He twists, a blur of motion, evading the attack with desperate speed. But the effort takes its toll, and he collapses further, a low growl escaping his throat as he falls. As he hits the ground, a mysterious glowing tendril emerges nearby, pulsing with faint energy. Unsu lies battered and gasping, his body racked with pain. A harsh cough escapes him, blood splattering from his lips. He clutches his chest, a raw, guttural sound escaping his lips as the pain radiates through his very bones. Meanwhile, a decaying hand reaches out, its touch accompanied by a sickening splatter of blood, leaving crimson drops staining the fractured ground. The monstrous arm, reddish-gray and skeletal, pulses with a faint, eerie glow, extending further into the oppressive darkness. As the decaying figure fully reveals its gaunt, terrifying form, its eyes ignite with a malevolent yellow glow, and it begins to move, closing the distance with unnatural speed. A woman with dark hair and the yellow-haired girl recoil in sheer terror. As Unsu, despite his grievous wounds, hoists the yellow-haired girl onto his back and desperately urges them to run. He stumbles forward, each step a fresh agony. His heart pounds against his ribs, threatening to burst from the strain. Yet, he cannot abandon her now, not after everything. The girl on his back trembles with fear, as a faint energy emanates from his struggling form. He refuses to repeat the past, to leave anyone precious behind again. Behind them, the decaying figure closes the distance, its skeletal hand reaching. He tightens his grip, pushing through the pain. The girl's face glows faintly, her terror palpable. With a grim resolve, he pushes onward, the monster's grasp drawing ever nearer. His eyes wide with a haunted look, Unsu's mind replays a painful memory, a silent apology echoing through his thoughts. He sees himself, younger, carrying the yellow-haired girl, a desperate plea forming on his lips, as the words, "I'm sorry," escape him once more. The memory shifts, focusing again on his own anguished face, the weight of that apology still heavy. Another fragment surfaces, the yellow-haired girl, tears streaming down her face, clutching a shovel, her voice sharp with desperation. "Get it right already." Unsu's gaze drops, haunted by the past, a quiet, "I'm sorry" escaping him, followed by the crushing realization, "It's all my fault." The glasses man appears, his face etched with despair, holding a bloodied object, his voice filled with self-reproach. "I put everyone in danger." The yellow-haired girl's hands, stained with blood, grips something unseen. While the glasses man's hands, equally bloodied, reach out, a silent testament to a shared tragedy. Unsu's mouth, smeared with blood, forms a desperate plea. Please, at least you guys should. His hand clamps down on the decaying flesh, a sickening crunch echoing as blood splatters violently. Meanwhile, the glasses man, surrounded by smaller, indistinct figures, cries out, "You guys should live." As the chaos intensifies, Unsu stands amidst the crimson spray, his back to the viewer. More blood erupts around him, his black hair whipping through the air, stained with the gruesome aftermath. His teal eyes widen in horror, a reflection of the terror etched across the faces of the yellow-haired girl and the glasses man. The monster's decaying arm, now mangled and torn, lies still. The decaying figure itself is sprawled on the ground, a human hand reaching out towards it in a gesture of either despair or finality. From its defeated form, a faint, orange glow begins to emanate, particles rising into the air. As the chaotic flashback continues, a hand, glowing with ethereal threads of energy, reaches out into the darkness. Meanwhile, the monstrous entity, with its multiple limbs and glowing red eyes, lunges forward, its tendrils thrashing wildly. The glasses man's face contorts in a silent scream of terror, while Unsu's own expression is one of profound, desperate fear. His hand grips a heavy chain, his legs poised for a desperate move. The yellow-haired girl lets out a piercing scream, as Unsu's feet move with a frantic rustle and thud. He turns, backpack slung over his shoulder, a desperate voice echoing, "Run." Both the yellow-haired girl and Unsu are overwhelmed by fear, his cheek now streaked with blood. The glasses man's voice cuts through the chaos, a stark warning. This is your last chance. As the monster's fanged maw opens wide, the multi-limbed creature stands triumphant, its grotesque form dominating the ruined space. A young woman with yellow hair confronts Unsu, her voice laced with desperation as she demands to know what he is talking about, questioning his memory and his own involvement. He stands with his back to her, seemingly unfazed, his posture unyielding. Tears welling in her eyes, she presses him further, accusing him of being out of his mind. She points a trembling finger at his back, reminding him that he was just like this earlier. He simply responds with a curt, "Do I?" while she insists he really has to remember something like that. Her face contorts in anguish, her mouth open in a silent scream of despair. Unsu, still facing away, offers a chillingly detached reply. "It was fun." The young woman's face is streaked with tears, her eyes wide with shock and heartbreak at his words. As the yellow-haired girl's desperate plea echoes, the scene shifts, showing Unsu from behind, his backpack slung over his shoulders, walking away. Then, a memory flashes, revealing the yellow-haired girl and the glasses man looking distressed, while Unsu glances back at them, a flicker of surprise on his face, as the yellow-haired girl cries out, "Get it right already." Another fragment of the past emerges, showing Unsu and the glasses man looking on with wide eyes, as an older woman, holding a syringe, offers a chilling, detached laugh. The memory shifts again, returning to Unsu's back, as a narration box appears, stating, "Introducing ourselves." A brighter, happier memory surfaces, depicting a younger yellow-haired girl and the glasses man, both smiling warmly. The vision cuts back to Unsu, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and dawning realization, as the fragmented memories continue to flood his mind. The narration explains, "Whenever we introduced ourselves, we always said our names were." As a younger Unsu, the yellow-haired girl, and the glasses man stand together, looking at each other, before the thought concludes, "It made me think about." The yellow-haired girl looks down, her expression pained, as the narration continues. "Now, those memories I had once forgotten are starting to resurface." As a foot steps onto the ground, Unsu's internal thoughts surface, questioning, "Do I really have to remember something like that?" He stares down, lost in thought, the weight of his resurfacing memories pressing in, knowing that if they die, it's all over. A memory flashes, a smiling girl with short dark hair, a fleeting image of a past connection. He remembers the chilling truth. They can no longer speak to each other. The smiling girl from his memory points forward, a silent guide in his fractured past. Lying injured on a decaying, blood-stained surface, with a monstrous, decaying figure looming nearby, he recalls the ultimate consequence. They can no longer even call each other by their names. The putrid green liquid seeps into the ground, a grim testament to the decay surrounding him. Yet, a glimmer of hope emerges as his hand, glowing faintly, reaches out to the yellow-haired girl's hand, a desperate attempt to reconnect. Another memory surfaces, an injured boy, lying still on the decaying ground, his fate intertwined with the grim reality of the past. The pervasive decay continues, a constant, unsettling backdrop to his fragmented recollections. A voice from a distant memory echoes, "We can no longer be friends." He recalls a time, a quiet moment shared with the yellow-haired girl, when a similar sentiment was uttered. The memory shifts to a younger version of himself, contemplating the weight of loss, wondering if it had been someone truly precious to him. Now, in the present, he walks away from the lingering thoughts. A dawning realization settling upon him as he mutters, "I think I might know now." His voice filled with a desperate plea, "So please run away." The image of the yellow-haired girl, her face contorted in anguish, flashes through his mind. Her tears streaming down her face. As his own eyes well up, the pain of past losses resurfacing with a choked whisper, "To see you guys die anymore." Lying broken and bloodied on the ground, Eun-soo struggles to breathe, his body a canvas of fresh wounds, while the yellow-haired girl watches over him, her face etched with terror. His gaze distant and unfocused, he seems lost in the overwhelming pain, his mind reeling from the recent trauma. Crimson droplets splatter across the desolate landscape, a stark reminder of the brutal encounter. A hand reaches out weakly, as if grasping for something just beyond reach. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired girl's face contorts in a silent scream, her eyes wide with fear and despair. Eun-soo's teal eye, now reflecting a swirling vortex of blue and green, seems to hold a profound, unsettling realization. A single, stark word echoes in his mind, a desperate denial against the encroaching horror. The memory manifests as a dark, smudged handprint. And Eun-soo's eyes widen with a chilling recognition, his face contorting in a silent scream. He glances over his shoulder, the distorted reality around him confirming a terrifying thought. This is the same as last time. The yellow-haired girl stands beside him, her concern palpable as the world around them swirls into a chaotic vortex, but his gaze is fixed on something beyond her. A dark void opens, and he begins to walk away from her, drawn towards the shadowy, decaying figures that emerge from the swirling darkness, their forms indistinct yet terrifyingly familiar. Behind him, the yellow-haired girl's face crumples in terror, her eyes wide with unshed tears as she watches him go. Elsewhere in this fractured reality, the glasses man stares forward with grim determination, his own vision consumed by the same unsettling distortion. As the terrifying vision continues, Eun-soo finds himself compelled to move forward, even as an internal voice screams at him to run, to get away. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired girl, witnessing the same horrifying scene, questions why this torment persists, why the same words echo through their shared nightmare. A desperate refusal escapes her lips, a declaration that she has made up her mind, unwilling to endure this cycle any longer. Meanwhile, Eun-soo, his expression hardened, resolves that he will no longer flee this terror alone. Her eye swirls with distress, a silent plea to forget the unbearable memories. As Eun-soo continues to walk away, a heavy, rhythmic sound reverberates, while the yellow-haired girl looks down, burdened by the weight of the vision. The decaying figure looms, its presence marked by the same unsettling rhythm. The sound echoes again, reflecting the terror etched across the yellow-haired girl's face. A chilling thought emerges from the darkness, a fear of recalling the way he had looked at her. As the traumatic vision intensifies, a blinding light engulfs everything. Within the memory, a younger version of her finds solace in her father's embrace, remembering how he always understood her. He had assured her that it was acceptable to be afraid, and that none of it was her fault. Yet, the present reality weighs heavily on her, as she recalls abandoning him. A wave of terror washes over her, leaving her scared and wondering what might have happened. The horrifying image of her decayed father flashes in her mind, and she questions if he hated her in his final moments. Tears stream down her face as she looks at Eun-soo, surprised that he isn't planning to run away on his own. He simply looks away, acknowledging her words with a quiet, "I know it." The intense vision begins to fade, dissolving into a soft, ethereal glow. He watches the girl, his expression grim, as her internal struggle intensifies. Her eyes wide with terror, she recoils from an unseen horror, a silent scream trapped in her throat. A single tear escapes, tracing a path down her cheek as the vision's grip tightens. As the illusory world around them begins to fade, he turns away, leaving her crumpled on the ground, lost in her own despair. Yet, within the fading vision, a new image emerges, the decaying figure of her father, now glowing with an eerie, internal light. Her face contorts in anguish, the swirling colors of the vision reflecting in her tear-filled eyes. But then, the decaying image shifts, replaced by a warm, gentle memory. Her father, smiling kindly, his glasses glinting in a soft light. Still trapped within the harrowing vision, the yellow-haired girl screams in anguish, her mind desperately trying to process the horror unfolding before her. Yet, a strange sense of calm begins to settle over her, a quiet voice whispering, "It's a relief." She turns her back on the fading, shadowy remnants of the decaying figure, walking away from the terror that had consumed her. The vision shifts again, a new narrative emerging from the depths of her memory, even in his last moments. "Dad loved me." A warm, comforting hand reaches out to her, bathed in a soft, golden light, a stark contrast to the darkness that preceded it. Looking up, tears welling in her eyes, she hears her father's gentle voice. "Promise me that you won't cry." She snaps at him, demanding he get it right already, but he simply scoffs in response. Then, her father's gentle voice echoes, reminding her that the next time she feels alone, he'll be there, extending a comforting hand. Overwhelmed, she cries out, a mix of relief and sorrow in her voice. His hand gently clasps hers, a silent reassurance. They stand together, smiling, a picture of warmth and comfort, while Eun-soo watches from a distance, a silent observer to this intimate memory. The comforting figures begin to recede into the encroaching darkness, the memory fading. The vision completely fades, leaving only an oppressive void. Unsu turns his back on the fading memory, walking away through the desolate, dark landscape. He glances back, a profound sadness etched on his face, the weight of the vision heavy upon him. He finds himself still trapped within the unsettling vision, a quiet desperation settling over him as he wonders if he hadn't already made it clear enough. The thought echoes in the desolate space, that it would all be over if they simply listened. A profound weariness washes over him, the weight of the vision pressing down. He stares into the void, a silent plea forming in his mind. He doesn't want to see anyone die anymore. Suddenly, from the swirling darkness, the decaying figure lunges forward, its skeletal hand reaching out with a chilling sound. Nearby, the yellow-haired girl recoils in terror, her eyes wide with fear as she whispers, "Don't look down on me." Unsu grips her arm, his own face etched with grim determination, as he challenges the encroaching horror. Who's gonna die? He steps in front of her, shielding her from the blinding light, declaring that no matter what, it won't be over for them. With a sudden, powerful impact, the decaying figure is violently struck, green particles exploding outward as it recoils from the blow. As the yellow-haired girl stands amidst the debris, she speaks with a hopeful tone, suggesting they will have many more conversations if they manage to survive this ordeal, and even call each other by their names. Unsu stares, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and fear, the glowing light of the vision still surrounding him. With a bright smile, she extends her hand towards him, proposing they become friends. Then, with a decisive flick, she ignites a small lighter in her hand. Around them, the grotesque forms of the decaying figures lie scattered, some still twitching faintly on the ground, their bodies mangled from the recent confrontation. Unsu turns to her, his expression bewildered, asking what she is doing. With the lit lighter held high, she looks at him with fierce determination, urging him not to give up, and promising that they will face whatever comes next together. With a lit lighter held firmly in her grasp, she declares her past self, who always ran away for her own sake, is gone. From this moment on, the small flame drops from her fingers. It tumbles through the air, before landing with a soft thud, and instantly igniting the desolate ground beneath. The fire spreads with terrifying speed, a roaring inferno consuming everything in its path. Looking down at the burgeoning flames, she declares her new purpose, to run for the sake of others. Standing resolute amidst the spreading fire, she remains unwavering. The decaying figures, remnants of the previous battle, are swiftly engulfed and consumed by the inferno. Crouching low, the yellow-haired girl ignites the ground beneath her, small flames dancing around her feet as she declares her intent to move forward. Meanwhile, Unsu watches, his eyes widening in surprise at the sudden burst of power. With a surge of fiery energy, the yellow-haired girl launches herself forward, a blur of motion against the towering, decaying figures. Her speed is incredible, closing the distance to the grotesque forms with terrifying swiftness. The decaying figures loom larger with every passing moment. As she accelerates, a vibrant trail of fire erupts behind her, painting the desolate landscape with streaks of orange and red. The ground itself seems to ignite in her wake, a blazing path marking her relentless charge. The inferno spreads rapidly, engulfing the barren earth in a furious, consuming blaze. Her legs blur into motion, a fiery charge beginning. She sprints forward with incredible speed, leaving Unsu to watch in stunned surprise. A decaying figure crumples under her fiery kick, sent flying backward through the air. Undeterred, she continues her blazing assault. Another creature meeting the same explosive fate. It collapses to the ground, as the flames she leaves behind spread rapidly across the ruined landscape, her fiery path cutting through the desolate city. As the chaos continues, a monstrous, clawed hand suddenly descends, crushing something unseen with a sickening crunch. Then, its full form is revealed, a towering, humanoid creature, its body wrapped in sinewy, red-fleshed bandages, its limbs ending in razor-sharp claws. It looms over Unsu, who lies on the ground, a chilling voice echoing, "Where do you think you're going?" The monster's words hang heavy in the air, as it declares him its opponent. But Unsu's fear quickly turns to resolve, his eyes flaring with a vibrant green light as he retorts, "So are you." A sharp gasp escapes Unsu, his eyes wide with alarm. Behind him, the grotesque bandaged monster looms, its form a twisted mass of red flesh and tattered bindings, a chilling presence in the dim light. Without hesitation, Unsu pushes off, his foot igniting with a burst of vibrant orange and yellow flames, propelling him forward in a desperate escape. But the monster is relentless, its heavy feet slamming against the ground, closing the distance with terrifying speed. It turns its head, a chilling voice echoing through the confined space, demanding to know, "Where do you think you're going?" The monster's grotesque face, a patchwork of sinew and bandages, is a horrifying sight, its red eyes fixed on its prey. Unsu reacts with a visible gulp, his expression a desperate mix of fear and determination, the monster's words chilling him to the bone. His teal eyes glow with an intense, almost desperate resolve as he confronts the overwhelming presence before him, a silent declaration of his own existence. A chilling realization washes over him. This new threat possesses a strength far beyond any monster he has encountered before. He senses the very essence of its power, the seeds of its being, radiating an immense, pulsating energy. The sheer life force overflowing from it is palpable, a terrifying, vibrant aura that assaults his senses. The intensity of it all forces a violent cough from his lungs, a spray of blood escaping his lips as his body rebels against the pressure. Overwhelmed, he struggles to process the memory or the threat, a deep reluctance to acknowledge its existence warring within him. The remnants of the encounter, or perhaps the vision, lie scattered around him, broken fragments of what once was. He launches himself forward, a surge of crackling energy surrounding his fist as he aims a powerful strike. But his attention shifts, his hand darting down to snatch a slender weapon from the ground. Before he can fully retrieve it, the bandaged monster retaliates, delivering a brutal kick that sends fragments of the environment flying. The force of the blow connects with the glasses man, who grunts in pain as he absorbs the impact. Simultaneously, a dark, jagged mass erupts from the ground, shattering the concrete around them. Unsu recoils from the sudden attack, shadowy figures swirling around him as he's forced back. Despite the pain, the glasses man's resolve hardens. This bastard. I'm going for my weapon, he declares, his eyes burning with determination. As the bandaged monster lets out a guttural growl, its red eyes glowing with menace, Unsu's mind flashes back to the terrifying presence, wondering if he truly has to remember something like that. His teal eyes narrow in frustration. Damn it, without my weapon, I have no way of dealing with this weak bastard, he thinks, realizing his disadvantage. The glasses man asserts his conviction, declaring that one must not depend on weapons. His voice firm, he continues, weapons simply don't suit people like them. Unsu listens intently as the man adds, he will soon come to understand what he means. Confused, Unsu questions, what exactly does he mean, and what is he supposed to do? A subtle smirk plays on the glasses man's lips, as he leads Unsu into a room filled with countless weapons, reiterating, even with such tools at their disposal, they remain the strongest. Unsu reflects on his words, realizing that now that he thinks about it, the man's statement holds a deeper meaning. He had never used a weapon. And yet, this particular stance was the strongest among any other. This was the human stance. The glasses man's voice echoes, urging him to remember this truth. He explains that this stance is merely a setup, because every organism carries an inherent life force within them. He continues, speaking of the humans on the surface. He continues, explaining that this life force isn't limited to humans, but extends to all living things, from beasts to plants. Even he, the glasses man, possesses this inherent power, a truth he states with quiet conviction. But then, his gaze sharpens, and he turns to Unsu, who looks back with a mixture of confusion and growing unease. He clarifies his previous statement, directly addressing the young man, emphasizing that Unsu, specifically, does not yet possess this power. Then, with a subtle shift, a faint blue glow emanates from his hand as he instructs Unsu to learn how to use this power. His expression intense, he elaborates on the technique, telling him to focus on the very ends of his fingers, demonstrating with his own hand, where the blue energy now pulses visibly. And then, with a deliberate motion, to pull his life force there. The blue energy intensifies around his fingertips, a clear visual of the power he commands. The glasses man's hand glows with a vibrant blue energy, crackling with visible power as he channels his life force. He gestures with his glowing finger, instructing Unsu to manipulate that power. Later, as they move through the facility, Unsu struggles to replicate the feat. He admits his frustration, confessing he feels nothing and questioning if the glasses man is being truthful about this life force concept. The glasses man calmly responds, acknowledging that Unsu might not be able to use it now, but reassuring him that a time will come when he can. Unsu looks down at his feet, then up with a determined expression, absorbing the words of his mentor. The glasses man's bandaged hand, still glowing faintly, serves as a visual reminder of the power he speaks of. Golden particles of light begin to swirl around them, emphasizing the ethereal nature of life force. He continues his instruction, explaining that the key is to finally feel one's own life force. As the conversation about life force deepens, the very air around them seems to shimmer, coalescing into three distinct, glowing blue wisps of energy. A moment later, the raw power manifests directly within Unsu, his eye flaring with an intense, electric blue glow. The energy swirls and crackles around him, a vibrant display of intertwining blue and green currents. The glasses man extends his hand, a radiant blue aura emanating from his palm, assuring Unsu that this power, this incredible force, will one day become his own. But Unsu clenches his fist, his gaze falling to the ground as he grapples with the immense challenge, wondering how he could possibly achieve such a feat when it feels so incredibly difficult. He looks up, his frustration evident as he asks, how can he possibly feel something he cannot even perceive? The glasses man simply offers a knowing smile, a soft huff of amusement escaping him. Suddenly, the scene shifts dramatically, revealing the sinewy, bandaged legs of a monstrous figure. You'll be able to move, the glasses man instructs, his voice firm as the ground around them shatters. A tiny, Eun-Soo's eye sharpens, trying to perceive the elusive movement. Tiny. He strains, his form blurring as he attempts to follow. Very tiny. The world around him glows with faint energy as his perception heightens, until his own movements become a blur of speed. A bit more, the glasses man comments, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Like me. He extends a hand, offering guidance. And Eun-Soo surges forward, a streak of pure velocity. Eun-Soo unleashes a powerful punch, his teal eyes glowing with fierce determination as the blow connects squarely with the decaying figure's face. The sheer force of the impact ripples through the air, sending shockwaves that distort the very space around them. The decaying figure recoils violently, its body twisting from the sheer power of the blow. Its form continues to distort, trembling uncontrollably as the damage takes its toll. The torso twists unnaturally, a grotesque display of its crumbling resilience. Finally, its hands instinctively rise, clutching at its grotesquely warped face in a desperate attempt to shield itself. He lets out a guttural cry, his eyes flaring with an intense blue light as white particles erupt around him. His gaze sharpens, and he realizes, I can see it now. A surge of power courses through him, his body finally fast enough to react to the impossible speed of his opponent, his fist clenching as blue veins glow beneath his skin. Around his bare foot, small rocks float suspended in the air, as if time itself has slowed. Everything besides the two of them has slowed down to a crawl. His face contorts with the effort, blue energy lines tracing patterns across his jaw and neck. His entire body feels as if it's on fire, his blood vessels burning with the raw power now coursing through him. With newfound resolve, Eun-Soo is certain he can now fight against the decaying figure neck and neck. Meanwhile, the decaying figure's leg remains grotesquely distorted, a testament to the force of Eun-Soo's previous strike. Standing alone in the oppressive darkness of the root-choked corridor. His eyes ignite with a brilliant blue light, locking onto the decaying figure as it lunges. The creature's clawed hand lashes out, forcing him to brace for impact. But before the blow can fully land, Eun-Soo's fist shoots forward, connecting with a sickening crunch against the monster's face, sending it stumbling back. The decaying figure, however, quickly recovers, striking back with a brutal blow that makes him grunt. It presses its advantage, landing another heavy hit. With a burst of speed, Eun-Soo spins away, narrowly evading the next attack. Eun-Soo, still propelled by his awakened power, delivers a powerful mid-air kick to the decaying figure, before landing with a burst of speed, his momentum carrying him forward. But the creature is relentless, manifesting multiple shadowy arms that lash out in a chaotic flurry, forcing Eun-Soo to dodge and weave through the onslaught. A blur of motion against the decaying figure's relentless assault. His teal eyes glow with renewed intensity as he spots an opening amidst the chaos. He unleashes a powerful, glowing kick, connecting squarely with one of the shadowy limbs. But the impact sends a jolt through him, his face contorting in a grimace of pain or surprise. The decaying figure's fist, now a solid blur, closes in, ready to retaliate. He unleashes a powerful strike, his kick connecting with the decaying figure's legs. As he watches the monster, a flicker of doubt crosses his face, wondering if the attack had any effect. The creature remains standing, its form unwavering, as new, grotesque limbs erupt from its body, glowing with an ominous red light. These new appendages swiftly cross over its chest, forming a protective barrier. Eun-Soo's eyes widen in realization. The monster is guarding a vital point. He knows his current strength isn't enough. He needs more. Determined to find a way past the monster's defenses, he clenches his fist, focusing his power to damage its weak spot. A surge of blue energy crackles around his hand. A realization dawns on him. He now understands the answer. His bandaged arm glows with the same intense blue light, the power building within him. Reaching out his hand, he demands more power. The strain shows on his face as blue lightning erupts around him. His hand glows even brighter, the energy swirling with increased intensity. With a fierce resolve, he declares his need for even more power. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he recalls the countless fallen, the weight of past failures, or perhaps the sheer scale of the power he needs to overcome them. As his eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, a singular thought burning in his mind, the power. Raw, untamed energy swirls around him, coalescing into a vibrant, ethereal aura. It crackles and sparks, manifesting as brilliant blue lightning around his outstretched hand. A realization dawns on him, a bitter truth that this strength, this raw power, is something he should have commanded from the very beginning. The blue energy envelopes his entire upper body, forming a protective, crackling shroud. His features contort with the strain, the immense power surging through him visible in the lightning dancing across his face. The glow in his eyes intensifies, reflecting the overwhelming surge of energy. Sweat and tears mix on his face as the power reaches its zenith, a testament to the sheer will required to control it. With his power surging, he drops into a low, ready stance, his body coiled and prepared for the impending confrontation. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, cracks spreading across his skin as he challenges his foe, daring them to come at me. Responding to the challenge, the decaying figure unleashes a torrent of crimson tendrils. Its grotesque form twisting as it launches a full-scale assault, the red appendages filling the air. The tendrils lash out with destructive force, some already showing signs of impact. The monster's entire body becomes a chaotic mass of flailing limbs, a desperate attempt to overwhelm its opponent. But as the tendrils strike, he moves with impossible speed, evading the deadly assault. Closing the distance in an instant, he delivers a devastating punch, shattering the monster's tendrils on impact. The sheer force of his blow continues to ripple through the decaying figure, leaving a trail of destruction. If only he had been stronger, he thinks, as a surge of raw power courses through his clenched fist. The energy crackling around his fingers, a small ring glinting amidst the glow. The devastating impact of the battle leaves a gaping wound in the very fabric of reality around them. And looking upon the monstrous figure, he laments that no one would have gotten hurt. A wave of throbbing pain washes over Eun-soo, his face contorting in anguish. As he struggles to catch his breath, gasping for air, he hunches over, a dark, imposing shadow looming behind him, a silent testament to the immense power he wields. A low groan escaping his lips as his body trembles under the strain. As the battle nears its end, a single, glowing core pulses within the chest of the last remaining monster, a final obstacle in the path of the young fighter. With a desperate surge of strength, he brings his makeshift weapon down, a brutal strike against the decaying figure. The impact is sickening, the weapon now slick with the creature's blood. But as the monster falls, shadowy tendrils erupt from his own body, binding him, a desperate plea escaping his lips to stop, to let them go, to damn the monster. The monstrous manifestation of his power envelopes him, its red tendrils coiling around his form, holding him captive. From the shadows, the decaying figure, seemingly defeated, lunges forward with a gaping, fanged maw. Helplessly bound, he struggles as the creature's bandaged arm seizes him, its grip tightening. A tearing sound echoes as his bound hand strains, the fabric giving way under the immense pressure. With a final, brutal lunge, the decaying figure sinks its teeth into his shoulder, a desperate, agonizing bite. Eun-soo's hand reaches out towards the grotesque, fleshy mass, its single eye glowing ominously. The creature lets out a guttural sound, its multiple eyes and sharp teeth now fully visible as it lunges. He looks down, his expression a mix of shock and helplessness, still bound by the shadowy tendrils of his own power. The decaying figure clamps down on his shoulder, its teeth tearing into his flesh and drawing blood. A wave of confusion washes over him, his mind reeling from the sudden, brutal attack. His eye flares with an unstable, multicolored light, reflecting the chaos within him as he struggles to comprehend what is happening. The light intensifies, shifting to a fierce, burning red, a sign of the raw power surging through his veins. The world begins to spin, his thoughts fragmenting as he feels himself losing control. He clutches his head, the swirling void around him mirroring the disorienting maelstrom in his mind. As the disorientation from the bite consumes him, only one thought remains. Even the decaying figure, the source of his torment. Eun-soo lies helpless, engulfed by the overwhelming darkness that now emanates from within him. As the swirling energy intensifies, forming a deep, consuming void. Everything fades into absolute blackness, leaving only a single, burning desire. The decaying figure's hand, once a threat, is now crushed and consumed by the very darkness Eun-soo unleashes. As his eyes blaze with a terrifying, crimson glow, reflecting the murderous intent that now defines him. As a low rustle echoes through the confined space, Eun-soo's hand tightens around a rough wooden beam. While from the darkness, a grotesque, scaly limb with jagged teeth begins to push forward. As the decaying figure fully reveals itself, a multi-eyed horror wrapped in tattered bandages, its form writhing with dark energy. His grip on the beam becomes a desperate, crushing hold. As a sudden, violent motion tears through the air, leaving the monstrous entity standing hunched and menacing, its eyes now burning with an ominous red glow. He clenches his bandaged hands around the dark, fibrous material, crushing it with a sharp crack. A guttural growl rips from the monster's throat. As Eun-soo's eyes flare a terrifying crimson, his face contorted in a silent scream of exertion. A swirling vortex of black and deep red energy erupts around him, consuming the space, and twisting into a terrifying tunnel of raw power. The decaying figure lets out a monstrous, drooling roar. As the chaotic energy surges outward, the sun rises over a desolate, ruined cityscape, casting long shadows across the debris-strewn streets. Amidst the destruction, a man with glasses consults a map, confirming their arrival at a specific location, though his companion wonders if they should have taken an alternate route. As they both look up at the sky, the sun is already high, making the search uncomfortably warm. The man with glasses, his expression etched with concern, calls out to his group, wondering about the others. Peering down into a deep crater, he spots something, a hopeful question escaping his lips. Kneeling beside his injured companion, relief washes over him as he confirms the man is still alive. Elsewhere, another member of their group, a bald man with glasses, reacts with shock and disbelief to the news, demanding to know what transpired. The man who found his friend can only stare, his eyes wide with the unspoken horror of the scene. The ruined city stands as a silent witness, its broken structures reaching towards a sky that offers no answers. He stands amidst the rubble, gazing out at the desolate cityscape, a stark reminder of the catastrophe that has befallen them. The ruins stretch endlessly under a muted sky, a silent testament to a world irrevocably changed. A sharp voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know why they're still lingering, insisting they need to keep moving. The blonde student, her expression tight with urgency, declares her intention to eat as much as she wants once they're safe, her hunger a stark contrast to the grim reality. As they begin to scale a crumbling wall, she urges him to hurry, her voice laced with impatience. He glances back, a hint of exasperation in his eyes, questioning her sudden burst of energy. She dismisses his concern, insisting there's no time to waste, and warns him that if he gets caught, she'll leave him behind without a second thought. As they continue their ascent, she reiterates the need for speed, reminding him they could be caught at any moment. As his vision clears, he finds himself being held by the blonde student, her voice sharp with concern, asking if he's finally coming to his senses. Still disoriented, he stares blankly at a document, its contents a blur. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, his brow furrowed in concentration. Then, a sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening as he whispers, "So she's alive." A man with glasses offers a reassuring smile, his presence calm amidst the chaos. He explains that they found him unconscious in a suburban area, prompting Eun-soo to try and recall the events, muttering about the monster he saw. His teal eye widens, a flicker of terror in its depths as the memory solidifies. A metallic clang echoes as a hulking robot stands over him, its red eyes glowing menacingly as he groans in pain. Meanwhile, an armed soldier sighs in exasperation, complaining about being disturbed from his rest. Still reeling from the recent events, Eun-soo finds himself confronted by the blonde student, who demands he get things right. He simply scoffs in response, a dismissive sound escaping him as he looks away, his hand clenching. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoes, as a decaying figure lunges forward, its monstrous maw wide open. The scene shifts to Eun-soo, now in full combat, his blade flashing as he engages a towering robotic golem, another metallic construct looming in the background. He deftly evades a powerful strike from the golem, the impact sending debris flying. Meanwhile, the man with glasses and a spiky-haired companion watch the unfolding chaos, their faces etched with shock. The glasses man's eyes widen, a clear expression of disbelief on his face. Back in the fight, the golem's metallic arm begins to crack, showing the strain of Eun-soo's relentless assault. With a surge of power, Eun-soo unleashes a devastating attack, swirling energy erupting around him as he presses his advantage. Utterly drained, Eun-soo hangs his head, sweat beading on his skin. Nearby, Jae-hyuk supports the exhausted young man, his own expression a mix of concern and awe. Eun-soo's face remains etched with fatigue. As the battle concludes within the facility, marked by an exit sign. In an observation room, the man with glasses stares, asking if they received a signal from the robot. Another voice, filled with disbelief, remarks that it's a complete mess. Jae-hyuk, now seated, sighs, acknowledging that it's just not for him. The shattered remains of the robot golem lie scattered, a testament to the brutal fight. An older man, his face etched with concern, glances back over his shoulder, muttering that it should be about time for them to return. Meanwhile, in a separate, confined space, the bound legs of a young woman are visible, sitting on the cold floor. Haru, her blonde hair disheveled, has been waiting sleeplessly for the boy, her small form huddled in the corner. Elsewhere, a surprised "huh" escapes the man with glasses, his eyes wide with disbelief. The blonde student's gaze lifts, her expression shifting to one of profound relief as she whispers that they're finally back. A close-up reveals the side of Eun-soo's head, his presence now confirmed. He emerges, carrying the man with glasses on his back, their figures illuminated by the light of their arrival. As they step fully into view, Eun-soo calmly declares their return. His heavy footsteps resonate through the space, marking the end of their long journey. Haru, still looking distressed, is gently held by the glasses man. His hand rests reassuringly on her shoulder. As Eun-soo finally appears before her, their gazes meeting. A soft sigh escapes her lips, as a wave of relief washes over her, murmuring, "Thank goodness, you're okay." The glasses man, still holding Haru, acknowledges her presence, reminding her that despite everything, she is still home. Eun-soo sits down, his gaze fixed on the ground, before reaching for his backpack, preparing for whatever comes next. As the trio walks away from the dilapidated building, having completed their first expedition, they successfully brought back enough rations for 7 days, along with some much-needed medicine. Suddenly, both the glasses man and Eun-soo look forward with a shared expression of surprise and concern. The glasses man stands over the fallen creature, Haru watching him intently. Her expression a mix of concern and quiet resolve. The aftermath of their encounter lies scattered, a grim reminder that not every sacrifice holds meaning, especially for those who gave their lives. Eun-soo looks down, his thoughts distant. Then a faint smile touches his lips as he stands beside Haru. "Yeah," he begins, his voice soft. "I had a dream where you kissed me." Haru's eyes widen, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she whispers, "It felt so warm." He quickly shakes his head, dismissing the thought. "Tish, that was probably a silly dream. Just a dream." But then his gaze falls, noticing the small cut on her foot. "Your feet are hurt." He sits across from Haru, his expression still troubled, as she observes his physical state, noting that he's in worse shape than she is. He dismisses her concern, stating that he's not even a monster, just someone with a fast recovery rate. But Haru quickly counters, reminding him that he is not a monster. Her words hang in the air, leaving her to reflect on his self-perception. She then points out the stark contrast between them, acknowledging that he always runs away, while she chooses to fight. His mind flashes back to a horde of decaying figures, a vivid memory of his past actions, where he always chose to run. The monstrous forms loom in his thoughts, a stark reminder of his ingrained habit. He looks down, acknowledging her words, and admits that he knows he's a coward. Haru, however, insists that he's not, even as she acknowledges his past actions, urging him to try his best. Looking up with renewed determination, he resolves to try his best in his own way. He watches as Haru, her face etched with distress, looks down from the ledge, her voice trembling with an accusation. Her words hang heavy in the air, a raw expression of her inner turmoil. Tears welling in her eyes, she apologizes for having left him behind that day, wishing she had told him sooner. Suddenly, a small, familiar hair clip clicks open in his hand, causing Haru to look up, confused, wondering what he's holding. It's her hair clip, the one she thought she'd lost. He offers it to her with a gentle smile, explaining that it's a present, essential for keeping her hair out of the way during a fight. Her eyes well up again, the weight of her past actions still heavy on her heart as she confesses to abandoning him. But a soft smile graces her lips as she takes the clip, assuring him that it's okay, she has another one. Still reeling from her past regrets, Haru's mind replays a harsh command, the decaying figure of a monster looming in her memory. A chilling, dismissive sound from the monster cuts through her thoughts. Her thoughts then drift to the hair clip, specifically to her forehead. As she realizes this small object is more than just a gift, she closes her eyes, feeling the clip against her skin, and concludes it is a tangible reminder of her struggles. Unsu watches her, a quiet concern etched on his face. Turning to him, she asks if it suits her, and he quickly reassures her. The quiet room around them holding a sense of calm. Even in the midst of sudden loss, a soldier stands guard in a desolate, industrial space, observing a small, seated figure in the distance. And seemingly overwhelming guilt. We find the tiniest ember of hope, as Unsu holds a makeshift device to his ear, whispering, "Hello." His fingers delicately adjust a thin thread, a fragile connection in the silence. And take a small step forward. He continues to try, adding, "Also." A soft click echoes as he listens intently. His voice filled with a desperate hope. Can you hear me?" As the countdown echoes, and 1, 2, 3, the yellow-haired girl throws her hand out in frustration, demanding that he get it right already, urging anyone out there to turn up the volume as the broadcast continues. "All right, 3, 2. He looks down at the makeshift radio, his voice cutting through the static, wondering if this signal is enough, if anyone is truly listening to the radio. He declares himself bound, and promises to get straight to the point. A grim determination settles on his face, as he reflects that he was already prepared, having known that the apocalypse was coming. Whether they believe it or not, he knows, is up to them. Meanwhile, a man with glasses listens intently, his expression unreadable in the shadows. A voice, identifying himself as List, begins to broadcast a message, stating, "For the time being, let me send some words of encouragement to the survivors listening to this message." He continues, shifting his tone. "Well, more importantly, if I can propose something to those of you." The broadcast cuts to a visual of various survivors, including Unsu, the yellow-haired girl, the blonde student, and Jae-hyuk, all listening intently, who are still alive. List's voice returns, his proposal clear. "Let's disclose our locations to each other." As a group of survivors treks across a desolate land, a distant, glowing red eye watches them, and List's voice echoes with urgency. "If we are to defeat these monsters, we humans must come together." The scene shifts to a group gathered around a map, as List concludes his message. "In order to do that, we want to know each other's locations." As the broadcast concluded, the man with glasses pondered aloud, wondering how they were meant to figure out the next steps. A hand reached out, flicking on a flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom. The light illuminated the space, and a thought echoed, hoping no monsters would be drawn to their location. The man with glasses, holding the light, explained to the blonde student and Unsu that they should use a flashlight or something similar, as the monsters were not sensitive to artificial light. He then gestured to his wrist, revealing a watch. The instruction was clear: turn on their flashlights for 10 seconds precisely at midnight, a command the blonde student seemed to register with a worried expression. As the final seconds ticked away, the blonde student counted down, her voice tense, before the man with glasses urged them to act, shouting, "Now!" A sudden, bright flash erupted, illuminating the darkness. The blonde student's eyes widened in shock, reflecting the intense light. As the bright signal illuminates the night, the group looks on, and the man with glasses ponders the implications, realizing they might not be alone in this new, dangerous world. He continues to muse, wondering about the broader consequences of their actions. His expression grim, he states the obvious. They weren't the only ones who knew about the apocalypse. Indeed, across the sprawling city, many other buildings now glowed with similar signals. Jae-hyuk, considering the implications, suggests that if this is like the game, then these signals are probably connected to the monsters, one way or another. He quickly corrects himself, however, concluding that even if it's not exactly like the game, it's still undeniably related to the monstrous threat. Eun-soo clenches his fist, a realization dawning on him. His father was the only one who knew about the apocalypse, which means he might hold crucial information. His eyes widen with a desperate hope, as he considers that his father might also know his mother's whereabouts. But as their location becomes more visible, a decaying, monstrous claw looms ominously nearby. As the decaying monster's presence looms, Eun-soo's expression hardens, a grim determination settling over him. Meanwhile, the man with glasses observes the unfolding situation, noting that the monster's presence confirms the light signal is strongest here, and with a resolute nod, he simply states, "Well then, survive." Eun-soo, having made his decision, pulls his scarf up, obscuring his face as he prepares to move. Jae-hyuk reaches out, pleading with him to stay. "Let's go together." But Eun-soo turns away, a quiet apology escaping him. "But I can't. I'm sorry." He insists, "Don't follow me," while Jae-hyuk, still holding on, can only repeat, "But I can't." Eun-soo's resolve is unwavering, a single, definitive no sealing his decision. He explains his reasoning, a past trauma surfacing as he warns, "If you follow me, then what happened last time will." He clutches his head, a desperate plea escaping him. The pressure in his mind almost unbearable. His teal eyes glow faintly as he looks up, a pained command to stop echoing from him. Jae-hyuk's voice cuts through the tension, urging him not to underestimate himself, reminding him that the others weren't a burden by choice. Eun-soo's gaze remains fixed, processing the words. As the yellow-haired girl, standing behind him, adds her quiet support, imploring him not to shoulder the burden alone. He counters, his voice low, suggesting that such a thought would diminish their own agency. Jae-hyuk, growing frustrated, questions his demeanor, asking why he carries such a heavy burden. Eun-soo replies, his voice weary, that such weariness is what affects him. Jae-hyuk reminds him of their shared purpose, insisting they are colleagues. Eun-soo pauses, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. As Jae-hyuk grins, playfully demanding he be called Hyung, Eun-soo continues to walk away, warning that he won't stop anyone who chooses to follow him. But Jae-hyuk catches his arm, declaring his intention to join him, not asking for permission. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired girl approaches, wondering where he had gone. And she too expresses her desire to accompany him, explaining that he will need her help with his mana. Jae-hyuk, however, quickly reminds her that he wasn't asking for her input, leaving Eun-soo to look on, clearly exasperated by the situation. With a determined expression, the yellow-haired girl declares she won't stop him from leaving, but her tone suggests she means she won't let him go alone. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Jae-hyuk questions Eun-soo's reluctance, asking why he seems so hesitant. He simply responds with a confused sound, as the narrator observes that the boy acts almost without reason. Elsewhere, the man with glasses, discussing the situation with the blonde student, expresses his belief that Eun-soo doesn't need their help. He then falls into a thoughtful silence, his gaze distant. Back with Eun-soo and the yellow-haired girl, the narrator reflects on the boy's surprising nature, admitting he always amazes them. A flashback begins, recalling how he effortlessly knocked out an adult, a feat witnessed by the narrator when they first encountered him, and how he eliminated a monster they believed he couldn't possibly defeat. Returning to the present, Jae-hyuk confirms he also heard the rumors that Eun-soo was the one who defeated the monster in the school. Still struggling to comprehend, the yellow-haired girl's frustration boils over, demanding he finally grasp the concept, but he simply dismisses her with a scoff. He wonders if he truly needs to remember such things, a thought echoing in his mind that he, too, could become like her. He continues to press, asking if that's what she's implying, a confused question forming in his mind. Then, with a sudden burst of frustration and effort, he exclaims, "This, I can become as you," followed by guttural cries of Haya and Ara. The yellow-haired girl calmly instructs him that he must feel her life force, while he, still overwhelmed, mutters about having more things to say, his mind utterly lost. He tries to clarify, asking what exactly energy is, to which she patiently explains it's the energy flowing through his body, though he still doesn't truly understand. He hesitates, uttering a soft as she continues her explanation, describing the moment he starts to connect to her life force, and a faint realization sparks within him. There's something here. He quickly interjects with a wait, as that nascent understanding solidifies, a clear thought forming. There's something here, only to be immediately followed by the crushing realization that he still doesn't truly understand. His mind spirals into a loop of utter confusion, the same thought repeating endlessly. I don't really understand. I don't really understand. I don't really understand. Still struggling to make Eun-soo understand, the yellow-haired girl's patience wears thin, her voice rising in exasperation as she demands he finally grasp the concept. A dismissive scoff escapes him. He turns away, questioning if such abstract ideas are truly worth remembering, leaving the yellow-haired girl looking on with a mixture of frustration and despair. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a desolate, ruined landscape, where a young woman, illuminated by a harsh light, cries out in terror, realizing the monstrous presence looming nearby. She desperately pleads for help, recounting how her family fled from the monsters, only for her to be crushed beneath the rubble. Chapter 30, titled Wish, opens with Jae-hyuk, the yellow-haired girl, and Eun-soo standing together, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. The yellow-haired girl, her brow furrowed, asks if there's anything they can do, to which Eun-soo simply affirms. Suddenly, Jae-hyuk is enveloped in a blinding flash of white energy, crackling with intense power. As the energy surges around him, the yellow-haired girl urgently exclaims, "Let's use it! Upgrade me!" Eun-soo, looking bewildered, questions her. "What kind of wish are you going to ask for?" She responds with a confident smile, "Of course. That's why I'm hoping you." Eun-soo, turning away, mutters to himself, "That's weird." He observes the numerous figures surrounding them, a faint green energy still clinging to his form. His gaze drops in silent contemplation. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired girl lets out a chilling laugh, her expression turning sinister as she declares her intention to keep the others around, despite their perceived uselessness. She then turns to Jae-hyuk, explaining her initial plan to bring him back to their base and care for him there. But Jae-hyuk cuts her off, stating that her presence has now become a nuisance. He then offers to help her with her wish, before questioning what would become of his own desires. As he places a hand on her head, Jae-hyuk reveals his true intention was to make her his slave, leaving the yellow-haired girl stunned and accusing him of trickery. He simply smiles, pointing at her with a mocking laugh, calling her stupid. The revelation hits Eun-soo hard, his expression one of profound shock. The yellow-haired girl, her face contorted in a mix of anger and disbelief, is ordered to surrender everything she possesses, including the very clothes on her back. She recoils in shock, unable to comprehend the audacity of the demand, questioning if this is some twisted game. As the gravity of the situation settles, her voice trembles with fear, demanding to know what is happening, only to be met with a chilling, dismissive laugh. Meanwhile, Eun-soo, his arm still bandaged, begins to shed his own garments, the yellow-haired girl's bewildered question echoing around him as his clothes rustle to the ground. Jae-hyuk, flanked by his imposing figures, stares down at them with an unnerving smirk, his words a cold command. They must obey him, or face death. The yellow-haired girl can only manage a choked sound of terror, her eyes wide with dawning horror as she realizes the inescapable truth of their predicament. A low growl emanates from one of Jae-hyuk's enforcers, a clear warning that resistance is futile. Jae-hyuk then turns his attention fully to Eun-soo, demanding his bag and remaining clothes as well. With no other choice, Eun-soo complies, his last possessions rustling to the ground, leaving him utterly vulnerable. He lunges forward, a desperate surge of defiance against the man who had just stripped them of everything. His voice raw with fury, he vows not to let Jae-hyuk get away with this. But Jae-hyuk merely turns, his attention drawn to the discarded garments, a casual observation about the clothes escaping his lips. As the yellow-haired girl questions his actions, Jae-hyuk simply commands the decaying figure, ordering it to kill the bandaged monster, a chilling directive that shifts the focus of the confrontation. Eun-soo, now facing the true threat, braces himself, ready to take on the decaying figure first. The decaying figure lunges, a glint of steel flashing as it thrusts a knife directly at him. The blade slicing through the air with terrifying speed, missing his face by mere inches. With a sharp thud, the knife embeds itself deep into the wall, just beside his head. But before the decaying figure can react, Eun-soo retaliates instantly, delivering a powerful kick that sends the creature reeling. As the confrontation escalates, a wave of fear washes over the yellow-haired girl, her eyes wide with terror as the sounds of battle echo around her. Meanwhile, one of the decaying figures lunges forward with a guttural cry, its decaying form a blur of aggression. The yellow-haired girl, still reeling from the shock, screams, demanding to know what the figures are doing and why they aren't fighting harder against the two opponents. Her finger jabbing forward, she orders them to get rid of the brainless kid first. But before they can react, Eun-soo moves, a mere blur of motion as he closes the distance with impossible speed. Two decaying figures converge on him, their clawed hands reaching out to overwhelm the swift young man. The yellow-haired girl watches, her mouth agape, as Eun-soo's counterattack begins to unfold. With a blinding flash of movement, he strikes, a powerful blow connecting with one of the figures. Eun-soo continues his relentless assault, his form a whirlwind of focused power against the decaying threats. He stands ready, flanked by his companions, a silent resolve hardening his features. Above them, a man questions their actions, while another cries out in terror, "What in the world are you doing?" and "A monster." The yellow-haired girl, her face etched with panic, screams for them to flee. "Damn it, run for now." He leads the desperate flight, a blur of motion as they escape the immediate danger. The group finds temporary refuge in a secluded wooden house, its attic window glowing faintly in the night. Inside, he cautiously peers out through a grimy window, scanning the desolate landscape. His gaze remains fixed on the outside world, searching for any sign of pursuit. A ragged breath escapes him, the sound of his own exertion filling the quiet space. Turning from the doorway, he suggests to his companions, "Let's stay here for a bit." He surveys the desolate, ruined interior of a building, a sense of unease settling over him as he remarks on the strange atmosphere. The rest of the group gathers, sharing his apprehension, the man with glasses noting the lack of any other presence, while the yellow-haired girl questions the reality of their situation. The vast, ruined city stretches out before them, a silent testament to a forgotten past, and a chilling thought echoes through the air. When everyone else vanished, this place was already empty. Amidst the debris and decay, the sheer amount of scattered wreckage suggests a deliberate, almost artificial, destruction. As the glowing energy binds them, trapping them mid-air, the yellow-haired girl struggles, her voice laced with frustration, demanding that someone get it right already. Watching the scene unfold, the man with glasses lets out a short, disbelieving laugh, a sound of utter shock. But from the shadows, a decaying, bandaged arm emerges, signaling the presence of a new, horrifying threat. The figure fully reveals itself, a grotesque, decaying form standing over the trapped girls, its clouded eyes fixed on Eun-soo. As he stares at the monstrous entity, Eun-soo's mind races, a chilling realization dawning on him. I was wondering who it was. His teal eyes narrow, the thought solidifying into an accusation. You're the one who's a failure. His gaze piercing, he finishes his silent confrontation. Aren't you? Chapter 31, Trap. Eun-soo stares down, his expression grim, as the yellow-haired girl behind him demands he get something right. He simply scoffs, holding a knife to her throat, warning her that he will kill her if she moves. The girl lets out a terrified gasp, her eyes wide with fear. Eun-soo, still holding the blade, questions if he really has to remember something like that. Suddenly, the glasses man appears, holding the yellow-haired girl upside down, demanding to know why they are there. As the glasses man walks away with the girl over his shoulder, Eun-soo watches them go, acknowledging the unexpected turn of events. He questions, "Then why did you shine a light here?" He asks, looking back at a monitoring device. A scoff escapes the blonde student, who then asks if he truly needs to remember such a thing. Eun-soo, taken aback, calls her naive, then challenges her, asking how she can be certain the individual isn't a looter. On a screen displaying Eun-soo's location, a message appears, stating that revealing his position is no different from trying to conceal him, and that the truth is more significant. As Eun-soo turns to leave, the blonde student insists he is protected, adding that it would have been a more obvious move. He firmly declares, "It's the truth." The blonde student looks surprised, uttering, "What?" Eun-soo observes his device, a thought forming that he would recognize if someone were attempting to hide something, and that there's a profound difference between merely speaking the truth and truly understanding it. As the blonde student confronts him, her expression tight with frustration, Eun-soo remains silent, his back to her. She snaps, reminding him of her previous warnings. Her anger escalating, she brandishes a knife, her voice laced with a chilling threat. Before she can act, Eun-soo moves with impossible speed, grabbing her from behind. His teal eyes ignite with an otherworldly glow, a surge of power coursing through him. In that instant, a terrifying vision flashes before him, the decaying figure appearing with malevolent red eyes as he exclaims his success. Red energy crackles around his form, as he holds the terrified blonde student firmly in his grasp. His glowing eyes fixated on something unseen, a single question escapes his lips. He swiftly evades the initial strike, his body a blur of motion, then twists away from another lunge. A surprised gasp escapes him as he glances back, barely avoiding the blonde student's desperate attack. The knife flashes, arcing through the air. But before it can connect, Eun-soo's fist shoots out, landing a solid blow. The blonde student stumbles back, utterly stunned, realizing he had not only dodged her attack, but countered it with impossible speed. This boy is truly different from the other looters she's encountered. Eun-soo, still processing the recent events, asserts himself, declaring, "I'm telling you." Continuing to clarify his position, "We're not looters." Meanwhile, Jae-hyuk observes Eun-soo with a keen eye, a thought forming in his mind about the young man's unusual movements, sensing something beyond the ordinary. Without warning, Jae-hyuk lunges, his hand shooting out in a lightning-fast grab. But Eun-soo is quicker, effortlessly twisting away from the assault, his movements defying the speed of the attack. The suddenness of the attempt still registers, a sharp jolt of awareness as he processes the speed. Jae-hyuk's expression hardens, realizing Eun-soo moves as if he already knows every move before it happens. The thought echoes in his mind. He's already anticipated my every movement. With a renewed resolve, Jae-hyuk decides to escalate, launching another swift attack. He knows he must attack quickly, before his opponent can even react. As Eun-soo moves, Jae-hyuk's eyes widen in surprise, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Eun-soo launches a swift kick, but Jae-hyuk manages to evade it, his movements surprisingly agile. Still, Eun-soo presses the attack, closing the distance, his mind focused on getting closer. He feels himself getting closer, while Jae-hyuk's surprise turns to growing alarm. With a surge of power, Jae-hyuk's eyes ignite with a crimson glow, veins bulging as his resolve hardens. A blood-red aura erupts around him, swirling with menacing energy. He unleashes a devastating punch, his fist glowing with raw power. As Jae-hyuk's powerful punch connected, Eun-soo's counterattack was already in motion, forcing Jae-hyuk's arm to recoil from the unexpected impact. A surprised gasp escaped him as he instinctively drew his knife, his eyes wide with disbelief at Eun-soo's speed. Still, Jae-hyuk's eyes burned red with power, even as Eun-soo's own blue energy flared around his hand, pressing the attack. Eun-soo's teal-green eye glowed with fierce intensity, a testament to the incredible speed of his movements. Suddenly, Jae-hyuk's attention snapped away from the fight, his gaze fixed on something outside a nearby window. A low growl echoed from beyond the glass, drawing his full attention. Outside, a massive, reptilian creature, resembling a dinosaur, loomed ominously. Eun-soo, knife still in hand, also turned, his expression shifting to one of shock and alarm at the sight. Looking down, Jae-hyuk muttered, wondering if he truly had to recall something like that. He stares, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he processes the unwavering resolve of his opponent. Jae-hyuk, his eyes glowing with fierce intent, is clearly determined to see this through, no matter the cost. Eun-soo glances down at his bandaged arm, a frustrated thought escaping him, knowing his injury limits his options. He can't afford to give up now, not with so much at stake, so he resolves to be careful, but a direct approach is out of the question. Instead, he considers a strategy of smaller, more precise movements. A moment of doubt creeps in, wondering if he can truly pull it off. Shaking off the hesitation, his fist clenches with renewed resolve. He has to do this. With a swift, almost imperceptible motion, he launches a small object into the air. His gaze remains sharp and focused, his expression a mask of unwavering determination. With his injured arm, he moves precisely and delicately, completing his strategic maneuver.